Chapter 2199. Outside. The gray castle moved as fast as lightning, many times faster than Qin Feiyang. Moreover, with the strength of the gray castle, no sea beast dared to run out and block the way. Coupled with the beast god's order, there were no disturbances along the way. Half a year later, a huge island appeared on the horizon. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the sea, sleeping, exuding a mysterious aura. However, when seeing the island, the gray castle did not fly straight in, but chose to take a detour. This was incredible. Because along the way, no matter how dangerous the island was, it did not avoid it. Swish! A figure appeared in the gray castle. It was Qin Feiyang. Although he was cultivating, he always kept track of the time. When half a year was up, he woke up from seclusion. The weapon spirit floated in the void, looking at Qin Feiyang, who suddenly appeared, and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing out here?" "It's been half a year, so I wanted to come out and ask if you have arrived." Qin Feiyang laughed. "How can it be so fast? The half a year I said was to reach the deepest part. But the deepest part is very big. In other words, even if we reach the deepest part, it will still take some time to reach the entrance of the divine land." The weapon spirit said. "I see. Where is the fire lotus? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This, the weapon spirit seemed to not know how to answer. Looking at the hesitant weapon spirit, Qin Feiyang gradually frowned, and said, "Are you lying to me about something?" The weapon spirit sighed. "Actually, the fire lotus is in the deepest part." "What did you say?" Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed. The weapon spirit said, "But don't worry, she is absolutely fine." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "She better be fine, otherwise I will not spare you." After saying that, Qin Feiyang flashed and appeared in the sky above the sea. Woo woo. Whoosh. Strong winds howled in all directions, and huge waves surged. The sky was also covered with dark clouds, appearing extremely gloomy. The artifact spirit also appeared and said angrily, "It's very dangerous outside. Why did you come out?" "I wanted to come out and take a look." Qin Feiyang said and asked, "Is this the deepest part of the heavenly dragon sea?" "Yes. The deepest region is like this all year round. The wind is strong and the environment is very bad." The artifact spirit explained. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he looked at the nearby island, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. On all sides of the island, the sky was dark. However, the sky above the island was bright and sunny. The sky was clear and boundless, as if it was two different worlds. Was this an illusion? The artifact spirit said, "There's nothing to see. Let's hurry up and continue our journey." There seemed to be a trace of guilt in his words. Although it was not obvious, Qin Feiyang still noticed it with his keen insight. This artifact spirit was definitely hiding something from him. "Let's go to the island and have a look." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered slightly as he said. The artifact spirit was puzzled. "It's just a deserted island. What's there to see?" Qin Feiyang sneered, "You haven't even been there. How do you know it's a deserted island?" The artifact spirit seemed to be even more flustered, and said, "Do we still need to go in? I can tell at a glance." "I really can't tell." Qin Feiyang glanced at the island, then turned into a stream of light and flew toward the island against the wind and waves. "Damn it." The artifact spirit cursed secretly and quickly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang, saying, "Do you still want to go to the divine land?" Qin Feiyang said, "I just want to go to the so-called deserted island." "What does it have to do with going to the divine land?" "You're wasting your time." The artifact spirit said angrily. "Shut up. Do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I can't see that you don't want me to enter that island?" Qin Feiyang shouted. The artifact spirit trembled. Qin Feiyang said, "I hate being lied to the most. It's not too late to tell me now." The artifact spirit was silent for a long time, then suddenly sighed, and said, "Since you insist on going, then go. As for why, you'll naturally know when the time comes." After that, the artifact spirit drove the gray castle back to Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi, and said nothing more. Qin Feiyang looked up at the island, and his eyes flickered. What on earth was on that island? But for the sake of safety, he restrained his aura and quietly flew toward the island. Just as he entered the island, the head of a huge sea beast poked out of the surging sea. Roar! The sea beast stared at Qin Feiyang's back, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes, followed by a sudden roar that resounded in all directions. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing on a boulder at the edge of the island, looking at the sky curiously. The clear sky and warm sunlight were actually not illusions, and they really existed. But when he heard that sea beast's roar, his gaze trembled, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. But on the surface of the sea, he did not see anything. That roaring sea beast had already dived back to the bottom of the sea. Qin Feiyang looked for a while and did not think too much. He raised his head and swept a glance at the sky again, then quietly swept into the forest ahead. After all, in this heavenly dragon sea, especially in the deepest region, it was normal to have sea beasts. In the central region of the island, there was a valley. The valley was very large. Streams meandered around, and the bottom could be seen clearly. On both sides of the stream, vegetation was lush, and flowers bloomed. Moreover, there were countless peach trees planted in the valley. These peach trees were of different heights. Some peach trees had already borne fruit the size of a baby's fist, bright red and suffused with a sparkling luster, making people salivate with one look. Some were budding. The entire valley seemed to be covered in a layer of gorgeous colors, as if it was a paradise on earth. At the centermost position of the valley, there stood a pavilion. The pavilion had 2 stories, with carved beams and painted pillars. On the left, there was a small lake. The streams in the valley all converged here. On the right, there was a small garden. One beautiful flower after another vied with each other in full bloom. One lush green small tree after another swayed in the wind. There was also a pavilion in the small garden. Inside the pavilion, a man and a woman were shockingly sitting. The woman wore a pale yellow long dress, her figure exquisite and tall, her black hair dancing in the wind, her temperament ethereal. But unfortunately, she wore a mask on her face, blocking her true appearance. But from her temperament and figure, it was not hard to determine that she was an extremely beautiful woman. While that man also wore a fitted pale yellow long robe. He was around 20+ years old, his figure slender and tall, his face like jade, and his temperament was extremely extraordinary too. The 2 people sat opposite each other, drinking tea and chatting. Looking from afar, they were like a pair of immortal lovers living in seclusion in a peach garden. It was also at the same time that the sea beast roared that the young man's expression froze, putting down the teacup in his hand and raising his head to look at the sea outside. A trace of suspicion also crept up in the woman's eyes. All of a sudden, the corners of the young man's mouth curled up with a hint of playfulness. Then, he waved his hand and an image immediately appeared in the void in front of him. In the image, there was a forest. A white-robed man was in the forest, looking around. The white-robed man was Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang in the image, the playful look on the young man's face became even more intense. However, the masked woman suddenly stood up. Her gem-like bright eyes seemed to be filled with anxiety. Looking at the masked woman's reaction, a trace of displeasure flashed across the young man's brows. He said, "Do you care about him that much?" The masked woman did not answer. Instead, she said, "I've already agreed to your conditions. Please don't make things difficult for him." I didn't want to make things difficult for him in the first place. But now that he's barging in, what do you think I can do? Most importantly, if he knows that you're here, will he let the matter rest? The young man said. The masked woman said in a deep voice, "You can get your subordinates to scare him away." Scare him away? The young man smiled playfully and said, "To be honest, I'm really curious. What kind of man is he that you care so much about? You, the masked woman glared at the young man. Don't worry. I promise I won't take his life. But I'm afraid it's inevitable that he'll be injured and bleed. The young man smiled. The masked woman clenched her hands and said coldly, Don't go too far. If you really anger me, it won't do you any good. How would I dare to anger you? I just want to see if he's worth it for you to do this. After the young man finished speaking, his lips moved slightly, and a silent order was immediately passed down. At the same time, in the forest, Qin Feiyang moved closer without making a sound. His eyes were observing the surroundings and his ears were listening in all directions. He appeared to be especially careful. However, what puzzled him was that after so long, there was not even a trace of a sea beast. Could it be, as the spirit said, that this was a deserted island? But this island was obviously not an ordinary place. There must be something here. Boom! But suddenly, the ground under his feet shattered. A fatal crisis arose in his heart. Qin Feiyang immediately retreated without hesitation. Then, he saw a blood-red divine light rushing out from the broken ground. Ah! It was a small beast that was only the size of a palm. It looked like a brown bear, but its fur seemed to be stained with blood, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had dodged its attack, the brown bear was very surprised. Qin Feiyang was also sizing up the brown bear, and his pupils gradually shrank. He could not see through this little guy's cultivation. Judging from its aura, it should be at least a consummate divine emperor. The brown bear regained its senses. It stood in the air and looked down at Qin Feiyang in an overbearing manner. It shouted, Human, who gave you the guts to barge into this island? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. You're quite polite. However, I don't buy it. There is only one ending for those who dare to break into this island, and that is death. The brown bear's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and it turned into a blood-red light and charged at Qin Feiyang like lightning. And it went straight for Qin Feiyang's head. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I've been very polite to you. Please don't be so aggressive. So what if I force you? The brown bear's eyes were full of disdain. Its sharp claws did not stop, and its divine power surged as it slapped at Qin Feiyang's head. Chapter 2200. Qin Feiyang felt a great threat, and he retreated once again without hesitation. Humans are indeed trash. They only know how to hide. The disdain in the brown bear's eyes grew stronger and its arrogance became more arrogant. Trash, Qin Feiyang murmured. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You dare to show your murderous intent to me? It seems that you really haven't died before. The brown bear grinned and increased its speed. In an instant, it fell behind Qin Feiyang and swung its claws. Poochie. The clothes on Qin Feiyang's back were torn and 5 bloody marks appeared. Drops of purple gold dragon blood kept flowing out. What? This is purple gold dragon blood, the brown bear was shocked. At the same time, in the valley in the center of the island, the young man also stood up suddenly and looked at the blood on Qin Feiyang's back with disbelief. Sigh. The masked woman sighed. The young man turned to look at the masked woman and said, You didn't tell me that he has the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood. At this point, what else is there to say? The masked woman said lightly. Indeed, there's nothing else to say. The young man nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang again and murmured, Purple gold dragon blood, in the forest. Qin Feiyang stood in place and did not move. The wound on his back was also healing rapidly under the self-healing ability of the purple gold dragon blood. Why do you have the purple gold dragon blood? The brown bear was completely shocked and could not extricate itself. Qin Feiyang slowly turned around and looked at the brown bear. If it was in the north region, he might continue to hide his bloodline power. But in this place, there was no need at all. Are you deaf? Answer me quickly. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak from beginning to end, the brown bear could not help but yell angrily. Okay. I'll answer you now. Qin Feiyang said word by word. As his voice fell, with a whoosh, a blood-red light flashed out and instantly disappeared between the brows of the brown bear. Roar! With a painful scream, the brown bear's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The divine soul was also shattered on the spot. Instant kill? In the valley. The young man's face stiffened. A perfect divine emperor was killed in an instant? The masked woman said coldly, "He's not that easy." The young man was stunned and joked. "Let's wait and see." She frowned but she did not say anything more. In the forest. Qin Feiyang expressionlessly glanced at the bloody fur brown bear's corpse. Then, he soared into the air. He didn't try to hide it at all and stood in the air above the forest. "Human, how dare you kill our. All of a sudden. Accompanied to the point. To the forest, to the Fido B to the crowd to the there were at the number of at least more to them. To the to-do to the to. To the end to the way. To Qin Feiyang looked around and said, "I suddenly feel like eating bear paws today. It's a pity that your paws are too small. How dare you? Kill him." More than 100 brown bears roared angrily. Waves of divine power surged toward Qin Feiyang like a torrent, carrying a destructive aura with them. These blood-furred brown bears were all perfect Sir Gods and great perfection Sir Gods. With such a lineup, let alone a half-step divine lord, even a perfected divine lord with similar cultivation could only flee for his life. But Qin Feiyang did not change his expression and said, "Although your paws are too small, if you put them together, you can make a stew." "I'm so angry. Human, you're digging your own grave." The group of brown bears roared. "You're the ones digging your own grave." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He clapped his hands and waves of golden light burst out. Boom! Return formula. In an instant. The golden light and the brown bear's divine powers met in the void. There was a loud explosion between heaven and earth. Void annihilation. The mountains and rivers below collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. How is that possible? At the same time, over 100 brown bears glared angrily at him. That was because they saw their divine power being reflected by the golden light. What kind of technique was that? Roar. In the nick of time. Over 100 blood-fur brown bears raised their heads and roared. Their palm-sized bodies instantly expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye. One by one, huge creatures appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. At that moment, each of the brown bears was a few 100 feet tall. They looked like mountains and their ferocious aura flooded the area. "So this is what you really look like. Then your bear paws are enough," Qin Feiyang said. "You're courting death." Without a doubt. His words completely enraged them. They moved together and waved their fists, which were as big as houses, to crush the divine powers that were reflected back. Then, without stopping, they charged toward Qin Feiyang. "So what if you're bigger? You'll still become my meal." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. An invisible force suddenly roared out from his body. Then, this force, with him as the center, rolled out in all directions. A shocking scene appeared. The hundreds of brown bears were shrouded by the invisible force and immediately howled in pain. The next moment, all the blood-furred brown bears fell down uniformly. With a loud rumble, they smashed into the ground below one after another. In the valley, the young man was dumbfounded. How could he kill all the brown bears in an instant? What the hell is this? How could a mere half-step divine lord possibly accomplish this sort of degree? The masked woman was also surprised. The young man raised his eyebrows and turned to the masked woman. "What kind of technique is that?" "I don't know." The masked woman shook her head. Aren't you very close to him? You don't know? The young man frowned. I've never seen it before. The masked woman said. It seems that I've underestimated him. I have to use my real strength. The young man sneered. The forest was full of holes. In the void above, Qin Feiyang looked down at the brown bears coldly like a divine lord. That formless power was slowly flowing back into his body. Soul destruction skill, legendary level killing skill is indeed powerful, after a while. He murmured and a smile crept onto his face. He took out a dagger from his Qian Kun ring and flew toward the brown bears below. That's right. The formless energy from before was formed by the soul extermination technique. The soul destruction skill was one of the 2 legendary level divine skills that he had obtained in the 9th Heaven Palace's martial skill treasury. It was his first time activating the soul destruction skill since he had obtained it. The lethality did not disappoint him. It ignored the defense and wiped out the divine soul directly. As for now, of course, he was going for the bear paws. The perfect Sir God and the perfect Sir God blood-furred brown bear were supreme-grade bear paws. He could not waste them. Boom! However, Qin Feiyang had only managed to cut off one of the bear's paws when a terrifying might suddenly descended. He looked up and his expression changed. In the void above, there was another brown bear. Whether it was its ferocity or its size, it was far more powerful than the previous brown bear. Human, die. The crimson fur brown bear came in a menacing manner. Like a deity, it descended from the sky and stomped towards Qin Feiyang. The giant paw that was covered with red fur was like a mountain. It was daunting. Obviously. It wanted to step on Qin Feiyang to death. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took a big step forward and rushed out. As soon as Qin Feiyang left, the brown bear charged toward him. The giant paw stepped on Qin Feiyang's original position. The ground shook. The ground also collapsed and cracked. The rumbling sound was deafening. And there were a few brown bear corpses here. They were directly trampled into a bloody pulp by its paw. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and felt his scalp tingle. If he did not dodge this paw, he would have become a bloody pulp by now. What a terrifying guy. Human. Seeing Qin Feiyang dodge, the brown bear beat its chest and stamped its feet. It raised its paw again and slapped toward Qin Feiyang with a deafening sound of wind and thunder. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He used the Xing character formula and escaped. The giant paw fell. With a loud bang, the ground cracked crazily and abyss appeared. The corpses of more than a dozen brown bears were slapped into a bloody pulp. Qin Feiyang broke out in a cold sweat. This blood-furred brown bear was a half-step divine lord existence. Otherwise, the power of its paw could not be so terrifying. What else can you do besides running? The blood-furred brown bear angrily roared again and again as it aggressively slammed its paw towards Qin Feiyang. It's not over, is it? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and activated the soul destruction technique. An invisible force surged out of his body once again and pounced towards the brown bear with an earth-shattering force. However, when the invisible force enveloped the brown bear, it did not cause any harm to it. Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Let's see how you can escape this time. Boom! At the same time, the brown bear roared. The giant paw fell. At this time, Qin Feiyang could not dodge. But he did not intend to dodge. Clang! Accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion, a blood-red sword chi tore through the sky. The brown bear suddenly screamed. The giant paw that slapped toward Qin Feiyang was directly cut off by the sword chi. Fresh blood poured down like a waterfall. The brown bear covered its wound and stared at Qin Feiyang standing on the ground in horror. It kept retreating. It saw that Qin Feiyang had a blood-red long sword in his hand. The sharp edge could tear the sky and the earth. After breaking through to the half-step Sir God, he had officially stepped into the Sir God realm. With his heaven-defying kill formula, half-step paragon gods were no longer a threat to him. Of course. If the opponent had a powerful divine art or a divine weapon, it would be a different story. After all, with a divine art or a divine weapon, the opponent's strength would be multiplied several times. Sigh. But at this time, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. There was a bit of helplessness on his face. But he was not regretting that he could not kill the brown bear with one strike. It was because of the soul destruction technique. Sure enough. Except for the 6 words divine art, even a legendary divine art could not break the barrier between the major realms. Just like now. The soul extermination art could kill even perfect celestials in an instant, but it couldn't do any damage to a half-step transcendent god. This was the barrier between the major realms. No matter how powerful you were, you could not cross this barrier. Chapter 2201. Phew. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the bear. The bear was filled with fear. One had to know. It was a half-step supreme god and its body was extremely strong. But now, it had been cut in half by a sword. What level of divine weapon was the Crimson Sword? It was so terrifying. Leave your paw and get out of here. Qin Feiyang said coldly. Hearing this, the brown bear turned around and ran away in a hurry. Didn't I say I would leave your paw? Qin Feiyang shouted. The crimson sword shone brightly and the sword chi rushed towards the bear. Didn't you cut off my paw? The bear was shocked and angry. I want 2 of them. You haven't given me the other one. Qin Feiyang said. Don't push me too far. The bear roared. You came out to provoke me from the beginning? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and used the walk formula. He was even faster than the bear. Stop. I'll give it to you. The bear's face changed and it quickly cut off its paw. It was really scared now. Not only was the Crimson Sword powerful, but its speed was also terrifying. How could a half-step supreme god be so powerful? This could no longer be described with the word terrifying. It was simply a freak. After the bear paw was broken, the brown bear disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight with a belly full of fear and sullenness. It didn't even look back. Qin Feiyang did not chase after it. He sent the bear paw back to the black tortoise world and then dispersed the Crimson Sword. He did not know that the bear was under someone else's orders. Otherwise, he would not have let it go. How many beasts are there on this island? Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains below. The island was huge and he could not see the end of it. The mountains were undulating and the ancient trees were towering. But other than the brown bear, there was no trace of any other ferocious beast. He did not even sense any aura. It was the same as when he first entered the island. However, the appearance of the blood-furred brown bear made him not dare to let his guard down. This island was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. There were definitely other ferocious beasts hiding here. Wait a minute. Something doesn't feel right. Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look in the direction where the brown bear disappeared. For better or for worse, this was the deepest region of the Sky Dragon Sea. Why were there so many consummate god lords, perfect god lords, and half-step transcendent god lords? Logically speaking, in a place like this, even if they didn't surpass the Paragon God level, they should at least be at the Paragon God level. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked up at the sky again. Dark clouds covered the sky outside, but the sun was shining brightly on the island. Why was this? Roar. All of a sudden, a series of beastly roars could be heard. Qin Feiyang was startled, and he quickly turned around to look. He saw sea beasts roaring out from the sea beyond the island. Each of the sea beasts was as large as a mountain. Ferocious. So many. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of sea beasts in the sky above the sea. And the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, they were all early-stage transcendent gods. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why didn't a single sea beast appear when they flew over the sea? And now there were so many of them. Roar! A group of sea beasts roared into the sky, and then turned into a beast tide, surging toward the island. And there were many sea beasts rushing out from the sea, joining the beast tide camp. Before the beast tide reached the island, the number had already risen to 30 to 40,000. In other words, at this moment, 30 to 40,000 transcendent god-level sea beasts were pouncing toward the island. What kind of lineup was this? Mighty and mighty. Wherever they went, huge waves were set off. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. These sea beasts seemed to be coming for him. He hurriedly activated the kill formula, and the blood-colored long sword appeared, ready to fight. You've gone too far. In the valley, the masked woman glared at the young man. He killed my favorite pet. Isn't that too much? The young man said. How can you blame him? You're the one who made those blood-furred brown bears attack him first. The masked woman said angrily. That's right. I'm the one who made them attack first. But I didn't really want to kill him. But this person is so ruthless that he killed all my pets. How can I spare him? The young man said. You're being unreasonable. Even an idiot can see that those blood-furred brown bears were ruthless. Do you think that I'm worse than an idiot? The masked woman shouted. I didn't say that. The young man chuckled. The masked woman's eyes darkened, and she stared at the young man, saying, Let me ask you again. Do you really want to kill him? Don't worry, don't worry. If I really wanted to kill him, I would have done it myself. Why would I go through so much trouble? The young man smiled. The masked woman frowned and didn't say anything else. She continued to look at the image in the sky with a hint of worry in her eyes. In the sky above the mountains, Qin Feiyang was on high alert. The beast tide had already surged into the island. They were like locusts, densely packed and crushing everything in their path. Roar! The sea beast running at the front suddenly roared. It immediately bared its white fangs and pounced toward Qin Feiyang. They're really coming for me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Then, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He slashed with his sword, and a terrifying sword chi flooded the sky. The sea beast had a cultivation base of novice paragon god, but it was directly cut in half by the sword chi. Its flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, this scene didn't deter the other sea beasts in the slightest. They bared their fangs and fought with each other as if they were fighting for a piece of delicious cake. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. His sword chi swept across the sky, and the sea beasts died one after another. However, there were too many of them. Qin Feiyang couldn't split himself. Boom! Suddenly, a palm-sized sea beast stealthily snuck up behind him and bared its fangs, heading straight for his back. However, Qin Feiyang was very aware of danger. He made a prompt decision. He activated the battle formula. However, he was still sent flying. His throat heated up and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the battle formula to protect him. Otherwise, this blow would have been enough to shatter his bones. Human, give up resisting. The palm-sized sea beast cackled and disappeared from Qin Feiyang's line of sight in a flash. It wasn't that its speed was very fast, but that there were too many sea beasts around. These sea beasts directly blocked Qin Feiyang's vision. Qin Feiyang ignored the small beast and focused on fighting the enemy. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly exhaled, as if relieved of a heavy burden. He was indeed not as nervous as he was at the beginning. Because he slowly discovered that although these sea beasts had powerful cultivation, they didn't have any divine arts or artifacts. Without divine arts or artifacts, they were no different from puppets. No matter how many there were, he wasn't afraid. Whoosh! Suddenly, another deadly sense of danger came from behind him. Again? You really haven't died yet. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He turned around and slashed with his sword. The blood-red sword tore through the sky. Ow! Accompanied by a painful wail, the small beast from before suddenly splashed blood in the sky. Roar! The death of the small beast seemed to have completely enraged the beast tide. Each of them was crazier than before. Another pet that I like has been killed, in the valley. The young man's eyes flashed coldly. Closely after. His lips moved and another silent order was transmitted. Mountains and rivers. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. Qin Feiyang's body was already soaked in blood, as if he had been soaked in blood. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, as if a god of death had descended to the world. At this moment, he had already gone crazy from killing. The blood-red sword in his hand was also surging with blood-red light, exuding an incomparable murderous aura. But those sea beasts were even crazier. It was as if they weren't afraid of death. But suddenly, all the sea beasts stopped and began to retreat. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did they stop? There must be something wrong with this abnormal situation. They were so crazy before, but now they suddenly stopped. It was definitely not that simple. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang carefully became vigilant. Chapter 2202. What are they trying to do? Qin Feiyang glanced at the beast tide and frowned. He had an uneasy premonition. Roar! All of a sudden, tens of thousands of sea beasts roared in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Immediately after, a scene that made Qin Feiyang turn pale with fright appeared. Behind the tens of thousands of sea beasts, there were beams of dazzling divine light. There were different colors. Some were blood red, some were light blue, some were light yellow, some were dark green, some were black, some were pure gold. Tens of thousands of colorful divine lights intertwined with each other like fireworks, dazzling and dazzling. However, Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to enjoy such a beautiful scene. This was because each beam of divine light exuded a fatal danger. This kind of danger shrouded his entire soul. Even the crimson sword in his hand could not dispel it. Roar! Ow! Chirp! Clang! Clang! Almost in the next instant, there were various loud noises in the sky. There were the roars of beasts. There were the sharp cries of beasts. There were also the metallic sounds of divine weapons being unsheathed. At this moment, the entire world was drowned by these sounds. Just this formless sound wave was enough to cause Qin Feiyang's blood and qi to surge. When he looked up at the sky, his face was instantly filled with horror. At this moment, there were countless beasts and beasts floating in the sky, as well as all kinds of divine weapons. Regardless of whether it was the beasts, or divine weapons, they all exuded a destructive aura. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva. They were all fighting souls. That was right. The beasts, and divine weapons were all transformed from the fighting souls of the sea beasts. There were tens of thousands of sea beasts, which meant that there were tens of thousands of fighting souls. How magnificent was this? How shocking was this? As everyone knew, fighting souls had super powerful powers that exceeded one's cultivation level. Some rare fighting souls were even more powerful than perfect, pinnacle, and legendary level divine arts. One could imagine. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was facing tens of thousands of fighting souls and was in a bad situation. I was careless. I only thought of divine arts and divine weapons and completely ignored their fighting souls. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Living humans and ferocious beasts, even if they didn't have divine arts or divine weapons, were still different from mindless puppets. Roar! But before he could think any further, tens of thousands of sea beasts roared in unison. Rumble! Immediately, the battle souls that filled the sky brought with them an overflowing might as they charged toward Qin Feiyang from all directions. With so many fighting souls, it was impossible to dodge. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. The blood-red sword flew out of his hand like a bolt of lightning and shot towards the war spirit. With a loud bang, none of the fighting souls were crushed, but the blood-red longsword instantly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang was also heavily injured by the collapse of the blood-colored sword. Purple-gold dragon blood gushed out from his wounds. As expected, it won't work. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Although the kill formula was powerful, it had its limits. The cultivation of these sea beasts was already a realm higher than his. With the addition of the fighting souls, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the combat strength of these sea beasts was comparable to Great Perfection Paragon God, Great Perfection Paragon God, or even Great Perfection Paragon God. In the face of such power, the kill formula couldn't defy nature. Unless he activated the slaughter zone. But for now, there was no need to activate the slaughter zone. Weapon spirit, come out and help. Qin Feiyang said to himself. Tens of thousands of fighting souls had already charged toward him. The terrifying aura made him feel unprecedented despair. I can't do anything. However, the weapon spirit refused to help him. Can't do anything? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly asked, why can't I do anything? Because once I do anything, it will attract even more powerful beings. At that time, even if I do my best, I won't be able to bring you away safely. The weapon spirit said in a deep voice. Even more powerful beings. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Before entering the island, I tried to stop you, but you insisted. Are you afraid now? The weapon spirit said with dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately entered the black tortoise world. But immediately after, he appeared again. Because he suddenly remembered that the child had said that the current black tortoise world was still very weak and couldn't withstand the attack of an immortal, let alone the indiscriminate bombardment of tens of thousands of fighting souls. Now, there was only one place he could go, and that was the ancient castle. Swish. Without thinking, he hurriedly entered the ancient castle again. Boom. The fighting souls attacked. The void shattered, and the earth sank. Seawater surged. The hundreds of thousands of miles of island was quickly swallowed by the sea. Qin Feiyang stood in the ancient castle and watched this scene. He couldn't help but shudder. If he didn't dodge, would there still be a person left? Perhaps not even a piece of bone would be left. Mu Tianyang got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the scene outside, he frowned and said, you should listen to the weapon spirit. Qin Feiyang said, but I keep feeling that there's something strange about this island. Nonsense. If there's nothing strange, why would we be surrounded by so many sea beasts? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he heard that. What's wrong? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, your words have reminded me of something. Why did these sea beasts suddenly gang up on me? Mu Tianyang guessed, maybe this island has some special meaning to them. Qin Feiyang said, but didn't the beast god of the sky dragon sea order not to attack me? That's right. Mu Tianyang was stunned and hurriedly said, these sea beasts are all revered by the beast god, so they definitely wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the beast god. They wouldn't dare to disobey the orders of the beast god, Qin Feiyang muttered. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other at the same time, their eyes full of surprise. Mu Tianyang asked, what did you think of? Beast god. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Me too. Since the beast god ordered not to attack you, the sea beasts of the sky dragon sea would definitely not dare to disobey. But now, not only did they attack you, they even launched a beast tide. Then there's only one explanation. This is another order of the beast god. In other words, it was the beast god who launched the beast tide. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice. But why would it do that? One moment to protect me, the next moment to kill me, isn't that contradictory? Qin Feiyang frowned. Mu Tianyang looked at the island in the image and said, Could it be that there's something on this island that I don't want you to know? Something that you don't want me to know, Qin Feiyang muttered. That's not right. Suddenly, Mu Tianyang's eyes trembled, and exclaimed, this beast god must be on this island right now. Qin Feiyang was surprised. You want to, if it's far away from here, how can it launch a beast tide? And if it's far away, it's impossible for it to know that you're going to enter this island. After all, the Sky Dragon Sea can't send messages, nor can it open the altar. And it's only strong. It rules the sea beasts here, but it's not the guardian or ruler of the ancient realm. It can't break the rules here. Mu Tianyang said. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Since this beast god is on this island, then I'm really curious, what exactly is it hiding? The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth raised. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, you want to, Let's go meet it. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed, he turned his head to look at Hui Yi, and laughed, Brother Hua, are you interested in this? Hui Yi stood up and laughed, since I have nothing to do, I'll go with you guys to take a look. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. This was the so-called knowing that there was a tiger in the mountain, but heading towards the tiger's mountain. However, he was also full of interest. Why did this beast god issue an order to the sea beasts of the Sky Dragon Sea not to hurt him? Chapter 2203. Outside. Hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers had been completely swallowed by the sea, becoming a part of the sea. The waves rolled, covering the sky and the sun. In the sky, the beast tide did not leave. All the sea beasts released their divine senses, searching the void. As a supreme god-level sea beast, their intelligence was not lower than that of humans. How could a living person disappear into thin air? So he must still be here. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find any trace of Qin Feiyang. Could it be that there is a hidden soul stone? The sea beasts were surprised. If there was a hidden soul stone, then it would be difficult. Everyone, don't worry. The hidden soul stone is not omnipotent. That's right. Although the hidden soul stone can block our divine senses, as long as we imprison him, he won't be able to escape. Yes, immediately mobilize divine power and trap him here. Boom! Divine power emerged one after another. A huge barrier immediately appeared, covering all directions. In this way, even if he has a hidden soul stone, even if he has a spatial divine item, he won't be able to escape. A sea beast laughed sinisterly. Swish! Before he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared out of thin air inside the barrier. It was Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, and Hui Yi. There are more helpers? The beast tide looked at Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi. But immediately after, their eyes were full of disdain. They were merely 2 perfection stage war gods. They were even more insignificant than ants, let alone paramount gods like them. These guys are quite smart. Mu Tianyang glanced at the barrier and chuckled. Yes. Hui Yi nodded. Don't talk nonsense, let's show them some power. Otherwise, they will really think that we are fish on the chopping board that can be slaughtered by them. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang waved his hand, and with a clang, a blood blade appeared. The spirit of the Grey Castle appeared and looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Are you really going to do this? The 3 of them were silent. Why don't you listen to my advice? The spirit looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily. Shut up. But suddenly, a cold shout came from the blood blade. Obviously, it was Bloodblade's artifact spirit that spoke. The artifact spirit looked at Bloodblade. A dignified heaven-defying divine artifact is actually so cowardly. Don't you feel ashamed? Bloodblade shouted. You don't understand. The artifact spirit said. I really don't understand your weakness. I only know that those who stand in my way will die. Shui Ren roared, and suddenly, a bloody light shone out. The next moment, Blood-colored light blades surged out in all directions like an avalanche. Crack. The enchantment instantly shattered. The beast tide was in an uproar. How could he be so strong? Die, all of you. Blood Edge grinned maliciously. A blood-colored blade of light swept through the sky, rushing towards the beast tide. Roar. Following a series of painful roars, one sea beast after another died under the blood-red blades of light. In less than 3 breaths, the beast tide disappeared. Corpses fell into the sea one after another and were swallowed by the seawater. The sea within a radius of 100,000 miles was dyed blood-red. So powerful? Hua-Yi stared at Blood Edge, dumbfounded. Of course. A heaven-defying divine artifact like me is not just for show. Of course, except for some cowards. Blood Edge said proudly. Who are you calling a coward? The artifact spirit of the Grey Castle suddenly frowned. Who am I calling a coward? Blood Edge sneered. You. The artifact spirit's eyes widened in anger. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Shut up. Since you don't dare to make a move, then stay quietly in the Qi Sea." All right. You will regret it. The artifact spirit snorted coldly and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's Qi Sea. Mu Tianyang put away his blood blade and laughed, "Let's go." The 3 of them immediately flew towards the center of the island. But suddenly, Mu Tianyang stopped and looked up at the sky. A trace of suspicion gradually crept into his eyes. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Hua-Yi looked at him in confusion. Mu Tianyang shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that the sun in the sky is a little familiar." Ah. The 2 of them looked at each other. Who hasn't seen the sun before? It's normal to be familiar. Maybe it's an illusion. Let's go. Mu Tianyang shook his head and laughed. The 3 of them turned into a stream of light and shuttled through the sky above the island like lightning. As I said, he's not someone to be trifled with. In the valley. The masked woman returned to the stone bench and smiled while drinking tea. Looking at the young man again. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 on the screen, his face was quite ugly. So many sea beasts were actually killed in an instant. In this world, the most terrifying thing is not ignorance, but not being afraid of death. If it were someone else today, facing the sea beasts you summoned, they would definitely be scared away. But Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, they are 2 strange creatures. They are not interested in places that are not dangerous. The masked woman said. Is that so? The young man murmured. If you don't believe me, you can continue to try. Anyway, there are a lot of sea beasts with minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, perfection, and even perfection. The masked woman sneered. Don't provoke me. Since the sea beasts can't deal with them, I'll do it myself. The young man laughed. The masked woman suddenly stood up. What? You want to blame me for breaking my promise to you again? Please don't be mistaken. They are the ones who offended me again and again. The young man's expression suddenly turned cold. Then, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger at the scorching sun in the sky. Boom! The next moment, an invisible force gushed out from the tip of his finger. Like a waterfall, it flowed against the current and surged towards the blazing sun. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 who were flying above the island stopped and looked up at the sky above the center of the island. What is that? The 3 of them were surprised. What they sensed was that invisible force. The aura is so strong. Could this be the doing of the beast god? Hua-Yi said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and urged, let's go and take a look. Whoosh! The 3 of them rushed toward the center of the island. However, Mu Tianyang looked at the scorching sun in the sky from beginning to end. The suspicion in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Crack! Suddenly, a deafening sound exploded in the sky, as if something was broken. Following closely, A surprising scene appeared. The scorching sun in the sky began to rotate slowly. At the same time, a vast and ethereal aura spread out from the scorching sun. It felt as if a god sealed in the scorching sun was gradually awakening. Moreover, as the scorching sun rotated, the temperature above the island gradually rose. This aura, Mu Tianyang suddenly stopped in the air. The suspicion in his eyes turned into surprise. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other two noticed Mu Tianyang's abnormality and quickly stopped and looked at him in confusion. Why is it here? It shouldn't be, this must be an illusion, perhaps, it's just a similar aura, Mu Tianyang murmured. What exactly did you find? Qin Feiyang frowned. Illusion, it must be an illusion, Mu Tianyang shook his head. Crack. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another loud sound exploded in the sky. It was louder than the previous sound. After this loud noise, the vast aura surged out like a flood that had been opened. Qin Feiyang and the other two were immediately shrouded by the aura. And the temperature soared in an instant. The world seemed to have turned into a big furnace. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang and the other two were sweating profusely. In their hearts, there was a sense of contempt. They felt that this aura was like the power of heaven, inviolable. It's not an illusion. It's this aura, but why is it here? Mu Tianyang's body shook. He looked at the scorching sun in the sky again and muttered with disbelief in his eyes. What exactly did you find? Qin Feiyang's heart was blocked. He really wanted to kick Mu Tianyang. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Mu Tianyang withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said word by word, this aura is exactly the same as the heaven-defying artifact in your ancestor's hand. What? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became sluggish. The aura was exactly the same as the heaven-defying artifact of his ancestor? I didn't say before because the aura was very weak. I couldn't be sure. I also didn't dare to believe it. How could his heaven-defying artifact be here? But just now, the aura completely erupted. I can finally be sure. It can't be wrong. The scorching sun we saw was transformed from your ancestor's heaven-defying artifact. Mu Tianyang stared at the scorching sun in the sky and said in a deep voice. Transformed from my ancestor's heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and suddenly looked at the scorching sun. If Mu Tianyang's judgment was not wrong, then why would his ancestor's heaven-defying artifact be floating there? Wait a minute. Could it be that his ancestor was also on this island? He quickly scanned the island. But on the island, he didn't feel his ancestor's bloodline power. Stop looking. I also didn't sense your ancestor's aura. I think there are only two explanations. First, your ancestor is sealed and can't sense it. Second, the beast god of the sky dragon sea killed my ancestor and stole his heaven-defying artifact, Mu Tianyang said. Sealed, killed my ancestor. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. These two possibilities were not good news. Because, if these two possibilities were true, then his ancestor must have met with misfortune. No. I must find the beast god immediately. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was really as Mu Tianyang said, then this so-called beast god must die today. Although he had never seen his ancestor, he could walk all the way to today and have his current achievements. His ancestor's contribution could not be ignored. Towards his ancestor, he had always maintained a heart of respect and gratitude. Moreover, if his ancestor was unfortunately killed, then Lu Zhengyang, who was with his ancestor, would definitely be doomed. As the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Zhengyang was naturally his ancestor. He couldn't ignore it. Boom! But just as Qin Feiyang was about to continue rushing to the center of the island, accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the scorching sun suspended in the sky, actually spewed out a flame, carrying an aura of destruction, rolling toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. It was like a heavenly flame, melting the void. Qin Feiyang and the other two's clothes were also turned to ashes one after another. and the skin all over their body was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The intense pain of being burned made their faces couldn't help but distort. Chapter 2204. This is the ancestors' heaven-defying artifact. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Under the aura of this artifact, he felt as small as an ant. I know the power of this artifact very well. We must find the beast god as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, even the blood blade is no match for this artifact. In terms of level and power, these two heaven-defying artifacts are equal, but the beast god's cultivation is stronger than ours. The most important thing is, my blood blade is the same as your ancient castle and Changshui, a part of its power has been sealed. Mu Tianyang said. Sealed? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and frowned. That's not right, since it's sealed, why can it still activate the law of time? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes at him and said, can't your ancient castle and Changshui also activate the law of time? That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Changshui's law of time was space travel. The ancient castle's law of time was time stop. Mu Tianyang said, if there is no seal on a heaven-defying artifact like the blood blade, it is no exaggeration to say that it is enough to destroy a great world. So terrifying? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, what about the ancestors' heaven-defying artifact? It also has a seal. But looking at the aura it is emitting now, it seems that the seal has weakened a lot. In other words, even the blood blade may not be able to defeat it. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, artifact spirit, is this the reason why you stopped me from entering the island? It's only one aspect. The artifact spirit replied. If it's only one aspect, then what's the other aspect? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The artifact spirit did not answer and said, if you really believe me, listen to me and withdraw immediately. Withdraw? Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked at the scorching sun in the sky and said, my ancestors' heaven-defying divine weapons are all here. Do you think I will still withdraw? If you really care about me, then come out and help me. You're really stubborn. The artifact spirit said angrily. I don't care if I'm stubborn or stupid. Today, I must see the beast deity and ask him for an explanation. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and turned to look at Mu Tianyang. He said, the Grey Castle won't help. It's up to you now. Who? Mu Tianyang took a deep breath. Clang. The blood blade appeared again. I've never seen such a cowardly heaven-defying divine artifact. The blood blade's artifact spirit roared angrily. Clearly, it was talking about the Grey Castle. Following closely. The bloody blade trembled, and bloody light surged, turning into a sea of blood. It smashed towards the surging flames, and in an instant, they collided. Rumble. A world-destroying aura was suddenly born, and it surged out in all directions. But whether it was the bloody light or the flames, they did not dissipate. The two madly collided in the void, deadlocked. From the current situation, we should be able to hold on for a while. Let's go to the center of the island and find the beast deity. Mu Tianyang said. What about the blood blade? Qin Feiyang asked. When the time comes, it will come to us. Don't waste time, let's go. Mu Tianyang shouted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Whoosh. The three of them suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the island. Sure enough, they're a few troublesome little guys. However, if you want to get close to this place, it's not enough with just this method. In the valley. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two in the image, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Roar. Outside the sea. Roars could be heard all of a sudden. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. When they looked in the direction of the sound, their faces suddenly changed. Huge sea beasts roared and rushed out of the sea one after another. This is really going to be a big mess. Huiyi's face was pale. At a glance, there was no end to the sea. It was difficult to count how many sea beasts there were in the sky at this moment. Their terrifying power roared in all directions. There were beginner paragon gods. There were beginner paragon gods. There were even perfected paragon gods and perfected paragon gods. How shocking this was. One had to know that not long ago, just those beginner paragon god sea beasts had almost killed Qin Feiyang. And now, there were even perfected paragon god sea beasts. How were they going to fight them? There was no hope of winning at all. Huiyi swallowed and said with difficulty, not only did they revive the heaven-defying divine artifact, but they also summoned so many powerful sea beasts. Brother Qin, why don't we retreat first? If you want to retreat, then retreat. Qin Feiyang said. After all, the current situation had developed to a point where it was out of control. He couldn't force Huiyi and Mu Tianyang to continue taking risks with him. Qin Baishan's divine artifact is here. I won't retreat. Mu Tianyang said. Don't be stupid. Bloodblade is restrained by the divine artifact in the sky. Grey Castle doesn't plan to make a move at all. With the strength of the three of us, how can we fight those sea beasts? Brother Qin, even if you activate the slaughter zone now, it's too late. Huiyi said angrily. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000-foot-long sea elephant suddenly roared. Immediately, the sea beasts in the sky turned into a torrent and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and the others. And that sea elephant was a perfected paragon god sea beast. Huiyi urged, where there's life, there's hope. Don't hesitate anymore. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea elephant, then at the sea beasts, and finally fixed his gaze on the center of the island. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as the beast god was captured, the sea beasts would naturally not dare to act recklessly. But the beast god ruled over this area, so it was definitely stronger. How difficult would it be to capture it? Qin Feiyang hardened his heart and looked at Mu Tianyang and Huiyi. You two go to the castle first. I'll activate the slaughter zone. Previously, the tens of thousands of early-stage paragon god sea beasts had been killed by Bloodblade, their corpses sinking into the sea. As long as he could find these corpses and absorb their blood, it should be enough to solve his urgent problem. As long as he had enough strength, he could kill these sea beasts. Naturally, their blood would be inexhaustible. The power of the slaughter formula would naturally grow stronger and stronger. At that time, he wouldn't even need to fear a divine artifact, let alone a mere beast god. Will we make it in time? Mu Tianyang asked. It shouldn't be a problem. Qin Feiyang scanned the sea below. There was a lot of blood in the sea, and it could still be absorbed. All right then. Mu Tianyang nodded. Swish. At this time, the spirit appeared again, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, Do you really want to do this? Don't you want to think about it again? The ancestors' divine artifact is here, how do you want me to think about it? Do I still have the mood to think about this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. All right. This venerable will accompany you in your madness. The spirit took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and sighed. Really? Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Although you are very foolish, your persistence, as well as your feelings for Qin Batian, has moved this sovereign. What Bloodblade said actually makes sense. This venerable cannot lose face for a heaven-defying divine artifact. The spirit said. Hearing this, not only Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang and Huiyi were also overjoyed. With this guy's help, plus Bloodblade, there would definitely be no problem. Clang. The Grey Castle appeared, and the spirit rushed into the Grey Castle. Immediately, a monstrous demonic aura emerged. Let's go. Then the spirit roared and continued to rush toward the center of the island with Qin Feiyang and the other two. As for those sea beasts, they were killed by the Grey Castle before they could even get close. Their journey was unimpeded without any delay. Finally, the valley in the center of the island entered the line of sight of Qin Feiyang and the other two. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Looking at the peach blossoms everywhere and the fragrance of the valley, the three sneered. Look, there seems to be a courtyard there. Hua Yi suddenly pointed to the center of the valley and exclaimed. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked and saw a courtyard. And in the courtyard, there seemed to be two people standing there. The three were stunned. Wasn't this the nest of the beast god? How could there be humans here? Qin Feiyang said, Spirit, go to the center of the valley. The spirit responded and led the three straight to the center of the valley. It's a man and a woman. As they got closer, everything in the courtyard became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, his eyes firmly locked on the masked woman standing in the pavilion. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? How could the fire lotus be here? Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi were also surprised. Almost at the same time, the three rubbed their eyes hard and looked at the pavilion again. Qin Feiyang's face was suddenly full of surprise. They were not playing tricks on him. They were not playing tricks on him. The masked woman was the fire lotus. What's going on? Why is the fire lotus on this island? And who is the man next to her? Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at the gray castle and said, Shouldn't you give me an explanation? You've already seen them, what's there to explain? You'll naturally understand later. The spirit said. Swish. After a few breaths, the gray castle landed outside the courtyard with Qin Feiyang and the other two. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus quickly ran out of the pavilion and ran towards Qin Feiyang. But suddenly, the young man blocked in front of Fire Lotus and said with a frown, Don't forget our agreement. Fire Lotus's delicate body stiffened and stopped. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and then lowered her head, as if she did not dare to look directly at Qin Feiyang's eyes. Agreement? Originally, Qin Feiyang was also filled with joy. However, when he saw the young man stopping Huolian and saying those words, he started to frown. Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi also had a look of suspicion. Why did it seem like Fire Lotus was being threatened? Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, Hua Yi, you guys are quite capable. Even blocking like this couldn't stop you. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and laughed. Qin Feiyang and the other two were stunned. Listening to these words, the one secretly controlling the sea beasts was this person in front of them? Wait a minute. Wasn't only the beast god able to control these sea beasts? Hua Yi looked at the young man and said, Brother Qin, Brother Mu, be careful. This person's aura is stronger than our Nine Heavens Palace's great elder. Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi were startled and quickly looked at the young man carefully. They didn't know if they didn't look, but when they did, they were shocked. As Hua Yi said, this person's aura was stronger than their great elder. Chapter 2205. He was even stronger than the Grand Elder. What did that mean? In other words, the young man before him was at least on the same level as the Deputy Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace. Those sea beasts also surrounded the valley. Ferocious aura was overwhelming. The clash between Blood Blade and the divine weapon in the sky was still ongoing. The entire sky above the island was filled with a destructive aura. Suddenly, the young man looked at the gray castle and shook his head. You're very disobedient. I have no choice. I tried to stop them. As you can see, they insisted on coming. The weapon spirit said hoarsely. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the gray castle and frowned. You guys know each other? Fire Lotus is here. What do you think? The weapon spirit said. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here all of a sudden? Do you know how worried I was? Fire Lotus lowered her head and remained silent. Qin Feiyang said angrily, Raise your head and look at me. Fire Lotus's gaze trembled as she slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Answer me, what exactly happened? Also, what was the agreement you guys mentioned earlier on? Qin Feiyang asked. Nothing. Fire Lotus shook her head. Qin Feiyang said angrily, if it's nothing, why did you listen to him? Fire Lotus stammered. The young man raised his brows and looked at Qin Feiyang. Alright, don't force her. My heart will ache. Is it your turn to feel heartache? Who are you? Why did you leave Fire Lotus here? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. She left it here herself. I didn't force her. As for who I am, haven't you guys been looking for me? Why don't you know who I am now that we're standing face to face? The young man mocked. Looking for him? Qin Feiyang and the other two exchanged glances. Suddenly, the three of them shuddered and stared at the young man in shock. Boom! At the same time, the young man's body suddenly released a divine light. Following that, a behemoth appeared out of thin air. It was a divine dragon. His body was dozens of meters long, covered in fiery red dragon scales, and the two dragon horns on his head seemed to be made of magma, emitting a dazzling radiance. Fire Dragon. Qin Feiyang and the other two were in disbelief. It turned out that the heavenly dragon sea's beast god was actually a fire dragon. The fire dragon circled above the valley and looked down at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Its dragon's might surged as it shouted, "Why aren't you kneeling after seeing me?" Kneel? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Dragons, fire dragons, dragon. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Hualong looked down at the three of them and said arrogantly. Dragon, the three Li, still not convinced? The fire dragon was overbearing. Qin Feiyang said with a cold smile, since you're so high and mighty, then why did you still come to the heavenly dragon sea? The fire dragon said, I am under the orders of the revered dragon to guard the North Sea, so as to prevent you lowly ants from sneaking into the divine prefecture. What? Are you the one sent by the dragons to guard the entrance to China? Qin Feiyang exclaimed. Yes. The fire dragon nodded. I see. Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. He looked at the gray castle and said, the other aspect you're talking about is its identity, right? That's right. Dragons, not to mention you, even I don't dare to offend them. The artifact spirit sighed. Then why didn't you tell me? There's nothing to hide about this kind of thing. Qin Feiyang frowned. After a moment of silence, the artifact spirit said, it's because of the Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the Fire Lotus suspiciously. Hey. I told you to kneel and kowtow. Didn't you hear me? When the fire dragon saw that Qin Feiyang actually ignored it, it was very displeased. Kneel and kowtow? Just you? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang raised their heads at the same time and looked at the fire dragon. You've got guts. Since I took charge of the North Sea, no one has dared to be so presumptuous. The fire dragon was furious. Dragon might rolled out and oppressed Qin Feiyang and the other two. Wait. I didn't contradict you. Why do you count me in? Hua Yi hurriedly said. Because you didn't kneel and kowtow either. The fire dragon said. Hua Yi was stunned and suddenly grinned. Are you worthy? Bastard. The fire dragon was immediately furious. Dragon might covered the sky and earth. As soon as the dragon might descended, Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang couldn't help but turn pale. Their legs also trembled violently. They felt as if there were several mountains on top of their heads. One must know. They had opened the door of potential. And not just 1 or 2 levels. But even so, it was still unable to withstand the dragon's might. One could well imagine how strong the fire dragon was. However, Hua Yi on the side didn't move at all. There was still a playful smile on his face. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. The fire dragon was proud, but when he saw Hui Yi, his eyes suddenly widened. What's a mere dragon might? Hui Yi grinned. With a wave of his hand, the dragon might that enveloped Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang seemed to disappear. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang felt their bodies lighten. They immediately turned around and looked at Hui Yi in shock. This dragon might, even they who had opened the door of potential couldn't withstand it, but Hui Yi actually looked so relaxed. What was even more excessive was that he even blocked this dragon might for them. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Wait. Could it be the Palace Master Token? He remembered that back in the Great Council Hall, with the Palace Master Token in hand, the second elder couldn't hurt Hui Yi at all. Hui Yi looked at the fire dragon and smiled. If I say you're not worthy, then you're not worthy. Do you have any objections? Boom. The fire dragon was irritable. He felt that his self-esteem had been trampled. The dragon might suddenly rose and slapped towards the three of them. Clang. It was also at this moment. The grey castle flashed and appeared above Qin Feiyang and the other two, blocking the dragon's tail. How dare you! The fire dragon shouted angrily. I'm sorry, Qin Feiyang is this lord's master. Master is in trouble, how can this lord sit idly by? The artifact spirit laughed hoarsely. The fire dragon shouted, this lord knows that you are very strong, but aren't you afraid of my dragon's revenge? I am. Of course I am. In the entire ancient realm, who isn't afraid of you dragons? The artifact spirit said. Then you still dare to disobey this lord? Get out of my way immediately. The fire dragon shouted. Although I'm afraid, there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked this lord to have such a fearless master? The artifact spirit chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The fire dragon's gaze darkened as he glanced at the three of them and the grey castle. Suddenly, as rays of divine light appeared, it transformed into a human body and landed beside the fire lotus. Qin Feiyang also looked at the fire lotus and smiled. I'm here, don't be afraid, come over quickly. The fire lotus looked at Qin Feiyang, and after a long time, sighed, you guys can leave. Leave? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, what about you? The fire lotus said, I've already decided to stay here to accompany him. I won't allow it. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi shouted almost at the same time. Mu Tianyang looked at Hui Yi suspiciously. Why was this guy so anxious? But Hui Yi turned a blind eye to Mu Tianyang's gaze and looked at the fire lotus. If it's because he threatened you, you don't have to worry at all, because we're here. Don't ask, just leave. Huolian turned around and said without looking back. There was a trace of indifference in her tone, but there were tears in her eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. The young man glanced at the fire lotus, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, his eyes flickering. The fire lotus realized that something was wrong. She looked at the young man and said, don't forget our agreement, let them go. The young man smiled and said, if you care so much about them, I'll be jealous. The fire lotus raised her eyebrows. Okay. For your sake, I won't bother with them. The young man finished speaking and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, saying, originally, you guys trespassed here and killed so many of my pets, so only death awaits you. But there's no other way. Who told me to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Since she's spoken, you guys can leave. The artifact spirit looked at the three and said, why don't you leave? I'm not leaving. Hui Yi shook his head. Mu Tianyang looked at Hui Yi suspiciously. Why was it that the more he looked at him, the stranger he became? It seemed that he cared more about the fire lotus than Qin Feiyang. Hui Yi's answer made the young man's face sink. He said, don't be so shameless. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Mu Tianyang chuckled and looked at the young man. If you want to leave, that's fine. But there are some things that you have to make clear first. What is it? The young man was suspicious. Mu Tianyang pointed to the scorching sun in the sky and said, why is it in your hands? If I remember correctly, it should be Qin Baishan's artifact. The young man heard this and his eyes suddenly became playful. He said, since you care so much about that artifact, it seems that your relationship with Qin Badian is not shallow. You can say that. Mu Tianyang nodded. What about you? As a descendant of Qin Badian, don't you want to know? The young man looked at Qin Feiyang again. When he saw the purple gold dragon blood, he had already suspected the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Qin Badian. Later on, when Mu Tianyang saw the blazing sun coming back to life, he also revealed Qin Feiyang's identity. The young man had been watching them in the valley, so he knew that Qin Feiyang was a descendant of Qin Badian. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "This is one of the reasons why I came to find you. Do you really want to know? I'm afraid that you can't take the blow." The young man joked. Qin Feiyang said provocatively, "Then why don't you tell me?" "Okay. Then I'll tell you. I snatched this divine weapon from Qin Baishan's hands. As for Qin Badian, he has already died. And there's also a person called Lu Xingyang." The young man said. "What?" Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Mu Tianyang was also stunned. Is he really dead? After coming back to his senses, Mu Tianyang looked at the young man and asked, "How did he die?" "Do you still need to ask? I was the one who snatched his divine artifact, so naturally, I killed him." The young man laughed. "You killed him?" Mu Tianyang frowned, disbelief written all over his face. "What? You don't believe me?" The young man said. "Don't say that I look down on you. I know them too well. You may not be able to kill Qin Badian, let alone Lu Xingyang." Mu Tianyang sneered. Chapter 2206. You dare to question my strength? The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Mu Tianyang frowned, looked at the young man in white and said, "Unless you can take out strong evidence." "Huh." The young man was stunned, then raised his head and laughed, saying, "You actually asked me for evidence for this kind of thing? Are you joking?" Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had indeed said something very stupid. Moreover, isn't that divine artifact the best proof? The young man laughed until he was convulsing. "Have you laughed enough?" But suddenly, a cold and bone-chilling voice sounded. The temperature in the valley plummeted, as if it was winter. The person who spoke was Qin Feiyang. His ancestor was actually killed? This was absolutely unforgivable. Clang! A blood-colored long sword appeared. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood sword and slashed at the young man. The young man glanced at the blood-colored long sword, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, full of disdain. Following closely, he actually did not dodge, raised his arm, and gently touched the tip of the sword with his index finger. Clang! Immediately, the sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The moment the tip of the blood-colored long sword met with his fingertip, it was actually blocked. This, Mu Tianyang's pupils shrank. He was actually able to block the blood sword formed by the kill character formula with just one finger? Mu Tianyang's pupils shrank. More importantly, the young man's fingertip did not have the slightest wound after clashing head-on with the blood sword. Just how strong was this person? This move of yours is indeed very powerful. But in front of me, it's useless. The young man looked at Qin Feiyang with a disdainful smile, and flicked his index finger slightly. Crack! The blood-colored long sword suddenly began to shatter from the tip. In the blink of an eye, the blood sword in Qin Feiyang's hand shattered into pieces. And at the same time, a huge force surged. Qin Feiyang was shaken back on the spot. With a puff, purple gold dragon blood spurted out, and his face turned pale. Did you see that? Your strongest technique is so weak in front of me. What else do you have to fight me? The young man crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing his disdain to the fullest. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The person in front of him was like an unreachable mountain. Just by looking at him, a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. This was an opponent that he could not defeat. The young man glanced at the three of them and the gray castle. He shouted impatiently, "I've already given you a lot of face. Scram now, or else this will be your burial ground." So arrogant? Hua Yi raised his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang. He looked at the young man and said with a smile, "I'll take you on." "You?" The disdain on the young man's face deepened. "Yes, that's me." Hua Yi nodded. "All right. I'll fulfill your wish." Killing intent surged in the young man's eyes. Seeing this, Fire Lotus's face changed and shouted, "Hua Yi, take Qin Dage and leave immediately. You're already here, why should I leave?" "If you want to leave, we'll leave together," Hua Yi said. "This is an order," Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. Hua Yi frowned. Fire Lotus sighed and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. After 5 years, I'll be able to leave and find you." 5 years? Hua Yi was suspicious. "This is the agreement between him and me. Since I've already agreed, I'll do it," Fire Lotus said. "What kind of agreement is it?" Hua Yi said angrily. Mu Tianyang also looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Qin Feiyang had also calmed down. This young man in front of him was definitely not a match for him. He had to find out why Fire Lotus stayed here. "Why are you asking so many questions? If I tell you to leave, then leave," Fire Lotus shouted. Hua Yi said, "If we don't figure out this matter, I believe that no one will leave here." Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang again. Mu Tianyang said lightly, "I'm most concerned about Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang." Qin Feiyang did not speak, but his eyes said everything. "Let me say it." Suddenly, the artifact spirit spoke. Hua Yi looked at the gray castle and urged, "Say it quickly." 5 years ago, after Qin Feiyang went into seclusion to cultivate, I accompanied Fire Lotus and entered the Sky Dragon Sea. As for the reason for entering the Sky Dragon Sea, it was to clear all obstacles for Qin Feiyang. The artifact spirit said. "Clear all obstacles for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. Fire Lotus knows that you want to enter Divine Land. But on the way to Divine Land, there are many dangers. She doesn't want you to have an accident, so she entered the Sky Dragon Sea to get rid of these hidden dangers. For example, killing the beast emperors of various regions. This way, it can have a deterrent effect. When you enter the Sky Dragon Sea, the sea beasts of the Sky Dragon Sea will not dare to attack you," the artifact spirit said. This, Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. It turned out that all of this was because of Fire Lotus. Wait. Does Fire Lotus have this strength? Mu Tianyang was surprised. The artifact spirit said, "We'll talk about this later. First, tell me the reason why Fire Lotus stayed here." "Okay. Go ahead," Mu Tianyang said. The journey was very smooth. The beast emperors of various regions were almost all killed by us. In the end, we successfully came to this island. At first, we thought that this island was also the territory of a beast emperor, but when we found this place, we found that there was actually a human. Which is the person you see now. But at first, we didn't know that he was the beast god of the Sky Dragon Sea, and we didn't know that he was sent by the dragons to guard the entrance to Divine Land. Later, there was no doubt that we had a conflict. At first, Fire Lotus and I both thought that we could easily get rid of him. However, we didn't expect that he was not only powerful, but also had a heaven-defying artifact. In the end, when he revealed his true body and revealed his identity, we immediately realized that we had provoked an existence that we shouldn't have. The power of the dragons is not something you can imagine. Even this sovereign does not dare to openly oppose them. So, Fire Lotus and I were ready to run for our lives. But at that moment, he made a condition. The condition was that Fire Lotus stay here and accompany him for 5 years, and he would not pursue the matter of us killing the beast emperors of various regions. And he would not stop us from entering divine land. Due to the power of the dragons and Qin Fei Yang's yearning for divine land, Fire Lotus hesitated for a moment and agreed. The artifact spirit said, "Is that so?" Qin Fei Yang looked up at Fire Lotus and asked. "Yes." Fire Lotus sighed and nodded in response. "So it's all for me," Qin Fei Yang murmured. For 5 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion without any worries, but Fire Lotus had been running around for him. She even sacrificed her freedom in order to let him enter divine land. What kind of man was he to let a woman do so much for him? Qin Dage. "You don't have to blame yourself, I did it willingly. Besides, I'm very happy to be able to do something for you." Fire Lotus hurriedly said. "Willingly, happy, I, Qin Fei Yang, am not worthy." Qin Fei Yang roared angrily to the sky. "Qin Dage, don't be like this." Fire Lotus looked anxious. Qin Fei Yang lowered his head and looked at Fire Lotus. He shook his head and said, "You're really a silly girl. Back then, we just met by chance. Is it worth it for you to do this for me? Although we just met by chance, but you've always been good to me, taking care of me, and protecting me, just like a brother to his sister. This kind of satisfaction and happiness is something I've never felt before, so I'm willing to do anything for you. And in my heart, I've long regarded you as my biological brother." Fire Lotus said with a smile. "Biological brother, satisfaction, happiness," Hui murmured. "I don't deserve it. Because I can't even protect you, and you even have to protect me. I don't even deserve to be called a man." Qin Fei Yang murmured, his face full of self-mockery. "It's not like that." Fire Lotus hurriedly shook her head, burning with anxiety. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand, looked at the young man and said, "Fire Lotus, I must take her away today." "Is that so?" The young man smiled coldly. Hui sighed deeply, turned to look at Qin Fei Yang, and said, "Let's go." "Go?" Qin Fei Yang immediately glared at him. Hui sighed, "I know you're blaming yourself and angry now, but please don't let down Fire Lotus's painstaking efforts." "Yes, Qin Dage. Dragons, you can't afford to offend them. Since there's a way to have the best of both worlds, why can't we settle this peacefully? This is good for you, for everyone." Fire Lotus said. "Qin Fei Yang, Fire Lotus has a point. Moreover, she's not in any danger here, she's only here for 5 years. After 5 years, she'll naturally come to us." The artifact spirit also persuaded. "Dragons, I can't afford to offend them. But I, Qin Fei Yang, am not afraid of them." Qin Fei Yang stared at the young man, and as his voice fell, his long hair and eyes quickly turned blood red. And at the same time, a shocking murderous aura spread out from his body. This is, Fire Lotus's pupils shrank. After being with Qin Fei Yang for so long, she naturally knew Qin Fei Yang's methods. This was clearly the precursor to opening the slaughter domain. Mu Tianyang chuckled. In fact, Fire Lotus, Hui, and Grey Castle still didn't understand Qin Fei Yang. Dragons have reverse scales, those who touch them will die. Qin Fei Yang's reverse scale was his family and friends. Whoever dared to hurt his family and friends, no matter how terrifying the opponent was, he would make them pay the price at all costs. This was Qin Fei Yang's personality. Even without Fire Lotus, with the news of Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang's death, Qin Fei Yang wouldn't let it go. In other words, today's battle was already destined when Qin Baishan's divine artifact appeared. Chapter 2207. Fire Lotus urged, "Hui, quickly take him away." Hui nodded, grabbed Qin Fei Yang, and said, "Quickly follow me." Qin Fei Yang remained indifferent. His eyes and long hair were dyed with blood, and his eyes emitted a scarlet light. The murderous aura around his body also became more and more terrifying. "Let's go." Hui pulled hard. All of a sudden, Qin Fei Yang pushed Hui away with a palm, looked at the gray castle, and shouted, "I need blood, a lot of blood." Sigh. The artifact spirit sighed. It seemed that he still couldn't avoid it. Let this venerable kill him. The reason why I lost to him back then was because of that divine artifact in the sky. And now, that divine artifact is being held back by the blood blade. This venerable one has the ability to kill him. The artifact spirit said. I want to kill him with my own hands. Qin Feiyang said. Kill him with your own hands, the artifact spirit muttered, and shouted, all right, I'll fulfill your wish. Boom. In an instant. The gray castle emitted a terrifying death force. In the next moment, a huge barrier appeared. It was the death domain. The death domain enveloped half of the island, and the sea beasts surrounding the valley were also inside the death domain. Since you're not afraid of death, then make as much trouble as you want. The artifact spirit roared. The power of death that filled the sky suddenly turned into gray arrows, densely packed and crazily attacking those sea beasts. Roar. However, in an instant, accompanied by a series of wails, all the sea beasts fell from the sky. There was a huge bloody hole in between their eyebrows. The blood was like a torrential rain, dyeing the void and earth red. It's better for me to hide further away. Mu Tianyang looked at the corpses in the void, smiled faintly, and with a flash, appeared at the edge of the death domain. He could no longer intervene in the current battle. Of course. It couldn't be said that he was a burden. On the contrary. His contribution was the greatest. This was because he had ordered the blood blade to delay the divine equipment in the sky. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse for Qin Feiyang. Hua Yi was still standing beside Qin Feiyang, glaring angrily at Qin Feiyang. Why didn't he listen to my advice? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang helplessly and sighed. However, a warm current flowed in his heart. She knew that Qin Feiyang was doing this for the sake of Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, as well as for her. Crack. The young man's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the sea beasts falling from the sky. His hands were tightly clenched together. Boom. Suddenly, a monstrous dragon aura rushed out of his body. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying this, the young man's body shook, and a mass of flames surged out of his body. Then, he pounced on Qin Feiyang. This was not an ordinary flame. It was formed from the power of his dragon god. Coupled with his powerful cultivation, this flame was enough to instantly kill Qin Feiyang. Not even his bones would be left. But for this, Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it. In his eyes, there were only the corpses of the falling sea beasts. Not enough. This blood is far from enough. He muttered to himself. In fact, he was talking to the artifact spirit. Don't worry. I'll let you get an endless supply of blood. The artifact spirit said. Since he had already made his move, he naturally had to go all out. Boom. A wave of death energy emerged like a tide, forming a barrier that instantly enveloped Qin Feiyang. Following closely, the flames formed from the power of the dragon god fiercely smashed onto the barrier. The barrier shook, but it did not break. At the same time, Hua Yi also took out the palace master token and rushed to the side of Fire Lotus. Then, a fiery red barrier appeared, blocking the fluctuations of the collision between the flames and the power of death. Hua Yi sighed, it seems that we can't stop him anymore. Although I have repeatedly warned the artifact spirit that Qin Feiyang must not be allowed to step onto this island, I still yearn for it in my heart. Fire Lotus sent a sound transmission with a trace of a smile in her eyes. Yearn? Hua Yi was stunned. Yes. I yearn to see him. I want to see him even more. In order to save me, I want to see him kill this fire dragon at all costs. Fire Lotus laughed. Ugh. Hua Yi was startled, and said speechlessly, this is the mentality of a young girl, you just want to see a peerless hero come riding on a rainbow cloud to save you from the sea of bitterness. The mentality of a young girl, Fire Lotus muttered and laughed. Perhaps this is my reliance on him. It seems that you really want to let him go. Hua-yi frowned. After being with him for so long, don't you understand his personality? As long as he has decided on something, no one can make him change it. Besides, I have no right to control him. Fire Lotus said. Of course he is not afraid. After all, he is a commander without an army. But we are not the same. The consequences and price of offending the dragons are not something we can afford. Hua-yi sighed. Fire Lotus pondered for a while and sent a sound transmission. If Qin Dage really kills this fire dragon, there won't be too much trouble. What do you mean? Hua-yi was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, as long as we don't give this fire dragon a chance to escape, the dragons won't know that we are also involved. Naturally, Nine Heaven Palace won't be implicated. Hua-yi was startled and hurriedly said, from what you said, the dragons don't know you are here? Fire Lotus nodded. Hua-yi let out a sigh of relief and smiled, then there is no problem. Let him do as he pleases. This conversation between the two of them was carried out in the dark, so no one heard it. Seeing the Grey Castle repeatedly interfering, the young man was completely enraged and roared, are you really not afraid of my dragon's revenge? We'll talk about it when the time comes. The Grey Castle said. In the death domain, grey vortexes immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang had seen these vortexes before. Last time in the land of the far west, the weapon spirit used these vortexes to summon puppets. But last time, there were not many vortexes. But this time, in the entire death domain, there were tens of thousands of vortexes. Come out for this sovereign. The weapon spirit shouted. Immediately, batch after batch of puppets crazily rushed out from the vortexes. There were war god level puppets. There were monarch god level puppets. And there were even supreme god level puppets. They were densely packed and innumerable. And under the control of the weapon spirit, the moment these puppets appeared, their bodies automatically split apart. The blood was like a waterfall, pouring down from the void. Self-destructing puppets? What is this? The young man looked at this scene in surprise and bewilderment. And Qin Feiyang, from the beginning to the end, did not show any signs of making a move. Didn't he threaten to kill him? Why didn't he make a move? Answer me a question. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the young man. What? The young man was suspicious. You know that I have the purple gold dragon blood, you know that I am the descendant of Qin Batian, but you still let me go. Aren't you afraid that the dragon sovereign will blame you? Qin Feiyang said. The young man's eyes flashed, and he said telepathically, do you really think this sovereign will let you enter the divine land smoothly? Telepathically? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in a deep voice, what do you mean? It's very simple. That's just to appease Fire Lotus. When you enter the divine land, this sovereign will inform the dragons as soon as possible. At that time, even if you have a heaven-defying artifact in hand, you will only have a dead end. The young man sneered. So that's how it is. You're really ruthless. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly together. Fortunately, he did not listen to the artifact spirit and Hua-yi and leave this island, otherwise, Fire Lotus's efforts would have been in vain. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, then you shouldn't have left Fire Lotus here with good intentions. The young man glanced at Fire Lotus standing next to Hua-yi, and a hint of gloominess flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said to Qin Feiyang, you're really smart. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and he secretly said, what is your purpose? These words could not be heard by Fire Lotus. Because if Fire Lotus heard it, she would definitely be very sad and angry. The young man secretly said, there are some things that you won't understand even if I tell you. Qin Feiyang said, if you don't tell me, how do you know if I can understand? The young man's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he said, you don't even know her identity, what can you understand? Identity? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, and said in surprise, you know Fire Lotus's identity? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think this king kept her alive? The young man secretly sneered. What is Fire Lotus's identity? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. You want to know? This king won't tell you. Even if I die, I'll make you a confused ghost. However, this king can tell you in advance what will happen to Fire Lotus. First, this king will slowly toy with her. After all, she's quite beautiful, and this king has always been interested in human women. Then, when this king is tired of playing with her, this king will send her to the divine land and hand her over to Long Zun. Because of her identity, handing her over to Long Zun will be a great merit. As for Long Zun, then her fate will be even more miserable. Her cultivation may be crippled, and she may be imprisoned forever. Or she may be cut into pieces and fed to the young dragons. In short, when you go to hell, you won't be lonely. She will come to accompany you sooner or later. The young man laughed and transmitted his voice. You deserve to die. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. Although he had guessed that the fire dragon didn't have good intentions for leaving Fire Lotus on the island, he didn't expect it to be so vicious. It seemed that his choice was indeed correct. If he had listened to the artifact spirit and Huai, not only would he have harmed Fire Lotus, but he would also have harmed himself. Wait a minute. Handing her over to Long Zun was a great merit? If that was the case, then Fire Lotus's identity wasn't ordinary? P.S. Today's 2 chapters. These days, Old Meng has been revising the draft. Because there are some violations in what he wrote in the past, he has to revise everything. If he doesn't revise, he will have to ban the book. This includes Old Meng. He's really tired. Chapter 2208. The puppets in the whirlpool continued to appear. Inside the death domain, a rain of blood poured down, like an azure purgatory. The pungent smell of blood enveloped every corner. This scene was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Because the entire valley, including the mountains and plains outside the valley, had become a sea of blood. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. Fire Lotus's background, let's talk about it later. Now, let this person pay a price. Boom! In the distant sky. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked, and hurriedly looked up, only to see that Blood Blade was actually sent flying by the flames released by the divine artifact in the sky. As expected, we can't beat it. Mu Tianyang muttered, and sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang, the situation is not good, hurry up. Before his voice faded, the blazing sun in the sky once again spewed out flames, crazily pouncing towards Blood Blade. Humph! Blood Blade coldly snorted. An invisible force emerged. Immediately, the flames began to retreat like a tide, returning to the blazing sun. This was its power of law. Time reversal. This kind of power of law could make everything in the world return to its origin. Boom! But in the next moment, that blazing sun also released a monstrous aura. Following closely, golden flames burst out from the ground. That's right. That was a golden flame, like the golden crow divine fire. The temperature of this world instantly soared to an unprecedented height. The void, the earth, the sea, and even the death domain were melting. The power of fire. Mu Tianyang's eyes darkened. The power of fire? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is the power of law of that divine artifact. It can melt anything in the world. Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Back then, he had heard people say that there were many powers of law in the world. For example, time, space, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. Each kind of power of law possessed tremendous power. But he had also heard that when these powers of law met, they would melt each other. In other words, when the power of laws collided with the power of laws, it would immediately disappear. He raised his head and looked at the blazing sun and bloody blade. Sure enough, the moment the two powers of laws met, they both disappeared. Mu Tianyang said, although the power of law has melted, the seal on your ancestors' divine weapon has clearly loosened. Blood Blade is not its match. We have to hurry. Boom! The scorching sun in the sky once again spewed out flames that surged towards Blood Blade like a flood. Clang! The Blood Blade trembled in the void, radiating boundless bloody light. It did not show any signs of fear. Waves of blood flooded the sky, carrying with them a destructive aura as they blasted forward. With a loud bang, the blood wave was annihilated. The flames rained down and engulfed the Blood Blade. Come and help. This was the voice of the bloodshed artifact spirit. Obviously, just as Mu Tianyang had said, it was about to collapse. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the gray castle, saying in a deep voice, "Artifact spirit, go and help." "Is this enough blood?" asked the artifact spirit. "Almost." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although it had only been a short while, the blood here was more than the last time in the far west. After all, there were too few whirlpools last time. This time, there were tens of thousands of whirlpools. With tens of thousands of whirlpools, even if the puppets appeared one by one, tens of thousands could appear at once, not to mention that the puppets had appeared in large batches from the beginning. Moreover, before summoning the puppets, they had killed all the sea beasts. These sea beasts were at least at the initial stage of the immortal realm. As for the number, compared to the first beast tide, there was only more. Therefore, the blood accumulated here was completely enough. All right then. The Grey Castle responded and flew out of the Death Domain toward Blood Blade. The whirlpools in the Death Domain also disappeared. It's time to make a break. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man, killing intent bursting out of his eyes, and then he soared into the sky. The young man laughed and didn't take him seriously at all. Because in his opinion, the Grey Castle and Blood Blade were the biggest threats. As for Qin Feiyang, Mu Tianyang, Huai, no matter what methods they had, the gap in cultivation could never be made up for. Moreover, he had personally experienced Qin Feiyang's strongest method, and it didn't pose a threat to him at all. When I was very young, there was an old man who often told me that no matter if the opponent was strong or weak, I had to go all out. Today, I will also give you this sentence. Don't underestimate anyone. Qin Feiyang roared. Accompanied by a loud clang, the blood-colored long sword appeared. You're still using this move? The young man was slightly stunned and sneered, facing the enemy. It's right to go all out, but it also depends on whether the opponent has the ability to make you go all out. Your arrogance will get you killed. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and shouted word by word, Death Domain, open. As soon as his voice fell, a blood-colored enchantment suddenly appeared. The blood on the ground below, like a tide, rushed towards the enchantment. In an instant, Qin Feiyang was drowned in blood. The blood-colored long sword in his hand, like a dry desert, crazily absorbed the blood. The sharpness and aura also immediately soared. In less than 3 breaths, the sharpness of the blood sword had reached the level of a supreme god. It was still soaring. It was simply unstoppable. Seeing the blood-colored long sword's aura becoming more and more terrifying, the young man's expression finally began to change. What was going on? The divine art evolved by a half-step divine lord had soared to such a terrifying level? This completely broke his understanding of divine arts. The power of divine arts was determined by the level. Low-grade divine arts had the power of low-grade divine arts. Perfect divine arts had the power of perfect divine arts. Legendary grade divine arts also had the power of legendary divine arts. Every level of deity incantation had an upper limit. But now, the power of this divine art would continue to increase as it absorbed blood? Was this really a divine art? Clang! The blood-colored long sword buzzed and trembled like a happy child. As for the aura, it had already reached the level of a perfected supreme god. But it was still soaring. The young man's face suddenly became gloomy. If this person was allowed to develop like this, it was hard to imagine how far he would develop. Boom! All of a sudden, a surge of divine dragon power emerged, charging towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. Clang! A blood-colored sword light swept out from the killing zone. The two met in an instant. The blood-colored sword light was immediately shattered, and Qin Feiyang was also sent flying, spewing out purple-gold dragon blood. Not enough. Qin Feiyang murmured, stabilized his body, and continued to absorb blood crazily. But the young man obviously didn't want to give him any more time to stack. The divine dragon power roared in the sky, and the destructive aura was earth-shattering. Shwa! Qin Feiyang used the Xing character formula and quickly dodged. However, the divine dragon power seemed to have locked onto him. No matter where he hid, it would follow. And its speed was even faster than Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to be drowned by the divine dragon power, two fiery red figures appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Looking at the two figures, he said angrily, "What are you doing?" That's right. The ones who suddenly appeared in front of him were none other than Hua Yi and Fire Lotus. Don't worry. With the Palace Master token, I can withstand a few waves of his attacks. Hua Yi smiled confidently. He grabbed the Palace Master token and poured his divine power into it. Boom! A magnificent aura burst out from the Palace Leader badge like a volcano. This aura was not weaker than the young man's. Immediately after, a flame divine power emerged and blasted towards the divine dragon power. With a loud bang, the divine power of fire blocked the power of the divine dragon. Seeing this, the young man's eyes suddenly burst out with cold light. He stared at Fire Lotus and shouted, "Do you really want to go against me?" "I don't want to. But there's no other way. Who told me to have such a fearless big brother?" Fire Lotus laughed. "Good. Very good. I'll fulfill your wish." The young man was furious. Accompanied by a loud clang, a crimson scythe appeared out of thin air. The scythe was 3 meters long, as if made of magma, emitting a monstrous divine power. Not good. A legendary divine artifact. Hua Yi's face suddenly changed. Fire Lotus said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect him to have a legendary divine artifact. There are still many things you can't imagine." The young man laughed and grabbed the giant scythe. Like a death god from hell, he charged towards the two. Fire Lotus's eyes darkened and said, "Step back. It's your turn to step back." Hua Yi frowned. "You," Fire Lotus looked at Hua Yi angrily. "Both of you, step back." But just as the two were arguing, Qin Feiyang's angry roar sounded behind them. Boom! At the same time, the power of the blood sword once again rose to a new height. Fire Lotus and Hua Yi turned their heads and saw Qin Feiyang take a step forward, directly blocking in front of them and slashing with the blood sword. Clang! A 10,000 zhang long sword chi tore through the sky and charged towards the young man. Humph! The young man's face was still full of disdain. The giant scythe in his hand waved, revealing its sharpness and instantly shattering the sword chi. Puff! Qin Feiyang also spat out a mouthful of blood, smashing towards Fire Lotus and Hua Yi. The two of them immediately followed Qin Feiyang and flew out. Their faces were pale. So strong? Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. He's an existence surpassing the god realm, and he also has a legendary divine artifact. Don't you think he's strong? Hua Yi stared at him in annoyance. "It seems that it's not enough, we have to continue absorbing." Qin Feiyang muttered. Only half of the blood on the ground had been absorbed. The power of the blood sword had not reached the level of the previous slaughter field. In other words, the lethality of the blood sword could still be increased. A group of ants dare to clamor with deceit? You're overestimating yourselves. The young man's expression was full of disdain. His body was surrounded by flames, as if a fire god had appeared. Qin Feiyang stared at the young man, and without turning his head, he shouted at Fire Lotus and Huai, "Go to Mu Tianyang's side and stay there." But Fire Lotus looked anxiously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Do you think that you haven't caused enough trouble for me?" Fire Lotus's body stiffened, and she nodded, "All right, be careful." After speaking, she called Huai, turned around, and flew towards Mu Tianyang's side. Chapter 2209. Smelly bitch, after angering me, you still want to run? The young man laughed angrily as he swept past Qin Feiyang like lightning, heading towards Fire Lotus. The giant scythe in his hand was burning with flames, exuding an apocalyptic aura. Show some respect. Qin Feiyang was also furious. He actually dared to humiliate Fire Lotus in front of his face? This was unbearable. He suddenly turned around and slashed out with his blood-colored sword. Thousands of sword chi turned into a blood-colored river, shattering the void for thousands of miles as it headed towards the young man. Get lost. The young man swung his giant scythe without turning his head. The blood-colored river formed by the sword chi was completely annihilated. Qin Feiyang's body trembled violently as purple-gold dragon blood spurted out uncontrollably. However, he did not retreat half a step. He once again waved his sword and slashed out. You're really fucking annoying. You want to die so badly? All right. I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that bitch. The young man frowned. He turned around and raised his giant scythe. He smashed it towards Qin Feiyang in an unstoppable manner. The blood sword chi was unable to block the giant scythe's aura. The gap was too big. Qin Feiyang was also in a sorry state. However, this gap was rapidly shrinking. As it continued to absorb blood, the power of the blood sword became more and more terrifying. The disadvantage from the beginning to the end gradually began to reverse. In the distant sky. After Grey Castle joined the battle, the scorching sun in the sky was also suppressed. However, it would be difficult for Grey Castle and Blood Blade to destroy the opponent. Of course, Qin Feiyang would not allow them to destroy the scorching sun. After all, that was his ancestor's artifact. On the other side, Huai and Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang with worry. However, Mu Tianyang's gaze was always on the two of them. He did not know why, but he always felt that there was a secret between the two of them. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the power of the blood sword had increased by another level. Clang! The collision with the giant sickle was no longer a one-sided situation. Still getting stronger? The young man's heart was filled with disbelief. Divine arts? Divine artifact? He even had an illusion. This was not a blood sword transformed from a divine art. It was a heaven-defying divine weapon that had been sealed. At this very moment, the seal was slowly being lifted, and the artifact spirit was gradually awakening. Blood, suddenly. He looked at the blood surging in the slaughter domain. The blood sword's change was all because it had absorbed the blood. Did that mean that the blood sword would stop growing as long as the blood disappeared? With this thought in mind, the power of the divine dragon surged and turned into endless flames that surged toward the ground below. Qin Feiyang was shocked and instantly saw through the young man's purpose. This blood was what he relied on to become stronger. He couldn't lose it just like that. He swooped down and landed on the peak of a mountain. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew and a huge blood-red vortex appeared around him. For a moment, the blood on the ground surged towards him like a tide, gathering within the slaughter domain. Disappear for this seat. The young man roared, and endless flames crashed down. One must know. He was an existence that surpassed the god realm. It was not difficult to imagine how terrifying the flames formed by the power of the divine dragon were. The blood on the ground evaporated in an instant. Even the mountains and the earth were melted. At this moment, the earth in the death domain had turned into magma. Qin Feiyang felt that it was a pity. What a waste. Fortunately, he reacted in time and absorbed most of the blood. Otherwise, the power of the slaughter domain would have ended here. In the slaughter domain, blood surged. The blood sword was like a bottomless pit, refusing everything. Clang! The power skyrocketed crazily. Damn it! The young man's face was gloomy. The giant sickle fully awakened, and a fiery red statue appeared in the sky. That was the statue of a man, like the monarch of heaven and earth, exuding a pressure that shocked the soul. And this was the statue that the giant sickle summoned when it fully awakened. Fire God statue. Go to hell! The young man roared. The giant sickle left his hand and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. The fire god statue also carried a great divine might as it pressed down on Qin Feiyang. You don't have this ability. Qin Feiyang sneered, the blood-red sword buzzed, bursting out thousands of sword qi, and rushed toward the giant sickle and the fire god statue. And the young man looked at Qin Feiyang contemptuously. With a loud bang, the sword qi, giant sickle, and fire god statue fiercely collided with each other. Crack! The sword qi continued to shatter. Qin Feiyang also kept retreating, blood spurting out of his mouth. In the end, all the sword qi collapsed. However, the giant sickle and fire god statue were intact. Legendary level divine artifact. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Such a divine artifact was worthy of everyone. The so-called everyone was naturally the mermaid princess, Zhao Tai, and the others. After shattering the sword qi, the young man was even more unforgiving, controlling the giant sickle and fire god statue to continue to attack Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly executed the walk character formula and fled into the sky. But it was still too late. Boom! The giant sickle and fire god statue hit his original position. The earth shattered, the void shattered. An apocalyptic wave of energy rolled out in all directions. Qin Feiyang was affected. He immediately used the battle formula. But even with the slaughter domain and battle formula, he was still sent flying, his body covered in blood. The slaughter domain was almost shattered. Strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. An expert of this level, coupled with a legendary level divine artifact, was simply a godlike existence. However, he was no longer afraid. Because he could feel that the power of the blood sword was about to reach the level of the previous few times. As long as it reached that level, not to mention legendary level divine artifacts, even if it was a heaven-defying divine artifact, the blood sword could destroy it. Not dead yet? The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Carrying the giant sickle and fire god statue, he chased Qin Feiyang crazily. But even if the battle was so fierce, the death domain did not show any signs of shattering. This showed. Compared to the Grey Castle, the young man's strength was still a lot worse. If it were not for his identity as a dragon, the Grey Castle would have turned him into a lonely ghost. Of course. As a member of the dragons, the young man indeed had the right to be proud. After all, the entire ancient world was ruled by the dragons. The dragons were the emperors of the ancient world. As the descendant of Qin Badian, do you only know how to run for your life? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your ancestors? The young man sneered. But his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Because the power emitted by the blood sword was already able to bring him a sense of threat. I'm embarrassing? You're a powerhouse that surpassed the god level, and you also have a legendary level divine artifact, yet you still can't kill me. If you really want to talk about embarrassing, it should be you who is embarrassing the dragons. Qin Feiyang retorted. The young man's smile froze, and his eyebrows suddenly filled with hostility. Don't worry. From now on, I won't run away. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, grabbed the blood sword, and charged toward the young man. The sword qi roared like a blood dragon. I don't believe you can really defy the heavens. The young man roared, waved his big hand, and the giant scythe and the fire god statue suppressed. Clang! This time, the previous scene did not appear. The sword chi and the giant scythe and the fire god statue kept colliding, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. The young man was dumbfounded. Can it really defy the heavens? I said before, don't underestimate anyone, especially me, Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang roared, and the blood sword trembled violently, and a blood-colored sword chi surged out. The edge was terrifying beyond compare. Even the domain of death began to crack. Looking at the cracks on the death domain, the young man's heart could not help but surge. One must know. This death domain, even he did not have the ability to break it. In other words, the power of the blood sword in the opponent's hand had already surpassed his strength. The most important thing was, the power of the blood sword was still increasing. In the end, it was all because of the blood. He should have destroyed the blood long ago. This way, the power of the blood sword would not have reached this level. Are you afraid? Are you panicking? What will really scare you is yet to come. Qin Feiyang's voice fell, and the power of the blood sword increased by another level. Up to now, there was not much blood left in the death domain. The remaining blood could no longer make the blood sword reach the same level as the previous few times. However, this was enough. He took a step forward, avoided the giant scythe, and directly charged toward the young man. Because the current blood sword already had the ability to destroy the giant scythe. The giant scythe was a legendary level artifact. If it was destroyed, it would be a pity. I don't believe it. The young man roared, flames surging all over his body. Roar. In the next moment, a fire dragon roared as it shot out. Facing the current blood sword, it no longer dared to be careless and revealed its original body. Beasts, whether it was an ordinary beast or a noble divine beast, they all had one thing in common. When they transformed into their human form, they could at most use 70% of their strength. After revealing its original body, the fire dragon's aura was even stronger. Do you know? I once encountered a fire dragon, said Yi Zichen. Guess what happened in the end? It almost became a dish in my pot. Qin Feiyang sneered. You're courting death. The fire dragon roared into the sky, and its divine power continuously poured into the giant scythe. The power of the giant scythe also rose to another level. But at the same time, the blood sword finally finished absorbing the blood in the death domain. Its power increased once again. Bastard! Hua Long roared in exasperation. Even after revealing its full strength, it was still suppressed. Remember, don't underestimate the enemy in your next life. Because underestimating the enemy will cost you a lot. Of course. This also depends on who the opponent is. If the opponent is me, then even if you go all out from the beginning, you might not be able to kill me. Qin Feiyang sneered, and used the walk formula to avoid the giant scythe, and rushed in front of the fire dragon, slashing out with his sword. Clang! Accompanied by sparks, the dragon's scales shattered, and the fire dragon's giant tail was directly cut off. Dragon blood splattered in the sky. "Ayo!" the fire dragon suddenly screamed miserably. But at the same time, its killing intent erupted, and it controlled the giant scythe to attack Qin Feiyang from behind. Qin Feiyang sneered, and instantly entered the castle. Chapter 22:10. The fire dragon scanned the void in surprise. I'm here. Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded above the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon looked up and suddenly turned pale with fright. Qin Feiyang swooped down aggressively. The sharpness of the blood sword made it feel desperate. No, the fire dragon instinctively roared in horror. However, at the same time it opened its mouth, Qin Feiyang slashed his sword furiously at its body. Roar! Another miserable howl. Another part of its body was cut off. Brother Qin, dragon blood is precious. Don't waste it. Looking at the dragon blood floating in the sky, Mu Tianyang shouted loudly, his heart aching. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed to be true. The slaughter domain began to absorb the dragon blood. Oh my god. Why are you so stupid? I'm not asking you to absorb it. I'm asking you to put it in something. After you're done, we'll cook a pot and have a good meal. Mu Tianyang patted his forehead, his face full of helplessness. After that, his eyes suddenly turned, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a smile. Then, he disappeared into thin air. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. What time was it? Still thinking about eating? It seemed that this person also had the potential to be a foodie. However, this was also a good idea. An existence that surpassed the god level and was a divine dragon. The energy essence contained in the flesh and blood was extremely huge. For a half-step divine lord like him, it could be said to be a great supplement. For Mu Tianyang, a perfect war god, it was naturally more beneficial. Thinking of this, he took out a big pot from his universe ring. This big pot was the one he used to stew meat in the prison last time. He had kept it specially, so that whenever he was hungry, he could use it to make himself dizzy. And now, it just happened to come in handy. Qin Feiyang carried the big pot and ran below the fire dragon to catch the dragon blood that was spurting out. In less than half a blink of an eye, he had already filled half of the wok. Without a doubt. Seeing this scene, the fire dragon was about to go mad with anger. Taking its dragon blood right in front of it was no longer just humiliating it. You damned humans, the fire dragon roared. But at this moment, Mu Tianyang, who had disappeared earlier, suddenly appeared below. There were two dragon segments below. One of them was the fire dragon's tail. The other part was the dragon's body that had been severed later. Mu Tianyang raised his head and grinned at the fire dragon. Then, he disappeared without a trace with his tail and body. Ugh! Hua Yi and Fire Lotus looked at each other. Previously, they were still wondering why this guy had suddenly disappeared. Who would have thought that it was actually for dragon meat? He was truly a glutton through and through. Meanwhile, the fire dragon, who was halfway through his words, also stared blankly at the place where Mu Tianyang had disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. The big pot in Qin Feiyang's hand was already full, and he put it away with satisfaction. As for the remaining dragon blood, he did not care about it. Anyway, the entire fire dragon would be in his bag, so he did not care about losing this little bit of dragon blood. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. All of you must die today. The fire dragon came back to its senses and immediately roared in anger. Boom! At the same time it roared, the blazing sun floating in the sky suddenly exploded with a deafening sound that was like the roar of thunder. Following that, a flame spewed out and blasted towards the death domain. Mu Tianyang appeared beside the fire lotus again. Looking up at the fire lotus, his face suddenly changed. It was not his first time witnessing Qin Feiyang activating the slaughter domain, so he knew the power of the blood sword like the back of his hand. The current blood sword obviously did not reach the level of the previous few times. Could it block the divine power of a heaven-defying divine artifact? He couldn't help but worry in his heart. At the same time, the Grey Castle was also shocked, and said to Bloodblade, "You hold on first, this sovereign will go and help them." No need. But at this time, a domineering shout sounded. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. They saw Qin Feiyang looking at the roaring flames. Not only was he not nervous at all, he even had an impulse to give it a try. Sure enough, the skilled are bold. Hua Yi smiled bitterly. There's no other way. The current him has the capital. Mu Tianyang shook his head and laughed. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound exploded. Qin Feiyang activated the battle character art, holding the blood-red sword with both hands. He instantly shattered the death domain, and then welcomed the flames. Boom! It was like a comet meeting. High in the sky, there was suddenly a burst of divine light. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was like a meteorite, smashing into the island below. His whole body was full of wounds, and blood was flowing like a stream. And that flame was also dissipating at the same time. What? Fire Dragon's eyes widened in anger. It could actually compete with a heaven-defying divine artifact? This was too heaven-defying. Qin Feiyang climbed up in a sorry state, and regardless of the injuries on his body, he looked up at the scorching sun. Was this the ancestors' heaven-defying divine artifact? It was indeed powerful. However, the power of the blood sword was not as strong as the previous few times, but it was not much different. And now, just by spitting out a flame, he was shot down from the sky. It could be seen that this divine artifact was indeed not simple. Of course. The biggest reason was because the seal of this divine artifact had loosened. The loosening of the seal made it stronger than Blood Blade and the castle. Fire Dragon came back to his senses and said excitedly, although it is heaven-defying, it is not invincible. With a loud bang, another flame fell from the sky. Qin Feiyang's eyes dimmed. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. That divine artifact was controlled by Fire Dragon. As long as the Fire Dragon was dead, it would naturally not attack them. Swoosh! He took a step and rushed toward the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon was feeling proud, but suddenly felt a chill. When it saw Qin Feiyang charging toward it, it immediately turned around and fled. Fleeing? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The biggest disadvantage of the slaughter domain was its speed. For example, when he killed Feng Zihan, if not for the help of the castle, he would not have been able to catch up. And the Fire Dragon's cultivation was stronger than Feng Zihan's. If the Fire Dragon also wanted to flee, how could he catch up with it? It was a little impulsive. He should not have broken the death domain. Wait a minute. Even if he did not break the death domain, the power of the flame should be enough to break the death domain. In other words, the result would be the same. At the same time, Fire Lotus's expression changed, and she shouted, Qin Dage, we can't let it escape. Otherwise, when it notifies the dragons, not to mention us entering the divine land, I'm afraid the entire northern region will be plunged into misery and suffering because of us. How can he catch up with it? Let me do it. Hua Yi sighed. Mu Tianyang was stunned, and immediately turned to look at Hua Yi in surprise, but he saw Hua Yi take a step and then disappear from his sight. So fast. Mu Tianyang was stunned. Last time when he killed Yu Zijie in the conference hall, he also showed amazing speed. But this time, he was even faster than last time. Not even a shadow could be seen, as if he had disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Qin Feiyang ignored the flame falling from the sky and chased after the Fire Dragon crazily. Because what Fire Lotus said was exactly what he was thinking. If he let the Fire Dragon escape, not only would they be in trouble, but all the creatures in the northern region would also be implicated. This kind of thing absolutely could not happen, or he would be a sinner of the northern region. But the Fire Dragon's speed made him physically and mentally exhausted. It turns out that your slaughter domain can only increase the power of the blood sword, but it doesn't strengthen you at all. If I had known, why would I fight you head-on? Relying on my overwhelming speed, I can exhaust you to death even if I have to. The Fire Dragon also gradually discovered the weakness of the slaughter domain, and turned to look at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. It was no longer nervous now. As long as it found the weakness, it would be easy to deal with Qin Feiyang. Don't always stare at Qin Feiyang, look at us sometimes. But suddenly, an unhappy voice sounded in front of them. The Fire Dragon was stunned and looked back. His eyes suddenly widened as he said in shock and anger, when did you catch up? Qin Feiyang was also stunned. It was actually Hua Yi. Wasn't he on the other side? He remembered that when he was chasing the Fire Dragon, Hua Yi was still standing together with Fire Lotus and Mu Tianyang. How did he run to the front so quickly? Hua Yi grinned at Qin Feiyang and looked at the Fire Dragon in dissatisfaction. I ran in front of you and you didn't even notice. Is my sense of existence so low? This is impossible. You must have used some method. The fire dragon shook his head. What a joke. How could a perfect war god catch up to him? Method? Huai was stunned and speechless. Please, this heavenly dragon sea can't open the teleportation altar. What method can I use? Then how did you catch up? The fire dragon asked in surprise. Isn't that nonsense? My speed is faster than yours. Of course, if you weren't injured, then it might be a different story. Huai laughed. Even if I'm injured and my speed is less than half of my peak, it's still not something a perfect war god like you can catch up to. The fire dragon said, his eyes filled with disbelief. The truth is right in front of you, why don't you believe it? Huai shook his head helplessly. Stop pretending to be mysterious. The fire dragon roared as his divine power surged out and attacked Huai. At the same time, that flame was also charging over. Qin Feiyang looked at Huai, raised the blood sword in his hand, and attacked the flame. Boom! Qin Feiyang was blasted down again, smashing into the depths of the earth. His head was hanging and his eyes were dizzy. His body seemed to have been torn apart, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Even his consciousness was fading. After being seriously injured twice in a row, even if he had the battle word art to protect his body, even if his body had been tempered by heavenly tribulation, he couldn't withstand it. After all, his cultivation was his weakness, and he was only a half-step divine lord. However, the fire dragon hadn't been eliminated, so how could he fall? He bit down hard, and his consciousness became much clearer. Then, he climbed out of the ground in a sorry state and looked up at the void above. Immediately, he was stunned. In the distance, Mu Tianyang was also stunned. When the fire dragon's divine dragon power was about to drown Huai, a flame suddenly emerged from Huai's body. This was also formed by divine power. The two divine powers collided with a loud bang. In the end, the fire dragon's divine dragon power was crushed as easily as crushing dry weeds. Chapter 22:11. How could he be so strong? Qin Feiyang muttered. Even though the fire dragon was seriously injured, with Huai's cultivation, it was impossible for him to do this. Was it the palace master token again? But before, it was clearly Huai's own divine power. The fire dragon was also shocked. The divine power of a perfect war god could actually compete with its divine dragon power? No. It wasn't a fight. It was a complete suppression. You are definitely not just a perfect war god. Your cultivation is not weaker than this emperor's. Who exactly are you? After the fire dragon stabilized its body, it stared at Huai. Does it matter who I am? Huai laughed. What kind of man are you to hide your head and hide your tail? The fire dragon shouted angrily. Huai laughed. This kind of provocation is too low level. The fire dragon's gaze was gloomy. Huai smiled helplessly and said, all right, I'll tell you. It was all because of luck that I was able to defeat you. Luck? The fire dragon was slightly stunned and immediately burned with anger. He was obviously toying with it. It's true. I was born with great luck, so the heavens are always protecting me and helping me. Huai touched his chin and said narcissistically. Hearing this, the fire dragon went crazy. How could this kind of thing be related to luck? Boom! The dragon's might roared in all directions. The fire dragon dragged its huge body, and the power of the dragon god swept through the sky. Carrying a monstrous anger, it crazily charged towards Huai. Qin Feiyang looked at Huai, his eyes flickering. He did not make a move. Because he also wanted to know how many tricks Huai was hiding. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Hurry up and make a move. However, seeing the fire dragon charging over, Huai immediately panicked. While fleeing, he roared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, it's already at this point, and you're still pretending? Is there any point? I'm not pretending. It was because of the palace master token. Back then, when Master gave us the Palace Master Medallion, he left some divine power in it. In other words, that divine power is not mine. It's my master's. And I can only use this divine power once a day. Hua Yi anxiously said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Really? We have such a good relationship, how could I lie to you? If you don't act now, I'll be gone. Hua Yi exclaimed. However, his speed was no slower than that of the fire dragon. What an unfathomable fellow. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. He gripped his blood-red sword and charged towards the fire dragon. Although the fire dragon was furious, he hadn't lost his reason. When he felt the sharp edge of the blood sword, he immediately abandoned Hua Yi and fled in panic. Trying to escape? No way. Hua Yi sneered. Whoosh! With a flash, he appeared in front of the fire dragon. Scram! The fire dragon roared, and divine dragon force surged out. Ha! Hua Yi grinned, and flames emerged from his body once again. Rumble! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the divine dragon force was shattered once again. Pfff. The fire dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Hua Yi and roared, "Didn't you say that I can only use it once a day? You believe this kind of nonsense? It seems that I overestimated your IQ." Hua Yi chuckled. Bastard. The fire dragon was enraged. How dare he treat it like a monkey? Hua Yi joked, "Don't look at me all the time. Occasionally, you should pay attention to your back." My back? The fire dragon trembled when he heard this. He turned his head and saw Qin Feiyang charging over. The blood-red sword in his hand emitted an apocalyptic aura. "Don't kill me, I'm just teasing you. Actually, I'm not sent by the dragons. I'm your ancestor's subordinate." The fire dragon hurriedly roared. What? Ancestor's subordinate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hua Yi shouted, "Don't believe his nonsense. I'm not lying to you. I'm really your ancestor's subordinate. Otherwise, how could his artifact be with me?" The fire dragon shouted. This, all of a sudden. Qin Feiyang was at a loss. Which one was true? Which one was false? More than 2,000 years ago, your ancestor's strength was already the strongest in the northern region. How could I possibly kill an expert like him with a heaven-defying divine artifact? Before. I'm purely testing you. I want to see if his descendants are as outstanding as him. The fire dragon shouted. Qin Feiyang stopped, looking very confused. Qin Beishan's subordinate, Mu Tianyang, also frowned. He knew nothing about Qin Beishan's situation over the years, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Qin Dage, it belongs to the dragons, don't be fooled. The Fire Lotus's voice suddenly came. Qin Feiyang quivered and turned his head to look at the Fire Lotus. But just as he turned his head, the Fire Dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. The giant scythe recovered and charged towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang was shocked. You're courting death. At the same time, Hua Yi took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. His divine power surged out and blasted towards the giant scythe. Boom! After all, it was a legendary artifact, several times stronger than the dragon god's power. Hua Yi's divine power dissipated on the spot, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Following closely, the giant scythe aggressively slashed towards Hua Yi, its edge tearing through the sky. In the nick of time, a set of fiery red armor suddenly appeared on Hua Yi's body. A shocking godly aura burst out from his body. Clang! The giant scythe struck the armor, and sparks burst out. However, there was not the slightest crack on the armor. Qin Feiyang looked at the armor on Hua Yi's body in shock. Hua Yi's eyes were also wide open in anger. It could actually block the attack of the giant scythe? One must know. That was a legendary artifact. Could it be that this armor was also a legendary artifact? Scared me to death. Hua Yi patted his chest with a face full of fear. Then, he glared at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "What are you doing? The enemy's few words made you absent-minded? If it weren't for me, you would have been split in half by now." "Sorry." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Hua Yi glared at him angrily and said, "Don't talk nonsense, quickly kill it." Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon, his eyes filled with killing intent. Clang. Following closely. He stepped out, the blood sword surged with a cold light, and slashed towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon's expression changed, and it quickly turned around to escape. Swish. However, Hua Yi once again stood in front of it. Flames surged out, forming a gigantic cage. With a loud crash, the fire dragon was immediately trapped within. "Bastard, you really deserve to die." The fire dragon roared again and again, its huge body directly slamming into the cage. With a bang, the cage shattered. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang arrived. The blood sword's edge was tens of thousands of feet, and with a slash, it split open the fire dragon's head. Dragon blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. "Aoo!" The fire dragon also howled miserably. "Speak. Did you or did you not kill my ancestor? If you don't tell me the truth, I will shatter your soul." Qin Feiyang shouted with a stern expression. "I didn't. This divine artifact was given to me by him." The fire dragon roared in horror. "Given to you?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and laughed out of anger. "This kind of heaven-defying divine artifact, no one would be willing to give it to others. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm really not lying to you. Back then, I did have a battle with him. But in the end, not only did he not kill me, he even gave me this divine artifact. Regarding this matter, I have always been puzzled." The fire dragon said. Hua Yi frowned, and said, "Brother Qin, this guy is not telling the truth. There is no need to waste time asking." Without waiting for Hua Yi to finish, the fire dragon hurriedly said, "I was lying to you before, but what I said now is absolutely true." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Then where is my ancestor now?" "I don't know." The fire dragon shook his head. "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "I really don't know. What do you want me to say to make you believe me?" Back then, after he left the divine artifact, he left with Lu Xingyang and never appeared again. The fire dragon cried out anxiously. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could he believe the fire dragon's words? No matter what your ancestor is like, get rid of this threat first. Mu Tianyang's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "Answer my last question. Where is the entrance to the divine land?" The fire dragon asked, "If I answer you, will you let me go?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire dragon said, "It's at the end of the island in front." Qin Feiyang looked up and looked deeper. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his arms suddenly exerted force. Clang! The blood sword immediately shattered the fire dragon's divine soul. The fire dragon's huge body also fell powerlessly to the ground, and it died. Qin Feiyang, Hua Yi, Fire Lotus, and Mu Tianyang all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Boom! However, at this moment, high in the sky, there was a loud explosion. The four of them hurriedly looked up and immediately turned pale with horror. Originally, they thought that as long as the fire dragon died, the scorching sun would stop attacking. But at this moment, it was the opposite. Not only did the scorching sun not stop, but it also erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Following closely, streaks of flames that were as dense as heavenly flames came crashing down from the sky. This time, not only Grey Castle and Blood Blade, but even Qin Feiyang's group of four were within the attack range. How could this be? Hua Yi was bewildered. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and Mu Tianyang, and shouted, "Come here quickly." The two of them immediately unleashed their maximum speed and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Hui also swooped down towards the fire dragon's corpse. Qin Feiyang then looked at Grey Castle and Blood Blade. Grey Castle shouted, "Don't worry about us, you guys hide first." Qin Feiyang nodded, and also swooped down, grabbing the giant scythe. Grey Castle and Blood Blade were both heaven-defying divine artifacts, so protecting themselves was definitely not a problem. Whoosh! After a few breaths of time, Fire Lotus and Mu Tianyang both landed beside Qin Feiyang. Hui also brought the fire dragon's corpse and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate any longer and brought Mu Tianyang and the other two into the castle. Rumble. The flames blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The island immediately began to tremble violently, and the mountains and rivers began to collapse crazily. The sea around the island surged with waves that were thousands of feet high, covering the sky and the sun. Boom! In less than 10 breaths of time, such a large island was torn apart and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 22:12. Inside the castle. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at the scene outside through the screen, their faces filled with shock. Such a large island was actually destroyed just like that. The power of a heaven-defying divine artifact was indeed not ordinary terrifying. Why did it suddenly darken? Suddenly, the four of them were bewildered. The sunlight on the screen disappeared in an instant. Could it be? Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, and the image in the void flickered quickly, finally locking onto the sky above. Looking at the sky at this moment, the four of them were stunned. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, appearing extremely dim. And that blazing sun had also disappeared. And not only that blazing sun, even the Blood Blade and the Grey Castle had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? The four of them looked at each other. How did they all disappear in the blink of an eye? Hui came back to his senses, looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang, and said, "Quickly use the blood contract to sense where they went." Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang closed their eyes. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at the same time and said in unison, "Deeper in the sea." Could it be that they ran to chase after that blazing sun? Hui asked. "It's possible. Let's hurry over and take a look," Qin Feiyang said. "The speed of your castle is too slow, let's go out, I'll take you guys to chase," Hui said. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and led the three of them out of the castle. After leaving the castle, Hui immediately waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang and the other two, and rushed deeper into the sea at lightning speed. Mu Tianyang looked at Hui, his eyes flickering, and suddenly said, "Hui, isn't it time for you to confess to us?" "Confess?" Hui was slightly taken aback, and asked suspiciously, "Confess what?" Mu Tianyang said, "You can blame the divine power from before on your master, but what about your speed now?" Hui laughed, "I want to say it's because of my master, you guys definitely won't believe me." "Nonsense." Mu Tianyang and Qin Feiyang rolled their eyes at the same time. Hui smiled embarrassedly and said, "Everyone has a secret in their heart. Just let me continue to hide this secret." Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and did not ask any more questions. Since Hui didn't want to say anything, then no matter how they asked, there definitely wouldn't be any results. It was fine as long as Hui didn't harm them. About an hour later, another island appeared in their line of sight. However, this island was not very big. It was about hundreds of thousands of miles long. Mu Tianyang asked suspiciously, "Is this the island that the fire dragon mentioned?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Let's go to the end and take a look." The four of them directly entered the sky above the island. There were many sea beasts on the island. However, at this moment, they were all lying on the ground, shivering. What's wrong with them? Hui was bewildered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the eyes of the sea beasts and said, "They are probably frightened by the might of the three heaven-defying artifacts." Boom. But before he finished speaking, a terrifying dragon might suddenly descended on the island. Qin Feiyang and the other three's eyes trembled as they hurriedly looked up. They saw a burly man, 8 feet tall, appearing in the sky above the island. What a strong dragon might! Could it be that he is also one of the dragons? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Purple gold dragon blood? The burly man glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other three. His gaze suddenly fell on Qin Feiyang as a trace of surprise crept into his eyes. Because of the previous injuries, Qin Feiyang's body had a lot of purple gold dragon blood remaining. Not good. He must be one of the dragons. And judging from his aura, his cultivation is even stronger than the fire dragon. Run! Mu Tianyang secretly said. Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate and immediately led the three into the castle. The burly man was taken aback. His divine sense rolled out and instantly locked on to the castle. This spatial divine object, immediately. A trace of surprise crept into the burly man's eyes again. He can actually capture the castle. His cultivation has already surpassed the supreme god realm. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at the burly man in the picture with an extremely dignified expression. Come out. The burly man opened his mouth, his voice was deafening. What do we do? The three looked at Qin Feiyang. You guys stay here, I'll go out. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and said. I'll go out with you, so we can take care of each other. Hua Yi said. Qin Feiyang looked at Hua Yi deeply and nodded, okay. After saying that, he held the blood-colored long sword and left the castle with Hua Yi. The time for the slaughter domain was not up yet. Therefore, Qin Feiyang still had some confidence in his heart. Appearing in the sky above the sea, Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi immediately looked up at the burly man and respectfully said, Greetings, senior. Swish. Suddenly, the burly man disappeared. The two were surprised. But before the two of them could recover, the burly man instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was startled and instinctively retreated. However, the burly man's speed was faster than Qin Feiyang. While Qin Feiyang retreated, he stretched out his index finger and wiped the purple gold dragon blood. Then, the burly man no longer paid attention to Qin Feiyang, nor did he pay attention to Hua Yi. Looking at the purple gold dragon blood on his fingertip, his brows furrowed. A moment later, his eyes flashed, and he muttered, It really is the purple gold dragon blood. After saying that, he looked up at Qin Feiyang, and then looked at the blood sword in Qin Feiyang's hand, and frowned. Who are you? Why do you have the power of the purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang was silent. You don't want to say? The burly man raised his eyebrows, and said, Then let me guess, you are a descendant of Qin Badian? Qin Feiyang sighed. This purple gold dragon blood was really too eye-catching. Even if he didn't say it, others could easily guess. It seems that you are really his descendant. The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang, shook his head, and sighed, I really didn't expect that he actually left behind a descendant. Qin Feiyang was silent. Because he didn't know what to say? The three artifacts that entered the divine land, and the death of the fire dragon that guarded the entrance, are they related to you? The burly man asked. What? They have entered the divine land? Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Wait. How did this person know about the death of the fire dragon? It seemed that before this person had never been to that island, right? Answer me. The burly man shouted. I don't know. I have never seen any artifacts or fire dragon. My brother and I just came to the Sea of Heavenly Dragons to gain experience. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yes, we are here to gain experience. Hua Yi also nodded in agreement. Gain experience? The burly man was stunned, looked at the two for a moment, and shook his head. Whether it is related to you or not, since you have the power of the purple gold dragon blood, then come with me to the dragons. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. What should he do? Let's go. After the burly man finished speaking, he turned and flew to the other side of the island. That contemptuous look, that arrogant posture, he was not worried that Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi would play tricks behind his back. Qin Feiyang stared at the back of the burly man, his eyes flashing. I advise you, it's best not to make a move. The blood sword in your hand is indeed very strong, but it can't kill me. The burly man said without turning his head, his face full of disdain. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the blood sword. Although this person was stronger than the fire dragon, the blood sword was enough to kill the fire dragon, so it should not be a problem to deal with this person now. However, the confidence of the burly man made him feel inexplicably guilty. Should I sit and wait for death? Or should I take the risk? Qin Feiyang could not help but struggle in his heart. There is a limit to my patience. The tall and sturdy man said, his tone carrying a trace of coldness. I don't care. Let's take the risk. Qin Feiyang made up his mind and slashed out with his sword. He really made a move. Hua Yi was shocked. Really stubborn. At the same time, the burly man murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, a monstrous aura burst out like a torrent, rolling towards Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi. This aura, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This person's aura was not only stronger than the fire dragon, it was several levels stronger. If the fire dragon was a fake god, then this person was a perfect war god. This gap was not on the same level at all. Moreover, this person's aura gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had met him somewhere before. At the same time, Hua Yi was also bewildered as he stared at the tall and sturdy man. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and his body shook. He shouted out with a sound transmission, Qin Feiyang, he is the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan. Don't fight with him, hurry and run. What? Ancestral dragon. Qin Feiyang's body shook. No wonder there was a familiar feeling. The fire dragon that once guarded the miracle, its battle soul was the ancestral dragon. It actually alarmed the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan. This aura, it can't be wrong, it's him. The most terrifying thing is that each ancestral dragon of the dragon clan has a heaven-defying divine artifact. Hua Yi thought. They all have heaven-defying divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he was shocked to the extreme. No wonder this person was so confident, he also had a heaven-defying divine artifact. Shua. He did not dare to hesitate and immediately brought Hua Yi to hide in the ancient castle. N. The burly man raised his eyebrows and turned around to scan the void. A trace of ferocious aura gradually crept up between his brows. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Hua Yi and said, "Is what you said true?" "This is what my master told me, it's absolutely true." Hua Yi nodded. "Then we're in big trouble." Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely solemn. "What are you talking about?" Mu Tianyang and Fire Lotus looked at the two suspiciously. Hua Yi said in a deep voice, "That burly man is the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan." "What?" The two of them turned pale with fright. "According to my master, each ancestral dragon of the dragon clan is an existence that surpasses the 9 heavens realm. If the Blood Blade and Grey Castle were here, we might have a chance. But now, both of them have run to the divine land. With our strength, we're not even enough to fill the gap between his teeth." Hua Yi said. 9 heavens realm? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang were stunned. The 9 heavens realm is the realm above the Paragon God realm. That fire dragon from before is an expert of the 9 heavens realm. And the name of our 9 heaven palace is also named after the 9 heavens realm. Back then, the first palace lord named our 9 heaven palace with the 2 words 9 heavens because he hoped that one day, our 9 heaven palace would give birth to countless experts of the 9 heavens realm and descend above the 9 heavens. Hua Yi said. Chapter 22:13. 9 heavens realm, the realm above the supreme god, and this ancestral dragon's strength has already surpassed the 9 heavens realm? Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other in dismay. This was too terrifying. I really didn't expect that it would attract an ancestral dragon. Fire Lotus also rubbed her forehead, her mind in turmoil. Qin Feiyang asked, then what realm is above the 9 heavens realm? I don't know about that. Master didn't tell me. Hua Yi shook his head. An existence that surpasses the 9 heavens realm, Mu Tianyang muttered, and frowned. There's no way to continue playing this game. Isn't that so? This kind of expert has already far exceeded the limit of what we can handle. Qin Feiyang sighed. I'll say it one last time. Come out immediately. At this time. The tall and sturdy man's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the tall and sturdy man through the screen. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said, if there's no other way, we can only fight. What can you use to fight? Hua Yi said snappily. As long as there is enough blood, the slaughter field can be stacked infinitely. And the current power of the slaughter field is already close to that of a heaven-defying divine artifact, so to continue stacking, it doesn't need too much blood, as long as it is enough to destroy the heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Hua Yi frowned, and asked, he's guarding outside right now, how are you going to find blood? Even if there is blood, he won't give you time to absorb it. That's the problem. You have to buy me some time. Qin Feiyang said. By time, Mu Tianyang, Fire Lotus, and Hua Yi looked at each other and fell silent. In front of an ancestral dragon, and an ancestral dragon with a heaven-defying divine artifact, it was impossible to buy time. I'll buy you time. Suddenly. Fire Lotus raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. You? Qin Feiyang stared blankly at the Fire Lotus. Yes. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. Wasn't this nonsense? He was just about to scold Fire Lotus. Hua Yi was the first to speak. He waved his hand and said, no, no. If you do it, I might as well do it. Fire Lotus looked at Hua Yi seriously and said, you won't be able to hold on. Hua Yi fell silent again. Suddenly. His eyes were filled with determination as he looked up at Fire Lotus and said, trust me, I can do it. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, you two stay here. I'll think of a way myself. What can you think of? Hua Yi angrily said. I don't know. But it's better for me to die alone than for everyone to die. As Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he ignored Hua Yi and Fire Lotus's rebuttal and directly left the castle. Outside. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the burly man's expression eased a lot. He smiled faintly and said, it seems that you're also a smart person. You know that if you continue to hide, you'll implicate the people around you. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and suddenly swooped down toward the island below. At the same time, the blood-red longsword shot out thousands of sword chi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it attacked the sea beasts on the island. The burly man frowned again. Clang. Roar. The sea beasts on the island were at least early-stage immortal realm. But under the sword chi, they were like ants. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang immediately began to absorb the sword chi. A blood-red vortex suddenly appeared around him, and the power of the blood-red longsword began to rise crazily. So that's how it is. The burly man murmured, and a hint of ridicule crept up in his eyes. Boom! As his body shook, a wave of fire rolled out and instantly drowned the entire island. All the sea beasts and blood were burned to ashes in an instant. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed inwardly. He turned around and swung his sword at the burly man. A blood-red sword light suddenly tore through the sky and crazily attacked the burly man. He did not wait to see the result. He immediately used the attainment formula and rushed toward the sea without looking back. He swung his sword purely to buy some time. Congratulations, you have angered me. The burly man looked at Qin Feiyang's back and said coldly. Then, he took a step forward. The blood-red sword light could not withstand a single blow and instantly shattered like a withered tree. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene with fear and trepidation. He actually shattered the sword light so easily. Just how strong was this person? Could it be, as Hui Yi said, that he had surpassed the 9 heavens realm? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's heart could not help but sink to the bottom of the valley. Powerhouses of the 9 heavens realm, such as the fire dragon, were already beyond his reach, let alone supreme existences that had surpassed the 9 heavens realm. If that was really the case, then he would definitely die today. Because in front of such an expert, he simply did not have the time to hunt sea beasts. Shwa. Just as expected. The burly man only took a step and caught up with him. Moreover, he even surpassed him and blocked in front of him. Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and turned around to fly in the other direction. Shwa. But just as he took a step, the burly man appeared in front of him again. So fast. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Even if he used the attainment formula, it was not even 1/10 of the opponent's speed. Not only did you inherit your ancestors' bloodline power, you also inherited his stubborn character. The burly man said coldly. Divine power surged and a giant cage instantly appeared and imprisoned Qin Feiyang. Thank you for your praise. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He raised his blood-red sword and slashed at the cage. Boom! However, the blood-red sword that had always been successful was actually unable to break the cage. The power of your blood-red sword is almost comparable to a sealed divine artifact. If it was any other divine dragon this time, I'm afraid they would have died in your hands. But unfortunately, you're unlucky to have met me. An ant with a cultivation base like yours will never know how terrifying an imperishable realm expert is. The burly man said. Imperishable realm? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Above Sir God is the God. Above God is the 9 heavens. Above the 9 heavens is the imperishable realm. And my cultivation base is in the imperishable realm. When an imperishable realm expert attacks with all his strength, his destructive power is no weaker than a divine artifact. Put it another way. Even if I don't use the divine artifact, I can still easily kill you. The burly man said. So strong? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. An imperishable realm existence was no weaker than a divine artifact? After understanding the horror of the imperishable realm, he could not help but feel a sense of despair. Blood, how could he find enough blood in the shortest amount of time? Wait. Black Tortoise World. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. If he entered the Black Tortoise World, no, the creatures in the Black Tortoise World are innocent. Qin Feiyang immediately shook his head and erased this thought. He had already massacred the Black Tortoise World once and could not bear to do it again. Because now, he did not dare to open the Gate of Rebirth again. The price was too high. Wait. Gate of Rebirth. When he thought of the Gate of Rebirth, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right. The Gate of Space and Time. How could he forget about this divine artifact? Although the Sky Dragon Sea could not activate the teleportation altar, the Gate of Space and Time could. However, to activate the Gate of Space and Time, it also needed time. I didn't say so much to show off. I just wanted to tell you that your methods, which you think are heaven-defying, are nothing but a joke in front of me. Obediently follow me to the Dragon Clan. The burly man said. Qin Feiyang was silent. It seems that I really need to make a move. The burly man's eyes were cold, and a ray of divine power emerged, rushing into the cage and attacking Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly felt a fatal crisis, and without hesitation, he slashed with his sword. Accompanied by a loud clang, under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, cracks appeared on the blood-red sword. And his whole body was also blasted away on the spot, hitting the barrier of the cage, and with a cry, purple gold dragon blood spurted out. His face was also pale in an instant. His heart was in turmoil. It was just a ray of divine power, and it was strong to this extent? More importantly, after the collision with the blood sword, the ray of divine power did not show any signs of collapse, and it aggressively shot toward Qin Feiyang's forehead. Is there really no other way? Qin Feiyang murmured. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly desperate, and also deeply experienced the power of the imperishable realm. In front of such a supreme expert, he was not even as good as an ant. Old man, is it necessary to make things difficult for a child? But at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Qin Feiyang was surprised. There was someone else? At the same time, the burly man raised his eyebrows, looked up at the sky, and his eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. And at the same time, in the ancient castle, Tan Tai Li, who was cultivating in seclusion, suddenly opened her eyes, and her face was full of surprise. And Mu Tianyang, Hui Yi, and Fire Lotus's reactions were comparable to Tan Tai Li's. He is just a child, you dragons, why do you have to do this? The majestic voice sounded again, with a sigh, relief, and a trace of anger. Listening to this tone, it doesn't seem to be an enemy. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and quickly looked up. Boom! Immediately, he was like a bolt from the blue, his mind rumbling, and his whole person was stunned. He saw a middle-aged man standing in the sky. He was 7 feet tall, with eyebrows like a knife, a rough face, and wisps of white hair at his temples. And he was wearing a fitting white long robe, his long hair fluttering in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. The most outstanding thing was his eyes, as bright as gems, without the slightest impurity, and looked extremely spirited. Those dark pupils seemed to have a kind of mighty power that could penetrate heaven and earth, making people not dare to look directly at him. Although he was only 7 feet tall, looking up, he was like an unattainable towering mountain, emitting an emperor's aura that intimidated all things. Looking at that figure, Qin Feiyang's eyes gradually became moist. Wasn't this the man he respected, worshipped, and thought about day and night, bitterly searching for? Wasn't this the emperor who created the great Qin Empire, left behind countless legends, and was admired by countless people? Found, finally found, at this moment. The tears in his eyes flowed down uncontrollably, and in the ancient castle, Tan Tai Li also silently shed tears. She was too familiar with this voice, and she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Looking at Mu Tianyang again, his hands were tightly clenched together, and a strong light burst out from his eyes. That was hatred. Chapter 22:14. Mother, what's wrong? Qin Rushwang looked at Tan Tai Li suspiciously. The mermaid princess, Zhao Tai Lai, and the others opened their eyes one after another. Tan Tai Li, Mu Tianyang, Fire Lotus, and Hui Yi's reactions piqued their curiosity. Rushwang, this voice, Tan Tai Li looked at Qin Rushwang, unable to hide the excitement on her face. He's your father. Father. Qin Rushwang suddenly stood up. The mermaid princess and the others were also shocked. Qin Rushwang's father, wasn't that Qin Feiyang's ancestor, Qin Badian? So the voice that suddenly appeared was him. Outside, Qin Badian looked down at Qin Feiyang. It was the first time Qin Feiyang had seen him, and it was also the first time he had seen Qin Feiyang. This young man was Qin Badian's descendant? Ancestor, Qin Feiyang murmured. Qin Badian's face gradually revealed a loving smile. What's your name? Qin Feiyang hurriedly knelt in the void and said respectfully, unfilial descendant Qin Feiyang greets the ancestor. Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian whispered, who is Qin Hong to you? Qin Feiyang said, Emperor Hong is my great-grandfather. Qin Badian nodded in realization. So you're the 4th generation of the Qin clan's bloodline? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, and Emperor Chen. He was indeed the 4th generation. If Qin Badian himself was included, then he was the 5th generation. Qin Badian sighed. It's already the 4th generation. Time flies. How are they now? Father, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa, they're all fine. It's just that they often miss you. And our great Qin Empire is even more stable than before. You are still the emperor that countless people revere. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Badian said, it must have been hard on them to leave behind such a large territory. No. Protecting the great Qin dynasty and its people is the responsibility of the descendants of the Qin clan. Qin Feiyang said. Well said. Qin Badian smiled in relief and said, thank you for your hard work. No. As long as I can find the ancestors and see them, it's not hard at all. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shook his head. Right now, he didn't know what to say. There are some words that cannot be compared. Qin Badian was slightly taken aback. You came here specifically to find me? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Sigh. Qin Badian sighed deeply with a trace of self-blame on his face. Suddenly, the burly man shouted, Qin Badian, don't forget that I'm still here. The burly man was very displeased with the two's disregard. Qin Badian chuckled and said, it's not easy for me to meet a descendant of the Qin clan. Can't you understand? As he spoke, Qin Badian took a step forward and landed on top of the cage. He gently pointed his finger. Boom! The divine power boundary that imprisoned Qin Feiyang was instantly shattered. So powerful. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Since the cage was broken so easily, didn't it mean that the ancestors' cultivation had also reached the indestructible realm? At the same time, the burly man also frowned. Whoosh! Then, Qin Badian landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Looking at the imposing figure in front of him, Qin Feiyang immediately calmed down and no longer panicked. Qin Badian looked at the burly man and said with a smile, we're old friends. Give me some face and don't make things difficult for him. Do you think that's possible? Even if I let him go, Lord Dragon Sovereign will not let him grow. If you hand him over to me now, perhaps Lord Dragon Sovereign will only deprive him of his bloodline power and will not harm his life. But if you want to protect him, then in the future, he will be hunted down by us dragons. I believe you should know the final outcome without me telling you. The burly man sneered. Qin Badian sighed and said, do we really have to do this? The burly man said proudly, in front of us dragons, you have no choice. Your descendant has no choice either. Qin Badian took a deep breath and said with a smile, I won't protect him because he doesn't need my protection. He has his own way to go. I believe that one day in the future, he will not only surpass us, but also Lord Dragon. Surpass Lord Dragon? The burly man was stunned and then laughed as if he had heard a big joke. Qin Badian ignored the burly man's ridicule and said to Qin Feiyang without looking back, Kid, go. Go? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Qin Badian nodded. Where to? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Badian said, as long as you don't enter the Divine Land, you can go anywhere. Don't go to the Divine Land? Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. The Divine Land is not a place you can set foot in. Let me tell you this. Even I can only protect myself in the Divine Land. Promise me that you won't enter the Divine Land before you reach the Eternal Realm. Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Even with the strength of his ancestor, he could only protect himself in the Divine Land? How terrifying were the experts in the Divine Land? Hearing Qin Badian's words, the burly man sneered and said, do you think he will be fine if he doesn't enter the Divine Land? Yes. Qin Badian nodded. Where does your confidence come from? The entire ancient world is under the control of us dragons. Where can he hide? The burly man said disdainfully. I don't deny that. But now, you are the only dragons who know about his existence. So, as long as I kill you, everything will be settled. Qin Badian said casually and calmly. But in Qin Feiyang's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. He wanted to kill the ancestral dragon. Was his ancestor joking? But judging from his tone, he didn't seem to be joking. Kill me? The burly man's face was also filled with astonishment. Then, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. When have we ever fought in the past not been you fleeing? Qin Badian said, I'm afraid it will be different this time. Different? The burly man was stunned. Boom! Qin Badian didn't speak again. A mighty aura broke out of his body. The heavens and earth began to tremble. What? You have, the burly man's eyes widened in anger. Yes. My cultivation has caught up with yours. Qin Badian said with a smile. Impossible. The burly man shook his head, disbelief written all over his face. Qin Badian said with a smile, and, I have also comprehended a kind of law power. What? The law power. The burly man trembled and looked at Qin Badian with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. His ancestor had actually comprehended the law power? Was he kidding? Who didn't know how powerful the law power was? It was a power that was above divine power. Even the power of the rules could not be compared to the power of the laws. If his ancestor wasn't joking, then his strength must have reached a level that he couldn't even look up to. Feiyang, you must remember that the law power is one of the most powerful means in this world. If you have the chance, you must comprehend the law power, even if it's only one kind. Qin Badian said without turning his head. Feiyang will remember. Qin Feiyang bowed and said. Qin Badian nodded and took out an exquisite jade box from his interspatial ring and threw it to Qin Feiyang. What's this? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The things inside will be of great help to you. Remember my words, don't step into the divine land until you reach the immortal realm. After Qin Badian finished speaking, a formless force gushed forth. Qin Feiyang's vision blurred. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above a huge island. This is, Qin Feiyang glanced around and looked at the island and sea below. Wasn't this Turtle King Island? How did he appear on Turtle King Island in an instant? What was going on? Was it an illusion? The Turtle King Island was at most 1 hour away from the Heavenly Dragon Mountain Range. In other words, Turtle King Island was only at the edge of the Sky Dragon Sea. One was at the edge, and the other was at the deepest part. How far was the distance? He was sent to Turtle King Island in an instant. It must be an illusion. Even if his ancestor was powerful, he couldn't have done that. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at Turtle King Island again. It wasn't an illusion. It was really Turtle King Island. This was somewhat inconceivable. The Sky Dragon Sea was shrouded by the power of rules, and even the teleportation altar couldn't be opened. How did his ancestor do it? Could it be, the power of rules that his ancestor mastered was the space-time rule? He couldn't figure it out. Then, his heart was filled with disappointment again. In order to find his ancestor, he had gone through countless setbacks and hardships. Now, he finally saw his ancestor. However, he was sent away by his ancestor before he could take a good look. He still had a lot to say and questions to ask. For example, why was that divine artifact given to the fire dragon? Where was his ancestor now? Where was Lu Xingyang? And the first mermaid emperor, the black-winged king, the white-winged king, and so on. Unfortunately, they came too suddenly. He didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Feiyang, why didn't I hear father's voice? Qin Rushwang's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Hey! Come out and see for yourself. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and everyone appeared in the sky above Turtle King Island. This is, looking at Turtle King Island, everyone looked at each other. Yes. This is Turtle King Island. Qin Feiyang sighed. Qin Rushwang said in a daze, then my father, Qin Feiyang looked at the depths of the sea and said, he should be fighting with the ancestral dragon in the deepest part. Mother, this, Qin Rushwang turned to look at Tan Tai Li. It wasn't easy to find the father she had been looking forward to for a long time, but they were separated before they even met. One could imagine how bad her mood was at the moment. Don't blame him. He doesn't know that he has a daughter like you. Moreover, he doesn't know that we have also come to the ancient realm. Tantai Li also looked disappointed. She looked at Qin Rushwang and comforted her. What? Qin Badian actually doesn't know that he has a daughter like you? Hua Yi was stunned and looked at Qin Rushwang in surprise. But how could Qin Rushwang be in the mood to pay attention to him now? She just wanted to immediately rush to the deepest part and see the father she had never seen before, even if it was just a glance. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 22:15. Fire Lotus glanced at Qin Rushwang and said, Qin Badian really doesn't know. Why? Hua Yi was like a curious baby. Because back then, Qin Badian wanted to come to our ancient world to look for Lu Xingyang. Madame Tantai didn't want to affect him, so she didn't tell Qin Badian. Fire Lotus said. After being with everyone for so long, she had some understanding of Tantai Li and Qin Rushwang's situation. So that's how it is. Hua Yi suddenly understood. Mu Tianyang glanced at Hua Yi and Fire Lotus, then turned to Qin Feiyang with a gloomy face and said, Qin Feiyang, go to the deepest part again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's up with Mu Tianyang? Why does it seem like he has a grudge against Qin Badian? Hua Yi was suspicious. He does have a grudge against Qin Badian. When he was young, Mu Tianyang, Qin Badian, Lu Xingyang, and someone called the demon ancestor were very close. But because of certain things, more than 10,000 years ago, Qin Badian seriously injured Mu Tianyang and sealed him. Otherwise, Mu Tianyang's strength now might not be comparable to Qin Badian's, but it's not much worse. Tell me, how can Mu Tianyang not hate this kind of thing? Fire Lotus thought. There's actually such a relationship. Hua Yi was in disbelief. Tantai Li looked at Mu Tianyang and frowned. You're a man. Is there a need to be so calculative? Can't you just let bygones be bygones? I'm calculative. Mu Tianyang was immediately enraged. He shouted, I thought of him as a brother, but what about him? You destroyed my heavenly sun empire, killed my clansmen, and even sealed me away. If you were in my shoes, would you let it go? Mu Tianyang, is there a need to talk about this matter again and again? Qin Feiyang frowned. I won't be happy if you don't tell me. Mu Tianyang said. All right. Even if we go to the depths as you wish, with your current strength, are you a match for my ancestor? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Feiyang sighed, as long as you are willing, there is no hatred in this world that cannot be resolved. In any case, I can't forget it. Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and looked toward the depths of the sea again. Qin Rushwang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, you have the gate of space and time. Why don't we go again? Rushwang, why are you fooling around? Your father is fighting with the ancestral Gragon. If we go now, won't we be adding to his troubles? Tantai Li reprimanded. Qin Rushwang lowered her head and said sadly, but I really want to see him. Tantai Li fell silent. The mermaid princess said, to be honest, I also want to see the Qin Emperor's glory. The white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, Zhao Tailai, and the others all nodded. They were all very curious about this legendary figure. Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, then let's wait a little longer. We'll go after the battle is over. It's so far away. How do we know if the battle is over? Yeah. If we're late, he'll leave. Everyone said. It would be a pity if they missed it just like that. Hua Yi said with a smile, don't worry. Experts at the level of the ancestral Gragon and Qin Badian won't be able to determine the winner in a short time. How do you know so much? Mu Tianyang frowned. Hua Yi was stunned and said matter-of-factly, I heard it from my master. Don't push everything to your master. Qin Feiyang may not have noticed the abnormality between you and Fire Lotus when he was fighting the fire dragon. But I, who was standing beside you, saw it. Fire Lotus, you should have recovered your memory. And there should be some kind of relationship between you and Hui. Mu Tianyang looked at the two and said. Recovered my memory? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fire Lotus in surprise. He asked, really? Fire Lotus looked at Mu Tianyang and shook her head, no. Mu Tianyang sneered, you really don't have it, or you don't want to admit it? What's so bad about admitting it? Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows. I hope so. Mu Tianyang sneered and did not say anything else. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. When he was fighting with the fire dragon, he did not pay attention to Fire Lotus and Hui. However, Hui's concern for Fire Lotus was indeed a bit too obvious. Because whether it was at the beginning in the valley or later when they were discussing how to buy time, Hui's behavior was very abnormal. It was as if he was worried that something would happen to Fire Lotus. It was also as if he listened to Fire Lotus's words. But since the two of them were unwilling to say, he did not want to force them. It was still the same sentence, as long as they did not harm him. Mu Tianyang said again, in fact, this time, what annoys me the most is that Blood Blade and Grey Castle actually left us and went to Divine Land alone. It is indeed a bit too much. If they took us with them, we would have already entered Divine Land by now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Tantaili looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, your ancestor told you not to step into Divine Land until you reach the Immortal Realm. Will you listen? Do you think little Qin Zi is such an obedient person? The white-eyed wolf joked. Thunder Leopard, Golden Leopard, Yu Huang, and Blood Kirin also laughed sinisterly. Tantaili was speechless. I will listen. Qin Feiyang suddenly laughed. Ah. The white-eyed wolf and the other beasts looked at him in astonishment. Qin Feiyang said, I will listen to my ancestor. When I have time, I will study the power of these laws. Huh, the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts suddenly burst into laughter. He only talked about the power of laws and did not mention Divine Land at all. It was obvious that he had not given up the idea of going to Divine Land. What a group of guys who are afraid of chaos. Tantaili shook her head. What are you holding in your hand? Suddenly, Zhao Tailai looked at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He patted his head hard and said, I almost forgot about this thing. It was given to me by my ancestor before he left. What is it? Take a look. If Emperor Qin gave you something, it must be an extraordinary treasure. A group of people immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also opened the jade box expectantly. Clatter. When the jade box was opened, a dazzling divine light suddenly surged out. Moreover, it also carried a thick medicinal fragrance. Elixir? The group of people was stunned. There was an elixir in the jade box. It was the size of a pellet and was blood red in color. However, there was not a single elixir pattern on the elixir, but there was a dragon-shaped elixir aura. That was right. It was the dragon-shaped elixir aura. In other words, this was a real divine elixir. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, his attainments in alchemy have reached such a level. Mu Tianyang looked at the elixir with a sullen face. You're jealous. Qin Rushwang snorted coldly. I'm jealous? If he hadn't sealed me, my achievements would not be lower than his. Do you understand? Mu Tianyang flew into a rage out of humiliation. All right, stop arguing. Tantaili glanced at the two of them, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, do you know what elixir this is? Qin Feiyang took out the elixir, placed it in the palm of his hand, and carefully observed it for a moment. He shook his head and said, I have no impression of it. After saying that, he looked at Mu Tianyang. Mu Tianyang said, Don't look at me, I haven't seen it either. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Even Mu Tianyang had not seen it before. He then looked at Hui and said, You've been living in the ancient world and have seen a lot. Have you seen it before? No. Hua Yi looked at it for a while, shook his head, and said, and I'm sure that there is no such elixir in our ancient world. No? Qin Feiyang was quite surprised and looked down at the elixir. What kind of elixir was this? What was its use? Since it was given by your ancestor, it's definitely not a harmful elixir. Why don't you try it? Zhao Tailai said. Don't listen to old Zhao's nonsense. What if this is some life-saving elixir? Wouldn't it be a waste to take it now? Tang Hai immediately said. Are you blind? This elixir doesn't even have a bit of life energy. How can it be a life-saving elixir? Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Hai angrily. Tang Hai said indifferently, who said that a life-saving elixir must have life energy? Do you really want to go against me? Zhao Tailai glared at Tang Hai. Tang Hai said, I'm just telling the truth. Dan Wangkai, who had been standing at the side without saying a word, suddenly stretched out his hand and said, Young master, let me see. Qin Feiyang handed the elixir to Dan Wangkai. This is the first time I've seen a divine elixir in my life. Dan Wangkai looked at the elixir as if he was looking at a treasure, his eyes burning. For him who was obsessed with alchemy, there was nothing more attractive than this kind of divine elixir. Suddenly, he grabbed the divine elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang's face changed. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's reaction was faster than Qin Feiyang's. They immediately rushed forward, one of them covered Dan Wangkai's mouth, and the other grabbed Dan Wangkai's wrist. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, the mermaid princess, and the others, they all looked at Dan Wangkai in astonishment. Dan Wangkai, you've gone too far. Little Qin Zi just showed it to you. How could you stuff it into your mouth? The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and immediately scolded. This. I couldn't control myself. Sorry. Dan Wangkai was very embarrassed. He looked at everyone and smiled. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Dan Wangkai, grabbed the elixir, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. You really gave me a fright. Qin Feiyang grabbed the elixir and looked at Dan Wangkai helplessly. I'm just trying to see if there's any poison in it. Dan Wangkai laughed. Nonsense. There's only one elixir. If you swallow it, what will I use? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Dan Wangkai scratched his head and laughed, but his eyes were full of desire. You're really an alchemy fanatic. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Just listen to old Zhao and eat it, so that Dan Wangkai won't miss it. The mermaid princess teased with a smile. Young madam, even you are making fun of me. Dan Wangkai felt a little wronged. He really couldn't control himself. Otherwise, how could he do such a shameful thing? The mermaid princess covered her mouth and chuckled. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 22:16. Okay. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a while and nodded in response. It was not that he was afraid of Dan Wangkai, but because he also wanted to know what effect this elixir had. Moreover, at that time, the ancestor only said that this elixir would be of great help to him, but did not say when to take it. Since there was no specific time, it should be able to be taken at any time. He took a deep breath and put the elixir into his mouth. A majestic energy suddenly spread out in his body. In just a few breaths, this energy spread to every cell in his body. There was an indescribable carefree feeling in his body and mind. However, other than this carefree feeling, there seemed to be no other feeling. And there was no change in his body. About 10 breaths passed. The energy disappeared and everything returned to normal. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's the matter? Mermaid Princess asked. The others also looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked up at everyone and said, It feels like nothing has changed. Nothing has changed? Everyone was stunned. Tantai Li asked, What about inside your body? Inside my body? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He quickly looked inside his body and was immediately stunned. At this moment, the blood flowing in his body was no longer purple gold, but normal blood red. What was going on? Mermaid Princess and the others looked at each other and hurriedly said, "Did something happen?" "Look." Qin Feiyang cut his fingertip. Drops of blood flowed out. Looking at the blood-red blood, everyone present immediately fell into a sluggish state. The purple gold dragon blood was gone. White-eyed wolf was the first to come back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Look at your divine power." Qin Feiyang looked inside his Qi Si and was stunned again. There were no changes to the other two types of divine power. However, the purplish gold divine power of the dragon god had also turned blood red. And there was not even a trace of dragon power. The white-eyed wolf asked in surprise, "Could it be that this is a pill that can strip the power of the bloodline?" Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, Zhao Tailai and the others' eyes darkened. "Impossible. You must calm down. Father will not harm Feiyang. Furthermore, if the power of the purple gold dragon bloodline is truly stripped away, Feiyang will lose his cultivation and become a cripple. However, Feiyang's cultivation has not dissipated yet." Qin Rushwang said hurriedly. "That's true." Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang's cultivation was indeed still there. But how could he explain the disappearance of his bloodline power? Zhao Tailai suddenly said, "Young master, try again. See if you can evolve the divine dragon technique." Qin Feiyang nodded as he thought of something. A divine seal, a divine dragon, and a divine statue appeared one after another. Everyone looked at the divine seal, divine dragon, and divine statue in astonishment. Everyone knew the divine dragon technique very well. The three divine techniques that Qin Feiyang evolved could be confirmed to be the first, second, and third moves of the divine dragon technique. However, these three moves had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Originally, the divine dragon seal, and supreme ruler were all purple gold in color. But now, they had turned blood red. Blood red divine seal. Blood red divine dragon. Blood red divine statue. Moreover, the supreme ruler's form had become blurry. Originally, one could clearly see the facial features, the figure, and the broken sword. But at this moment, they had all become extremely blurry. Those who did not know would not know what it was at all. However, the level did not change at all. It was still a peak divine technique. Zhao Tailai added, "And the battle soul." With a thought from Qin Feiyang, accompanied by a dragon's roar, a blood dragon soared into the sky aggressively. Even the battle soul has changed? Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Qin Feiyang was also full of doubts. Suddenly, he thought of his innate ability again. Emperor Realm, Eye of Heaven, open. Following his low shout, a huge barrier appeared. At the same time, the blood dragon's glabella quickly split open, and a third eye appeared. Eye of Heaven? Hua Yi was slightly stunned. He raised his head to look at the third eye between the blood dragon's glabella and said in shock, "Could this be the legendary heaven-defying battle soul?" But at this moment, no one was in the mood to pay attention to him. The innate ability is all here, the divine dragon technique has also begun to open, the only thing is that the bloodline power has disappeared. Why is this? Everyone frowned. Wait. Suddenly, Tantai Li's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked, "Great-grandmother, did you think of something?" Tantai Li pondered for a moment, raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Feiyang, is it possible that the effect of that pill is actually to conceal your bloodline power?" "Conceal my bloodline power?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hearing this, the others also looked at each other. Was there such a pill in the world? Fire Lotus looked at Tantai Li and said, "Mrs. Tantai, do you mean that Qin Deja's bloodline power has not disappeared, but has just been concealed?" "Yes." Tantai Li nodded. Fire Lotus pondered for a moment, looked at everyone and said, "I think the effect of that pill should be as Mrs. Tantai said, just to conceal Qin Dage's bloodline power. Everyone nodded. Because this was the only explanation that made sense. If that's the case, then in the future, little Qin Z doesn't have to worry about getting injured and bleeding, right? White-Eyed Wolf asked. Fire Lotus smiled and said, not only does he not have to worry about getting injured and bleeding, but he can also use the Divine Dragon technique and his innate ability without restraint. The 3 moves of the Divine Dragon technique had all changed. Especially the third move, the supremacy of the 9 and 5, it was blurry. Even if it was activated, no one knew what it was. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang and grinned, that's still a good thing. It is a good thing. Do you still dare to suspect that my father is harming him? Qin Rushwang looked at everyone with dissatisfaction. Everyone laughed awkwardly. At this time, Qin Feiyang was also extremely excited. Since entering the ancient world, he had been walking on thin ice. Even if someone provoked him, he would endure it again and again. Even when he attacked, he was very careful. Because he was afraid of getting injured, bleeding, and exposing his bloodline power. It could be said that in the past few years in the ancient world, he had been very aggrieved. But now, his bloodline power, divine power, fighting soul, and divine dragon technique had all been concealed. In other words, in the future, he could finally attack as he pleased without any worries. After enduring so many years of grievances, he was finally released, and his entire body felt relaxed. Can we go now? Qin Rushwang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. As for everyone's previous reaction, she did not take it to heart. Qin Feiyang dispersed his fighting soul, lowered his head and pondered for a while. He looked at Qin Rushwang and said, how about this, let's teleport to the island where the fire dragon is and fly over. In this way, even if they are fighting, we will not be affected and we will be able to sense whether they are fighting or not. Tan Tyli nodded and said, this is the safest way. That will do. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and with a clang, the space-time gate appeared. Looking at the space-time gate, Mu Tianyang's expression changed again, with a haze that could not be removed. Qin Feiyang also noticed it, but he did not take it to heart. After all, this kind of thing would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Divine power gushed out, and the space-time gate quickly recovered. Can we really teleport over? Hua Yi looked at the space-time gate with suspicion. In fact, it was normal to be suspicious. After all, he had never seen the space-time gate before. Clang. After a few breaths, the space-time gate finally recovered completely. Let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a group of people rushed into the space-time gate. In the deepest part. On the sea, the wind was howling, and the waves were turbulent. Boom! Suddenly, the void shattered, and an ancient door appeared. Following that, a group of people walked out from the door. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. They really teleported over? Hua Yi looked at the sea below in a daze. Although the island had been swallowed by the sea, one could tell at a glance that this was the island where the fire dragon was. Clang! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the space-time gate quickly shrunk to the size of a palm, and then disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Hua Yi asked curiously, Brother Qin, where did you get this thing from? Ask him. Qin Feiyang pointed at Mu Tianyang, and then looked deeper into the sea. Brother Mu, Hua Yi looked at Mu Tianyang again. Don't bother me. Mu Tianyang glared at him, and then looked deeper into the sea. As for the mermaid princess, Qin Rushwang, and the others, they directly ignored him. Everyone's gaze was on the deeper sea. Aren't they being too rude? Hua Yi pursed his lips. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled, and said, the space-time gate originally belonged to Mu Tianyang. Later, for some reason, it fell into Qin Dage's hands. Now that you are asking Mu Tianyang, it is equivalent to exposing his scars. How can he be nice to you? There is such a thing? Hua Yi was stunned. The relationship between these two was really complicated. As for the innate divine ability that Qin Dage activated, it is indeed the legendary Eye of Heaven. Fire Lotus said again. Damn! Hua Yi looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Not only Qin Dage, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and the Mermaid Princess have also activated the legendary Battle Soul. Fire Lotus secretly said. Hua Yi was stunned, and quickly asked, what Battle Soul? Eye of Life, Eye of Desire, Eye of Heaven. Fire Lotus said. After hearing this, Hua Yi could not help but be shocked. Why are all of them so abnormal? At this time, Zhao Tailai looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and asked, do you feel any battle fluctuations? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Me neither. Tantai also shook her head. Is the battle over? Zhao Tailai frowned. Then let's go quickly. Qin Rushwang immediately teleported and flew over. Let me do it. Hua Yi said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. This place was still quite far from that place. He remembered that after killing the fire dragon, Hua Yi took him, Mu Tianyang, and Fire Lotus, and spent less than an hour to reach the island over there. With Hua Yi's speed, it would take less than an hour. If it were them, it would take at least half a day. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that because the distance was too far, the battle fluctuations did not reach them? Actually, they are fighting. As Hua Yi led everyone to fly, he scanned the sea below and said. Chapter 22:17. Are they fighting? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Since they were fighting, why weren't there any battle fluctuations? Look at the surface of the sea. Hua Yi said. Everyone looked down. On the sea, strong winds were blowing and huge waves were rolling. But other than that, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Hua Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang and said, didn't you notice that the wind and waves here are bigger and fiercer than when we first came? The two were surprised and looked at the sea again. After such a careful observation, it was as Hua Yi said, the wind and waves were bigger than when they first came. They should have suppressed the fluctuations. Because powerhouses at their level, if they don't suppress the fluctuations, it's enough to destroy the world. Hua Yi said. Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang nodded in realization. The Qin Emperor is kind-hearted and doesn't want to implicate innocent creatures, so it's normal for him to suppress the fluctuations. But would the dragons care about the life and death of other creatures? Zhao Tailai frowned. Of course they care. After all, the dragons also need faith and people to respect them. If all the creatures on this continent are extinct and only the dragons are left, then who will the dragons go to find a sense of superiority? Moreover, only when there are thousands of races can it be considered a complete world. Hua Yi said. That makes sense. Everyone nodded. Whoosh. As they continued to go deeper, the wind and waves on the sea became bigger and bigger. In the end, huge waves were tens of thousands of feet high, covering the sky and the sun. Boom! Suddenly, the group faintly heard the sound of battle. They're really fighting. Hua Yi, faster. Qin Feiyang urged. This is already my fastest speed. Hua Yi was helpless. Qin Feiyang said, I don't believe that you don't have an assist-type divine art. Cough, cough. Hua Yi coughed dryly and said with a smile, to be honest, I don't have one. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, stop talking nonsense and hurry up, okay? As the disciple of the Deputy Palace Master, how could he not have an assist-type divine art? Even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Sigh. I just want to say that it's better to have more trust between people. Hua Yi sighed. Qin Feiyang's veins bulged, but there was nothing he could do. Who asked Hua Yi to be the fastest? If they angered him, he might just wash his hands off the matter. With their speed, it would be too late by the time they reached the island. Gradually, the fluctuations and sounds of battle became more and more obvious. The huge waves were also unprecedented. Although the fluctuations of the battle did not pose a threat to them at the moment, Qin Feiyang and the others could not help but feel their hair stand on end. It was as if two overlords of the heavens and earth were fighting. The majestic aura made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! Voila! About half of the journey. That terrifying fluctuation had already stopped Qin Feiyang and the others from approaching. Everyone looked at Hui Yi. All right. Hui Yi helplessly nodded. He took out the Palace Master token and a fiery red enchantment appeared. As soon as the barrier appeared, the fluctuations of the battle were immediately isolated. Everyone continued to move forward. But when they had traveled 2/3 of the way, Hui Yi took the initiative to stop. Because the enchantment that protected them was already distorting. It could break at any time. Hui Yi said in a deep voice, "This time, we really can't move forward anymore." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and did not insist. After all, it was a battle between imperishable stage powerhouses. They could not treat their lives as a joke. Boom! Crack! Although they could not see the battlefield or the figures of Qin Batian and ancestral Gregon, the terrifying fluctuations of the battle swept in all directions. The void in front of them had turned into chaos. Mu Tianyang suddenly looked at Hui Yi and asked curiously, "Is your master's cultivation not as good as ancestral Gregon and Qin Batian? How is that possible? My master is the most powerful and invincible existence in the universe." Hui Yi said angrily. The strongest existence in the universe? Mu Tianyang was speechless. If he was the strongest existence in the universe, then why was the enchantment unable to hold on when they had just arrived? It was not illegal to brag. But to brag, one should at least use their brains. Hui Yi smiled and said, "My master's strength is indeed a little weaker than theirs, but only by a little." But he said it with a little guilty conscience. "What about the Palace Lord?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I'm not sure about the Palace Lord's strength. But I heard from my master that the Palace Lord is a powerful person in Empyrean Palace." Hui Yi said. "Isn't that nonsense?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. If he was not the strongest, how could he convince everyone to sit on the throne of the Empyrean Palace Lord? Next. Everyone fell silent and stared at the sea in the distance. Clang. All of a sudden, a deafening noise sounded in the depths of the sea. Then, a monstrous divine power rolled over. This seems to be the power of a divine artifact. Could it be that ancestral Gregon has already activated the divine artifact? Everyone was shocked and could not help but worry about Qin Batian. Especially Tan Tai Li, Qin Rushwang, and Qin Feiyang. They wished they could immediately rush over to help, but their strength did not allow it. With the fluctuations here, not to mention rushing to the battlefield, even if they just left the enchantment, they would die on the spot, so they could only be anxious. "Father, I haven't seen you yet, nothing must happen to you. I beg you, God, please protect my father's safety," Qin Rushwang prayed silently in her heart. Looking at Mu Tianyang again. His hands hidden in his sleeves were tightly clenched together. He could not even watch the battle from a close distance. Was this Qin Batian's current strength? He could not help but feel a sense of insignificance in his heart. If one were to say that Qin Batian was the ruler of this world, then he would be nothing more than an ant in this world. This gap was completely irreparable. While he was shocked, his heart was also filled with anger. Yes. He refused to accept it. If this person had not sealed him back then and wasted thousands of years, how could the gap be so big? "Everything that happened to me today was caused by you, bastard. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price." The resentment in his heart was even deeper. Or rather, it was a kind of jealousy. He was jealous that Qin Batian was now stronger than him, and better than him. Time passed little by little. About half an hour later, the sound of the battle suddenly stopped. Qin Feiyang and the others quivered. Was the battle over? However, they did not immediately follow, but stayed in place and continued to wait. First, they did not know if the battle was over or not. Second, although the battle had stopped, the fluctuations were still there. If they rushed over now, the enchantment protecting them would definitely not be able to withstand it. Another moment passed. The fluctuations had dissipated a lot. But the sound of the battle did not ring again. Qin Rushwang urged, "It seems that the battle is indeed over. Hua-yi, let's go over quickly." "Yes." Hua-yi nodded, took a deep breath, and then led a group of people, rushing into the depths like lightning. "Father, don't go, you must wait for me," Qin Rushwang muttered, feeling extremely nervous. She was afraid that Qin Badian would leave as soon as the battle was over. Crack. Suddenly, there was a harsh and crisp sound. Hua-yi quickly stopped and scanned the enchantment protecting everyone. Suddenly, his gaze locked on a spot on the left side of the enchantment, and his expression suddenly changed. He saw that there was a crack in that spot. Outside the enchantment, the wind was raging, and the residual power was rolling. Obviously, this crack was caused by the residual power. "No. We can't go over for the time being. Although the battle has stopped, the residual power is still there. Moreover, the closer we are to the center of the battlefield, the stronger the residual power will be. If we continue to move forward, we will all be finished." Hua-yi said in a deep voice. "How long do we have to wait?" Qin Rushwang asked anxiously. "For a powerhouse of this level, the residual power will not completely dissipate without 10 days to half a month. However, we don't have to wait that long. As long as the residual power does not pose a threat to the enchantment, we can continue to move forward. But I estimate that we have to wait at least half an hour," Hua-yi said. Half an hour, Qin Rushwang's gaze trembled. If they really had to wait for half an hour, then her father might have already left. "Rushwang, I know you are anxious, but there is no other way." Tantai comforted her. "Mother, Qin Rushwang was so anxious that tears flowed out. "Ancestor, can you hear my voice? Your daughter wants to see you. If you can hear me, come and see." Qin Feiyang used all his strength and shouted loudly. "Yes. We can call for him." Hua-yi patted his head, looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, "Your cultivation is too weak. You can't transmit your voice, but I can. Then hurry up, I beg you." Qin Rushwang's body trembled, and she quickly looked at Hua-yi and pleaded. "Don't worry. I will call for him right away." Hua-yi comforted her, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, "Qin Badian, if you are not dead, quickly come over." His voice was like a bell, spreading in all directions, and reverberating over the sea for a long time. However, for a long time, they did not wait for Qin Baishan's response, and did not see Qin Badian appear either. Has father left? Or has he been killed? Qin Rushwang murmured, her face as pale as a sheet. It can't be. If Ancestor had been killed, then the one who would be summoned would definitely be the ancestral dragon. But now, the ancestral dragon has not appeared, which means that Ancestor must be fine. Perhaps, he has really left. Qin Feiyang comforted her. When Qin Rushwang heard this, she suddenly looked disappointed. "Rushwang, don't be like this." Looking at Qin Rushwang's tear-stained face, Tantai Li's heart ached. "Mother, I just want to see father." "Is it so difficult?" Qin Rushwang threw herself into Tantai Li's arms, like a helpless girl, and cried bitterly. "There is still a long way to go. There will be a chance in the future." Tantai Li patted Qin Rushwang's back, comforting her softly. At the same time, she looked into the depths of the sea and muttered, "Come and see Shuang, The surface of the sea was turbulent. However, in the sky above the sea, there was not even a trace of a sea beast, let alone a person. Was her hope going to be disappointed in the end? Gradually, Tantai Li could not help but feel a trace of melancholy that could not be dispelled. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 22:18 After being separated for so many years, how could she not want to see this man whom she could not forget? However, there were many things that she could not decide. Moreover, this man was not an ordinary person by nature. He had his own shoulders and responsibilities. It was impossible for him to stop moving forward for the sake of the mother and daughter. Don't be sad. Although I haven't seen him, at least I know that he is still alive in this world. Tan Tai Li suppressed the disappointment in her heart and looked at Qin Rushwang with a smile. Yes. Qin Rushwang nodded. Look. However, just as Qin Rushwang was about to give up, Hui Yi's voice suddenly sounded. Look at what? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Look over there, Hui Yi pointed straight ahead. Qin Feiyang and the others looked in the direction of the voice, but saw nothing except the vast sea. Didn't you see it? Hui Yi was stunned. Everyone shook their heads. Hui Yi was stunned, but suddenly slapped his head and said angrily, Look at my memory. Your behavior is so weak that you can't see that far. What did you see? Qin Feiyang asked. Hui Yi looked at the deep sea and smiled. Wait, you will know soon. Qin Feiyang and the others looked again, their eyes full of suspicion. Gradually, a white figure appeared in their line of sight. He is, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled. That's right. He is Qin Badian. Hui Yi nodded and smiled. Father. Qin Rushwang heard and immediately stared at the figure. Her delicate body could not help but tremble and tears flowed uncontrollably. Tears welled up in Tan Tai Li's eyes. White-eyed wolf, mermaid princess, Zhao Tai Lai, and the others also stared at the middle-aged man who was walking toward them. Qin Badian, only Mu Tianyang gritted his teeth. At the same time, Qin Badian was also sizing up Qin Feiyang's group. However, when he saw Tan Tai Li, his body trembled slightly. Then, he stopped in the void and looked at Tan Tai Li blankly. In his mind, the memories that had been sealed for a long time emerged. For a moment, apart from the sound of the wind and waves, the world fell into a deathly silence. It was as if everything had stopped. Badian, Tan Tai Li called out softly. She could no longer control her inner emotions. Tears gushed out like a broken dam. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Badian was very excited, but also a little absent-minded. Was this an illusion? He rubbed his eyes and looked at Tan Tai Li again. It wasn't an illusion. Thoughts like a tide, like an arrow flying. In just a few blinks of the eye, he arrived outside the barrier and looked at Tan Tai Li in a daze. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the others didn't say anything. Because they didn't want to ruin their reunion. Even Mu Tianyang didn't say anything. However, his gloomy eyes were extremely frightening. Is it really you? Qin Badian slowly raised his big hand and pressed it on the barrier. Yes. Tan Tai Li nodded and also raised her hand. The two hands pressed together, separated by the barrier. Although there was a barrier, it couldn't stop the true feelings between the two. Even across the barrier, they could feel the warmth from each other's palms. It's really not a dream, Qin Badian murmured. I also feel like I'm in a dream, Tan Tai Li whispered. Although Qin Badian was a legendary figure, he was also a human and had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Of course, he couldn't control his inner emotions when he suddenly saw his long-separated lover. Swish. Suddenly, he ignored the barrier and directly appeared in front of Tan Tai Li. Then, he pulled Tan Tai Li into his arms. Feeling the long-lost smell and embrace, Tan Tai Li also hugged Qin Badian tightly. Tears gushed out uncontrollably. Seeing that her mother and father were finally reunited, Qin Rushwang also cried tears of joy. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you behind and entered the ancient world alone. All these years, you must hate me. Qin Baishan's face was full of self-blame. I don't hate you. Because I know that you have something you have to do. I don't want to be a burden to you. Tan Tai Li hurriedly shook her head. Thank you. Qin Badian murmured. Although he was a peerless figure, he couldn't help but cry at this moment. Because he owed the woman in his arms too much. Until now, he hadn't given her an official status, but she had always been willing to sacrifice for him. With such an understanding, gentle and considerate woman who loved him silently, what regrets did he have in life? Suddenly, Tan Tai Li seemed to have thought of something and quickly stood up from Qin Baishan's arms. She wiped her tears and turned to look at Qin Rushwang with a smile. Rushwang, come here. Yes? Qin Badian looked at Qin Rushwang suspiciously. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. Why was there a kinship where blood was thicker than water? Qin Rushwang lowered her head and walked to Tan Tai Li's side. Tan Tai Li looked at Qin Badian and asked with a smile, Badian, do you know who she is? Qin Badian shook his head. Tan Tai Li said, she's your daughter. What? Daughter? Qin Badian was stunned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, ancestor, when you left back then, great-grandmother was already pregnant with your child. This, Qin Badian was stunned. Wasn't this too sudden? Qin Feiyang said again, great-grandmother didn't tell you because she didn't want to be a burden to you. After a long while, Qin Badian finally regained his senses. He looked at Tan Tai Li and asked, is this true? Yes. Tan Tai Li nodded and took Qin Rushwang's hand, saying, I know that if I told you, you would definitely stay for me and the child. But I don't want to be so selfish. I hope you can do what you want to do without any worries. Qin Badian fell into a daze again. He never thought that he would have a daughter. Then he turned to look at Qin Rushwang, and the self-blame on his face grew stronger. Daughter Rushwang greets father. Qin Rushwang didn't know how to face her father in front of her. When she didn't see him, she missed and longed for him. But when she really saw him, she was a little helpless. Daughter, Qin Badian slowly raised his big hand and stroked Qin Rushwang's cheek, murmuring, I actually have such a big daughter, this was more unreal than a dream. This is father's warmth, Qin Rushwang didn't resist. His palm was rough but gentle. She was also infatuated with the warmth from his palm. Because it was the first time she felt her father's love since she was born. Child, I'm sorry, I didn't know about your existence until now. I'm really not a qualified father. Qin Badian said, feeling extremely guilty. Qin Rushwang really didn't know what to say. Tan Tai Li shook her head and smiled, looking at Qin Badian, saying, you really don't have to blame yourself. Shuang has never blamed you. On the contrary, in her heart, you are a very great father. She is proud of you. Really? Qin Badian looked at Qin Rushwang and asked softly. Qin Rushwang nodded. Qin Badian opened his arms and hugged the mother and daughter. He said with a smile, thank you for your understanding. I will take good care of you in the future and make it up to you. We don't need to make it up to you. As long as we can be reunited with you and see you every day, we are already satisfied. Tan Tai Li said. Qin Rushwang also nodded. If the mother and daughter pair could reprimand him, Qin Badian would feel a little better. But now, he felt more and more guilty and self-reproachful. He felt that he would never be able to repay the mother and daughter for what they had done for him. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other with smiles on their faces. After working hard for so long, the couple was finally reunited and the father and daughter recognized each other. They were happy for Qin Rushwang and Tan Tai Li from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Badian. But suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded, directly breaking the atmosphere. Qin Badian was stunned. He looked up in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Tianyang glaring at him angrily. Daughter, we'll talk about our matter later. Qin Badian looked down at the mother and daughter and said with a smile. Okay. The mother and daughter nodded and retreated to the side obediently. Tan Tai Li's temperament had also changed greatly. She was no longer the ruthless character who killed people without hesitation. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Qin Badian looked at Mu Tianyang again and said with a smile, "Long time no see." Mu Tianyang said angrily, "How can you still smile?" Qin Badian chuckled and said, "It's a happy reunion with an old friend." "Aren't you happy at all?" "You should be happy. Because now, you're a famous big shot in the ancient world. You can even kill the ancestral dragon." "But what about me? I'm still a perfect god of war. Not to mention the ancestral dragon, any of the dragons would be enough to smash me to pieces. And all of this, who caused it? It's you. Do you think I can be happy when I see you?" Mu Tianyang shouted with a face full of resentment. Qin Badian heard these words and could not help but look a little depressed. He sighed and said, "After so many years, you still haven't gotten over it?" "Sorry, I'm not as forgiving as you are. I will never forget what you did to me. It was a nightmare." Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Badian looked at Mu Tianyang and did not speak for a long time. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After a long time, Qin Badian shook his head and sighed. He said, "Let's talk about the grudges between us later." Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a slightly reproachful tone, "I've already sent you away. Why did you come back? You can't blame me for this. It was your daughter who insisted on coming. You know that she's a few generations older than me. If I don't listen to her, I won't have a good time." Qin Feiyang looked innocent. Qin Badian was stunned. He did not expect this little guy to be so glib. "Qin Feiyang, don't talk nonsense in front of father. Am I that kind of rude person?" Qin Rushwang looked at Qin Feiyang unhappily. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and said, "Not now, but you were in the past." "You?" Qin Rushwang glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Was he not deliberately ruining her image in front of father? "Brat, just you wait. I'll deal with you sooner or later." Qin Badian glanced at the two of them and could not help but shake his head and laugh. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Thank you for taking care of them for me. We're family. You're treating me like an outsider. Of course, if you really want to thank me, I won't stand on ceremony. Just give me a few godly artifacts." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "You brat." Qin Baishan's mouth twitched and he could not help but laugh and scold him. He did not put on any airs and was very amiable and easygoing. In the face of such a person, even an outsider would find it hard to resist, let alone Qin Feiyang, a descendant of the Qin clan. He liked this ancestor from the bottom of his heart. P.S. Today's 2 chapters. Accompany the 2 children to celebrate Children's Day. Happy Children's Day to all the old children, big children, and small children. Chapter 22:19. Qin Badian looked at Zhao Tai-Lai and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts. "Ancestor, they are all my companions. All these years, they have followed me and never left me. Without them, I wouldn't be who I am today. Especially when I was protecting the great Qin and fighting against the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang. They were the ones who fought bravely on the front lines. His name is Zhao Tai-Lai, his name is Tang Hai, his name is Chui Li, he is a wolf cub. He grew up with me, and the blood Kirin. He used to be the demon ancestor's subordinate. Later, he turned over to the light and followed me to fight against the demon ancestor. In that battle, he contributed greatly." Qin Feiyang hurriedly began to introduce them. Qin Badian listened to Qin Feiyang's introduction and nodded continuously. His eyes were full of praise. "Thank you for protecting the people of the great Qin." Finally, Qin Badian bowed deeply to everyone. "Emperor Qin, you can't do this. You are the young master's ancestor. We can't afford to accept this." Zhao Tai-Lai and the others waved their hands, flattered. Qin Badian scanned the beasts and a smile gradually appeared on his face. After that, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Child, in this world, everyone tries to deceive each other and scheme against each other. It's very difficult to find a few true friends or companions, let alone going through life and death with you. You must properly cherish them. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you again. Qin Badian bowed to Zhao Tailai and the others again. This time, the group of people calmly accepted this big gift. Suddenly, Qin Badian looked at the mermaid princess and said suspiciously, "Your aura is similar to the mermaid emperor. Are you his descendant?" "Yes." The mermaid princess nodded. White-eyed Wolf rolled his eyes and whispered into Qin Baishan's ear, "Let me tell you another secret. This little girl and little Qin Zi are a couple. They even have a concentric knot." Concentric knot? Qin Badian stared blankly at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Qin Feiyang didn't mind. However, the mermaid princess lowered her head shyly. "The mermaid emperor and I have lived and died together, and we are as close as brothers. Now, our descendants are together again. I have to say, this is really fate." Qin Badian smiled with relief. The mermaid princess blushed and asked, "How is the ancestor now?" The ancestor she was referring to was naturally the first mermaid emperor. "He's fine. Old Black and Old White are still alive and well." Qin Badian nodded. "Old Black? Old White?" The mermaid princess was suspicious. "Ancestor, the Old Black and Old White you mentioned, are they the first black-winged king and white-winged king?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Who else could it be?" Qin Badian said with a smile. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The first king of the mermaid clan was called Old White and Old Black. It was really a bit surprising. However, this also proved that the relationship between the ancestor and them was really extraordinary. The mermaid princess asked, "Where are they now?" Her eyes were filled with longing and admiration. As a descendant, she naturally wanted to pay homage to the ancestor. Them. They are all cultivating in seclusion. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to see them now. Qin Badian said with a smile. A trace of disappointment appeared in the mermaid princess's eyes. Qin Badian saw it, but he didn't say anything. He looked at Fire Lotus and Hui. "Greetings, Emperor Qin." The two immediately bowed. Qin Badian looked at Fire Lotus and Hui, and a strange color flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Ancestor. She is Fire Lotus, my younger sister. And he is Hui, a friend I met in the northern region. It was Hui who helped us call you." Qin Feiyang said. "Fire Lotus, Hui." Qin Badian murmured and cupped his hands to Hui, "Thank you. Emperor Qin is too polite." Hui chuckled. Qin Badian smiled, looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, and asked curiously, "How do you know each other?" Qin Feiyang said, "In the land of the undead." "The land of the undead?" Qin Badian was stunned. "Yes. In fact, before this, I have entered the ancient world twice. But those 2 times were only in the land of the undead. Fire Lotus and I met at that time. At that time, she was just an undead." Qin Feiyang said. "An undead?" Qin Badian was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. He briefly explained the situation at that time. "So that's how it is." Qin Badian nodded in realization, then looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, "So, you have been to the Great Qin?" "Yes." Fire Lotus nodded. "How do you feel?" Qin Badian asked with a smile. "Not bad." Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Badian couldn't help but laugh. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Ancestor, are you in the divine land now or somewhere else?" "That's not something you should care about." Qin Badian said. "Then what should I care about?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Strength." After saying that, Qin Badian looked at Mu Tianyang and said, "Shall we talk alone?" "That's what I was thinking." Mu Tianyang sneered. Qin Badian waved his hand and immediately took Mu Tianyang to the sky hundreds of miles away. "What's the matter that you can't let us know?" The white-eyed wolf was curious. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged. In the distance. Above the sea. Qin Badian looked at Mu Tianyang and asked, "Do you want to know why I have been staying in the ancient world?" "That's not what I'm concerned about." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "You should be concerned. Because this matter concerns the fate of all living beings in the various continents." Qin Badian said in a low voice. "Is it that serious?" Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Badian said, "It's more serious than what I said." "Is what Dong Xingyang said true?" Mu Tianyang mumbled. "Dong Xingyang?" Qin Badian was suspicious. Mu Tianyang said, "Dong Xingyang is the former guardian, Yinglong." "So it's him." Qin Badian was enlightened and said, "In that case, he has already seen the future with the eye of destiny." "That's what he said. But I still feel that it's a little mysterious." Mu Tianyang said. "The eye of destiny will never be wrong. Even if there's a deviation, it won't be by too much." Qin Badian said. "What are you trying to say?" Mu Tianyang frowned. Qin Badian sighed and said, "What I'm trying to say is, why don't we put aside our personal grudges and face this calamity together?" "Together?" Mu Tianyang was stunned. His face was full of sarcasm. "In the face of this calamity, both of us can't stay out of it alone. We can only have hope if we work together. If you're willing, come with me later. I promise that you'll reach the imperishable realm within 3,000 years." Qin Badian said. "Reach the imperishable realm within 3,000 years?" Mu Tianyang was shocked. "Yes. I have the ability now." Qin Badian nodded. He was very domineering. Mu Tianyang was overwhelmed with emotions. Imperishable realm, this was truly a huge temptation. "I really need you. If you really can't let go, I promise you that when the calamity is over, I'll fight with you to the death." Qin Badian said. Mu Tianyang lowered his head and frowned. He was hesitant. Qin Badian didn't rush him. He looked at him silently. Puff. But suddenly, Qin Baishan's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was purple gold dragon blood. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at Qin Badian with bewilderment. In the distance, Qin Feiyang and the others also changed their expressions. A distance of hundreds of miles was nothing to them. They could see clearly. Moreover, they had been paying attention to the two of them, so they saw Qin Badian spit out blood immediately. But Mu Tianyang didn't make a move. Why did he suddenly spit out blood? Qin Feiyang said, "Hui Yi, quickly go over." Hui Yi nodded and led Qin Feiyang and the others to the two of them. "Father, you," Qin Rishwang's face was full of concern. Qin Badian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head with a wry smile. "I wanted to hide it from you, but I didn't expect that I couldn't control it." "Hide it from us?" Everyone looked at each other. Wait. Could it be that he was injured when fighting with the ancestral dragon? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Qin Badian nodded. "How is this possible? Didn't you master the power of law?" Qin Feiyang said in disbelief. "That's true, but the power of law, I'm just a beginner. At this level, it can't be compared with the power of law of a heaven-defying artifact." Qin Badian sighed. "Beginner?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Speaking of the heaven-defying artifact, I want to ask you something. Why is your heaven-defying artifact in the hands of the fire dragon?" Qin Badian said, "I gave it to it." Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was really given to him by the ancestor. He asked, "Is the fire dragon really your subordinate?" Subordinate? Qin Badian was stunned and asked curiously, "Why do you think so?" "It said so." "Of course, we didn't believe it." Qin Feiyang said. "It's not. Back then, I gave it the heaven-defying artifact for a reason." Qin Badian said. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Protect the North region, protect the Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Badian said. Protect the North region, protect the Nine Heavens Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fire Lotus and Hui Yi looked at each other, their faces full of suspicion. Yes. Back then, in order to protect me, the Nine Heavens Palace was heavily damaged by the dragons. I can't forget this kindness. I was also worried that the dragons would continue to attack the Nine Heavens Palace and harm the innocent people of the North region. So when I left the North region, I left the heaven-defying artifact here. Qin Badian smiled. So that's the case. Then why did it repeatedly try to kill me when it clearly saw that I have the power of the purple gold dragon blood? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Are you sure it tried to kill you? If it really wanted to kill you, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? Qin Badian said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Let me tell you. The seal on that heaven-defying artifact has loosened by more than half. If it attacks with all its strength, none of you will be able to survive. It attacked you not because it wanted to kill you, but because it was testing you. Qin Badian smiled. Chapter 22:20. Testing me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Although it's a divine artifact, I'm like a brother to it. My descendant is also its descendant. So, it's testing you and also observing you to see how capable you are as a descendant of the Qin clan. Qin Badian smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, then why can the fire dragon control it? It's not control, it's an agreement. Back then, I had an agreement with the fire dragon. The agreement was that I would leave the divine artifact here and occasionally help it, and it would help me keep it a secret. Qin Badian said. Keep it a secret? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. If the dragons knew about this, do you think they would let my divine artifact stay at the entrance of the divine land? Qin Badian asked. Definitely not. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yes. So, I had to persuade the fire dragon to help me keep it a secret. And before I left, I also told the artifact spirit to enter a self-sealing state. In this way, even if the dragons come to the northern region, they won't notice its existence if they don't pay attention. Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, wait, the fire dragon belongs to the dragons, so it's willing to keep it a secret for you? Of course it's not willing. And it's a big crime. If the dragon sovereign finds out, it will definitely die. But it's an ambitious and greedy dragon. It wants to take this opportunity to get close to the artifact spirit and make it slowly submit to it. Because as long as it gets a divine artifact, its status among the dragons will instantly rise by a lot. It might even gain the favor of the dragon sovereign. However, it's too naive. Artifact spirits treat me like brothers, so how could they betray me? Qin Badian said with a smile. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. You are indeed a little naive. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but aren't you afraid that if you can't subdue the artifact spirit, it will become angry and report the matter of the divine artifact to Long Zun? It's actually not a big problem to report it to the revered dragon. Because the artifact spirit can escape at any time. At most, it will be unable to continue protecting the northern region and the Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Badian smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, then do you know that your divine artifact has entered the divine land? Qin Badian laughed and said, if it didn't enter the divine land, how would I know that a descendant of mine had come to the ancient world? Ugh. Qin Feiyang was startled, and he said, so, it was that divine weapon that sent you a message after entering the divine land, and that's why you came to save us? In other words, you're in the divine land now? Yes. Qin Badian nodded. Then why are you hiding it from me? Qin Feiyang was dissatisfied. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but I think it's still too early for you to know about these things. Qin Badian said. I'm not a child. Qin Feiyang was displeased. Qin Badian smiled faintly and said, in my eyes, you're no different from a child. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he was no longer angry. Father. Since it was your divine artifact that informed you, is it with you now? And Mu Tianyang's blood blade and the Grey Castle, where are they? Qin Rushwang asked suspiciously. They're not with me. Previously, I only communicated with the artifact's spirit through the air. As for where they went, I think I should know. Qin Badian said. Where did they go? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. The Divine Land. Qin Badian said. Isn't that nonsense? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Tantai Li suddenly said, is the ancestral Graygon dead or not? The ancestral Graygon is the most powerful dragons apart from the revered dragon. How can it be killed so easily? It has now returned to the Divine Land. Qin Badian shook his head and sighed. It's not dead? Then aren't we in danger? Qin Feiyang was shocked. You can say that. The ancestral Graygon will definitely report this to the revered dragon. The revered dragon will definitely try to find you when he learns of your existence. However, you don't have to worry too much. Have you taken the elixir I gave you? Qin Badian asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said in admiration, this elixir is really amazing. It can actually hide the power of my bloodline. Qin Badian said with a smile, this is the elixir that I spent decades researching. In today's world, I am the only one who can refine it. You researched it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. There was actually someone who could create a new elixir recipe. Back then, when my bloodline power was exposed, I had to face the pursuit of the dragons every day. At that time, I wondered if there was a kind of elixir in the world that could change the bloodline power. Later, I searched all over the ancient world but couldn't find such an elixir. In the end, I simply researched it myself. After decades of seclusion, I finally researched it. Thanks to this elixir, I was able to escape the eyes and ears of the dragons and escape their pursuit. Qin Badian said with a smile. Qin Feiyang asked, then, how can the bloodline power be restored in the future? You also need a kind of elixir. But I won't give you the elixir now. When you step into the eternal realm and enter the Divine Land, I will give it to you. Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, then can you give me the recipes of these two elixirs? Qin Badian rolled his eyes at him. Qin Feiyang said with grievance, in order to find you, I have traveled thousands of miles and experienced countless hardships. Now, I just want 2 elixir recipes. It's not too much. Qin Badian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He said, okay, when you enter the Divine Land, I will give you the recipes. Can't you do it now? Qin Feiyang looked at him pitifully. No. Qin Badian shook his head. There was no room for negotiation. Okay. In fact, Qin Feiyang was not doing it for himself, but for Dan Wangkai. Because for Dan Wangkai, a brand new elixir recipe was more attractive than a divine elixir. Back to the point. I'm afraid it won't be long before the dragons come to the northern region. Although your bloodline power has been concealed now, you must remember not to act on impulse when you meet the dragons. That is to say, avoid them if you can. Qin Badian looked at Qin Feiyang and reminded him. Tantai Li said suspiciously, Badian, you are so strong now. Why don't you keep him by your side? Li, I want to. But my situation in the Divine Land is not as optimistic as you think. All these years, if it weren't for the Tianyu Divine Stone that the Master of the Ninth Heaven Palace gave me, I would have become a pile of bones. Qin Badian sighed. Heard about it. Everyone's heart sank. They never thought that Qin Baishan's situation in the Divine Land would be so bad. Although I do have the ability to protect him now, it won't do him any good. Because I always believe that people need to be sharpened. No matter how talented a person is, if he stays in a carefree environment for a long time, he will be crippled sooner or later. I don't want the descendant of Qin Badian, to become such a cripple. Qin Badian said. Qin Rushwang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It seems that father has high hopes for you." "I can't help it. I'm just that outstanding." Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Qin Rushwang's face darkened, and she said angrily, "Do you believe that I won't slap you?" He was not modest at all. Qin Badian said again, "But except for Qin Feiyang, Hui Yi, and Fire Lotus, the others can follow me to the divine land." "What?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said angrily, "Ancestor, this is not fair. Why can everyone go but I can't?" "Because your surname is Qin," Qin Badian said. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. For a moment, he could not find a reason to refute. "Don't look reluctant. I don't want you to go to the divine land because I have a task for you," Qin Badian said. "What task?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Qin Badian asked, "Who else entered the ancient world this time besides you?" "Many. There's Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, Dong Jingyang, the demon ancestor, and the demonic dragon," Qin Feiyang said one by one. Qin Badian asked, "Who has activated the heaven-defying fighting soul?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, Dong Jingyang, and the demon ancestor. "Go and find them. You don't have to guarantee their safety. When you break through to the eternal realm, take them to the divine land," Qin Badian said. "Find them?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes, you have to find them." Qin Badian nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I can't find them. As for the reason, you can ask Mu Tianyang." Qin Badian looked at Mu Tianyang suspiciously. Mu Tianyang said indifferently, "When they entered the ancient world, they were taken away by a mysterious force." "Mysterious force?" Qin Baishan's eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Ancestor, do you know something?" Qin Badian smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "If they are not in the northern region, then they must be in Dongling, Western Desert, or Southern Wilderness." "Dongling, Western Desert, or Southern Wilderness?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Badian smiled and said, "Although these three regions are far from the northern region, I believe that you have the ability to go there." "You think too highly of me." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Qin Badian glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "Now decide, who is willing to go with me?" Tan Tai Li and Qin Rushwang were the first to go to Qin Badian. It was not easy to be reunited. Of course, they did not want to be separated from Qin Badian again. "I'll go too." Mu Tianyang pondered for a moment and sighed. "Thank you." Qin Badian smiled gratefully. "I'm not doing this for you, nor for the so-called common people. I'm doing this for myself." Mu Tianyang snorted coldly. "As long as you're happy." Qin Badian smiled. "What about us?" Zhao Tailai, Lei Bao, and the other beasts looked at each other. "Nonsense. We're brothers. How can we leave little Qin Zi behind?" White-Eyed Wolf said angrily. "But I really want to go to the divine land." Lei Bao muttered. "What did you say?" "Say it again if you dare. Have you forgotten who gave you all this?" "Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful." White-Eyed Wolf glared at him. "Big Brother Wolf, you're being too serious. How can I forget the young master's kindness to me? Let's talk about it later. I'm going to the divine land with the young master's ancestor. We're family. This is not betrayal." Lei Bao complained unhappily. Chapter 22-21. "You're still twisting words." The White-Eyed Wolf was furious. "I'm not twisting words. It's the truth." Lei Bao grumbled. The White-Eyed Wolf glared at Lei Bao and said, Fine, whatever. I won't go anyway." "All right. Go, all of you," Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Young Master, Zhao Tailai, Lei Bao, and the other beasts all looked at Qin Feiyang. "Our ancestors are stronger than me and have more resources than me. Going to the divine land with them will only be beneficial to you. Don't feel sorry for me." When you followed me, I told you that I wouldn't restrict your freedom. We'll talk about it later. I'm more than happy that our ancestors can teach you personally. How can I be angry? But you must remember, you must work hard to cultivate. Don't wait until I enter the divine prefecture, and if your cultivation is still the same as mine, or even weaker than mine, then I won't let you off. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I promise I'll surpass you. Not only will I surpass you, but I'll also leave you in the dust. Zhao Tai Lai and the others roared. That'd better be the case. Qin Feiyang smiled, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and the mermaid princess, and said, You two go to the divine land too. I'm not going. The ingrate turned her head away in a fit of pique. I'm not going either. The mermaid princess hesitated and shook her head. Qin Feiyang asked, Don't you want to see the first mermaid emperor and the others? Yes. But I want to be with you more. The mermaid princess said. The dragons are going to hunt me down. You'll be in more danger if you follow me. Be a good girl and go to the divine land with our ancestors. I promise you, I'll come back alive. Qin Feiyang stroked the mermaid princess's cheek and smiled. The mermaid princess was at a loss for words. Don't worry about him. He's just like a loach. If the dragons want to kill him, they won't be able to in their next life. Qin Rishwang held the mermaid princess' hand and said with a smile. All right. The mermaid princess nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang as she said, Then you have to promise me that you'll find me alive because you haven't married me yet. I swear in the name of my ancestors. Qin Feiyang said. Cough cough. When Qin Badian heard this, he choked on his saliva on the spot. What did this have to do with him? Why did she have to swear in his name? Sorry, it's just a habit, Qin Feiyang said with an embarrassed smile. In the past, he often swore in the name of his ancestors. It had already become a habit, so he blurted it out without even thinking. Qin Badian looked at him helplessly. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and turned to the white-eyed wolf, saying, White-eyed wolf, are you really not going? No. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. All right. To be honest, if we all go to the divine land, I'll be lonely. We can keep each other company. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Blood Kirin laughed and said, Young master, don't be like this. We're only separated temporarily. That's right. No matter where we are, no matter how long it's been, we'll always be your most loyal subordinates. Cui Li said. Also, we didn't take the green phoenix sword and the giant scythe. They're now in the castle. These two relics are legendary relics. Now that the Grey Castle has gone to the Divine Land, keeping these two relics will be of great help to you. As for the other pinnacle relics and spells, you won't be able to use them, so we took them all. Tang Hai said. Also, the herbs we've collected over the past few years are all in this interspatial ring. Keep them well. As for the soul stones, divine gems, and precious elixirs, such as the potential pill, the great creation pill, and the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, put them next to the iron box on the altar like before. Dan Wangkai carefully instructed, then took off the interspatial ring on his index finger and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Are you making arrangements for your death? Qin Feiyang took the interspatial ring and looked at Dan Wangkai speechlessly. You've never cared about these things. I'm just worried that you don't know. Dan Wangkai said. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and waved his hand, saying, all right, don't miss me too much. Hua Yi, Fire Lotus, White-Eyed Wolf, let's go. To be honest, he was still a little reluctant to part with them. However, for everyone's sake, it was necessary to separate. Then we'll meet again. Fire Lotus and Hua Yi looked at each other, then cupped their hands towards Qin Badian and said. Qin Badian nodded. Let's meet again. The two of them said something to the mermaid princess and the others, then left with Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf. Before the White-Eyed Wolf left, he didn't forget to glare at Zhao Tai Lai and the others. It seems that Brother Wolf will hate us for the rest of his life. The golden divine leopard smiled bitterly. That's his personality. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After a while, he'll be fine. Willow Tree shook his head and laughed. Yu Huang, Zhao Tailai, and the others also nodded. Feiyang, wait. Suddenly, Qin Badian seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Qin Feiyang and called out. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at Qin Badian suspiciously. I'll give you the Heavenly Domain Divine Stone. Qin Badian said. Heavenly Domain Divine Stone? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and laughed. No need, I already have one, you can keep it for yourself. Qin Badian was stunned, looking at Tan Tai Li and the others. He asked suspiciously, how did he get the Heavenly Domain Divine Stone? Elder Yun gave it to him. Elder Yun, you should be familiar with it. Tan Tai Li said. Elder Yun, Qin Badian muttered, a smile gradually creeping onto his face. Boom! But at this moment, a terrifying godly aura surged in the air. Qin Badian frowned and looked towards the depths of the sea. This aura, it's the aura of the dragon ancestor. Mermaid Princess and the others also changed their expressions. Qin Feiyang and the other two and White-Eyed Wolf also immediately stopped in the air and turned their heads to look towards the depths of the sea. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Qin Badian whispered. Boom! After the ancestral dragon's aura appeared, more auras continued to emerge. In the end, apart from the ancestral dragon, a total of 10 auras appeared. Although these 10 auras were not as strong as the ancestral dragon, they were not any weaker than the fire dragon. Hua Yi said in a deep voice, it seems that our north region is about to be in chaos. Fire Lotus also had a worried look on her face. Qin Badian. All of a sudden, the ancestral dragon's voice rang out like a clap of thunder, shaking the clouds. Qin Baishan's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force emerged, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang and the other two and the White-Eyed Wolf. Swish! In just an instant, Qin Feiyang and the other two and the White-Eyed Wolf disappeared without a trace. Old friend, I don't have time to accompany you now, we'll meet again if fate allows. Then, Qin Badian looked towards the depths of the sea, smiled faintly, and then disappeared without a trace with Tan Tai Li and the others. In just a few breaths, 11 figures descended in the sky above the sea. The one in the lead was the burly man that the ancestral dragon had transformed into. The 10 people behind him had also transformed into their human forms. They were all middle-aged and had cold expressions. Their auras were earth-shattering, and the void within tens of thousands of miles was trembling. He's really fast to escape. One of them scanned the empty sea and said coldly. If he doesn't escape, is he waiting for death? What we should be most concerned about now is to find Qin Feiyang as soon as possible. Another person said. The burly man scanned the void and frowned. I seem to be able to sense Qin Feiyang's aura. You can sense it? That can't be right. Didn't you say not long ago that Qin Feiyang had already been sent away by Qin Badian when you guys were fighting? The 10 people looked at the burly man suspiciously. There were indeed many people's auras in the void here. But because they had not seen Qin Feiyang with their own eyes, they could not determine whether it was true or not. It can't be wrong. Except for Qin Feiyang and his companions. Could it be that Qin Badian didn't send them away at that time? If that's the case, has Qin Feiyang followed Qin Badian into the divine land now? The ancestral dragon frowned. When we came out just now, the entrance had been completely sealed. Can Qin Badian still enter the divine land? Someone asked suspiciously. Not before, but now he can. Because he has comprehended the law of space and time. The ancestral dragon said in a deep voice. What? He has comprehended the law of space. Does revered dragon know about this? The 10 people were shocked. The ancestral dragon said, I've already reported it to revered dragon. One of them asked, what did revered dragon say? What else could he say? He just said to find him as soon as possible and kill him in the cradle. The ancestral dragon shook his head. When the 10 of them heard this, their faces were filled with helplessness. If it was so easy to kill, how could Qin Badian live until now? Don't worry about Qin Badian for now. First of all, we have to confirm whether Qin Feiyang is in the North region now. You guys investigate the North region immediately. In addition, we can't let go of Dongling, Western Desert, and Southern Wilderness, especially the forbidden areas. The first step is to start with the North Sea. The ancestral dragon shouted. Yes. The 10 people responded respectfully and spread out, releasing their divine senses to conduct a carpet search of the Sky Dragon Sea. At the same time, above Turtle King Island, 3 people and 1 wolf stood in the void, looking at the end of the sea. That's right. They were Qin Feiyang, Hui, Fire Lotus, and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "White-eyed wolf, now it's just the 2 of us left to rely on each other." They were redundant in the first place. The white-eyed wolf said indifferently. Enough. They're not really going to betray us, is there a need to do this? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Anyway, I'm just unhappy. The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Hui rolled his eyes at the white-eyed wolf and said, "When are you still in the mood to talk about this? Hurry up and think about how to deal with the dragon's pursuit." Actually, there's no need to worry. Because the dragons don't know where the ancestors sent us. So they will definitely search the Sky Dragon Sea first. In other words, there's still some time before they really arrive in the North region. Besides, even if they find us, what can they do? I have the Heavenly Domain Divine Stone, and the power of bloodline has disappeared. When the time comes, as long as I change my appearance, even if I stand in front of them, they won't know it's me. Qin Feiyang said. I know, you'll be fine. But I'm worried that it will implicate Jiutian Palace. Hui said in a deep voice. Chapter 22-22. 9 Heavens Palace, Qin Feiyang muttered. Although you hid your identity in 9 Heavens Palace, your appearance didn't change at all. When the dragons descend, they will know that you were once a disciple of my 9 Heavens Palace. Hui said. But in the past, no one knew my identity. And now, I have left 9 Heavens Palace. The dragons shouldn't make things difficult for 9 Heavens Palace, right? Qin Feiyang said. It's hard to say. After all, our 9 Heavens Palace once protected your ancestor, which made the dragons very unhappy. Now you have appeared again, and you were once a disciple of my 9 Heavens Palace. I'm worried that the dragons might use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Hui sighed. Qin Feiyang frowned. Hui's worry wasn't without reason. Fire Lotus suddenly said, it might not be too late to remedy it now. How? Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at her. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said, arrest you and hunt you down. Arrest me? Hunt me down? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. If 9 Heavens Palace protects you at this time, it will naturally anger the dragons. But if they arrest you and hunt you down, it will be the same as the dragons. When I think about it, the dragons shouldn't make things difficult for 9 Heavens Palace. Fire Lotus said. Good idea. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. And, the bigger the trouble, the better. It's best if you do something that angers both men and gods. Then it will be realistic. Fire Lotus smiled. Angers both men and gods, Qin Feiyang murmured. How about this, isn't there a level 5 soul vein under each of the 10 great saint peaks? We'll find a chance to snatch all of them. This way, 9 Heavens Palace will have a reason to arrest you and hunt you down. Fire Lotus said. What the hell? Is it that crazy? Hui was stunned as he looked at the Fire Lotus. What else? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang said, that's a good idea, but I've already left the 9 Heavens Palace, so I can't pass the heavenly stairway. Fire Lotus pursed her lips and smiled, isn't Hui still in 9 Heaven Palace? Me? Hua Yi pointed at his nose, a look of astonishment on his face. Then, he said with dissatisfaction, Fire Lotus, you're being a bit unreasonable. You actually want to drag me down with you? Do you still need me to drag things out? Back then, in the deepest depths, the ancestral dragons saw you. In other words, the dragons already know that you're our accomplice. Do you think you can still stay in Empyrean Palace? Fire Lotus mocked. Ugh. Hua Yi looked at the Fire Lotus in shock. That seemed to be the case. He reckoned that in the eyes of the dragons, he was also one of the targets to be hunted down. Fire Lotus smiled, there's no time to lose. Go back to Empyrean Palace and snatch the vein of soul. Hua Yi was depressed. How did he unknowingly get on their pirate ship? You can't blame us for being unreasonable. You were the one who wanted to follow us to Sky Dragon Sea. White-Eyed Wolf looked at him with schadenfreude. All right. I asked for it. Hua Yi rubbed his forehead helplessly. He was really looking for trouble. Looking at Hua Yi's bitter face, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then, he turned to the White-Eyed Wolf and Fire Lotus, saying, You two go to the castle first. The man and wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the man and wolf immediately disappeared. Then, he patted Hua Yi's shoulder and smiled, Let's go. Can you not smile so happily? Hua Yi was extremely annoyed. But it was a fact, and it was useless to complain now. Because the dragons would not listen to his explanation, nor would they believe his explanation. Whoosh! Hua Yi helplessly followed Qin Feiyang and flew in the direction of Sky Dragon Mountain Range. However, when they passed by a small island, the two of them were startled. In the center of the small island, there was a lonely mountain peak that was about a few hundred feet high. The island was also filled with rocks and was completely bare. On the peak of the mountain, an old man and a strong middle-aged man were sitting opposite each other. Both of them had their eyes closed, as if they were meditating. The old man was full of wrinkles and had white hair. Next to him was a walking stick. The middle-aged man was about 7 feet tall and was quite thin. His thick black hair was casually draped over his shoulder, and there was a gloomy aura between his eyebrows. Deputy Pavilion Master? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The old man was the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. Wu Changtian. At the same time, Hua Yi whispered, looking at the middle-aged man, his brows tightly knitted together. Wu Changtian. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and looked at Hua Yi suspiciously. Shua. The Deputy Pavilion Master and Wu Changtian also sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! Suddenly, a monstrous aura erupted from Wu Changtian's body and rolled towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why did he attack him the moment they met? Was there a grudge? But he did not remember offending a person called Wu Changtian before. Moreover, he was sure that this was the first time he had met this person. Hua Yi frowned and shouted, Wu Changtian, what are you doing? Wu Changtian was silent as he stared at Qin Feiyang, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Shua. Seeing that the aura was about to drown Qin Feiyang, the Deputy Pavilion Master grabbed his walking stick and waved it gently. A formless aura surged out from his body. Wu Changtian's aura immediately dissipated in the air. Wu Changtian immediately looked at the Deputy Pavilion Master and shouted, Do you really want to go against my 9-Heaven Palace? 9-Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. So this person was from the 9-Heaven Palace. In the entire northern region, who dares to go against your 9-Heaven Palace? This old man is just repaying his debt of gratitude. After all, it was little brother Jiang who cleared this old man's name. The Deputy Pavilion Master laughed. Wu Changtian's face was gloomy. Qin Feiyang landed beside the Deputy Pavilion Master, looked at Wu Changtian suspiciously, and asked in a low voice, Old Senior, what exactly is going on? Hua Yi was also puzzled. This matter, we have to start from half a year ago, when you entered the Sky Dragon Sea. The Deputy Pavilion Master said. Half a year ago? Qin Feiyang was even more puzzled. What happened half a year ago? Half a year ago, Little Chiu suddenly received news that Wu Changtian was ordered by the Great Elder to go to the Sky Dragon Sea to hunt you down. At that time, Little Chiu found me and asked me to stop Wu Changtian. At first, I didn't believe it. After all, you've done so much for the Nine Heaven Palace, how could the Great Elder repay your kindness with ingratitude? But in the end, when I stopped Wu Changtian, I found out that he was really going to hunt you down. Then, I accompanied him here until now. The Deputy Pavilion Master laughed. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and bowed. Thank you, old senior. The Deputy Pavilion Master said, if you want to thank someone, thank Little Chiu. Shengguan Qiu, Qin Feiyang mumbled, then shook his head and sighed. He looked at Wu Changtian and said, does the Great Elder hate me that much? The Great Elder doesn't hate you, but your ancestor. Wu Changtian's eyes flickered coldly. Qin Feiyang said, so, the Great Elder wants me to repay this debt? That's right. Wu Changtian nodded. Aren't you messing around? I've already told the Great Elder about Master's order. Hua Yi said angrily. Although you're the Deputy Pavilion Master's disciple, you'd better not interfere in this matter. Wu Changtian said with a gloomy face. You, Hua Yi glared at him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stopped Hua Yi. He looked at Wu Changtian and said, all right, I'll accompany you to the Nine Heaven Palace and talk to the Great Elder face to face. The Deputy Pavilion Master's face changed when he heard this. He hurriedly said, young friend, thank you for your concern, old senior. But from now on, I hope that the Treasure Pavilion won't have anything to do with me. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? The Deputy Pavilion Master was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What I mean is that we'll cut off all ties. Qin Feiyang said coldly and looked at Wu Changtian, let's go. With that, he ignored the Deputy Pavilion Master and soared into the sky, leaving without looking back. Hua Yi scratched his head and chased after Qin Feiyang with a confused look. Wu Changtian was also shocked. He was willing to follow him to the Nine Heaven Palace. He even wanted to cut off all ties with the Treasure Pavilion. What was going on? The Deputy Pavilion Master frowned. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uncomfortable in the face of such a situation. Let alone the Deputy Pavilion Master. For the sake of helping Qin Feiyang, he had wasted half a year here with Wu Changtian. Yet, what he received in return was actually this sort of attitude. Although he was indebted to him, he couldn't be so presumptuous. Did you see that? You've been helping him, but he might not appreciate it. Maybe he thinks that you're meddling in other people's business. Wu Changtian looked at the Deputy Pavilion Master and sneered. He then turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang. Am I really meddling in other people's business? The Deputy Pavilion Master murmured. After Hua Yi caught up with Qin Feiyang, he transmitted his voice, Brother Qin, how can you treat the Deputy Pavilion Master like this? Don't you understand? The Deputy Pavilion Master already knows my identity. If he continues to help me, he and the Treasure Pavilion will definitely be attacked by the dragons in the future. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Hua Yi was stunned for a moment, then said in realization, so you did it on purpose? Yes. Now, only by falling out with the Treasure Pavilion will the Treasure Pavilion not be implicated by me. Qin Feiyang said. Then you don't have to pretend to be an ungrateful person. You can tell the Deputy Pavilion Master the truth and ask him to keep a distance from you in the future. Hua Yi said inwardly. That's not true. If it's not true, it might be exposed, so it's better to be straightforward. I really don't want those who help me to be dragged down by me. Qin Feiyang sighed. Sigh. You really put in a lot of effort. But I don't think Shengguan Qiu will give up on you so easily. It's hard for a woman to remain calm in the face of love. She can do anything. Hua Yi said worriedly. I'm also worried about this problem. It seems that not only do we have to go to the Empyrean Palace, but we also have to go to the Treasure Pavilion. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Do as you wish. But I'm a little puzzled. Look at you, there's nothing outstanding about you. How did Sheng Wanqiu fall in love with you? Hua Yi frowned. I can't figure it out either. Could it be that I was born with a kind of charm that attracts women? And even I didn't notice this charm? Qin Feiyang muttered. You're really narcissistic. Hua Yi was speechless when he heard this. Chapter 22-23. At the bottom of the stairway. The white-haired old man was still the same as before, sitting cross-legged on the ground like a stone statue, guarding the stairway. The disciples coming in and out, but none of them caught his attention. Swish. 3 figures descended from the sky onto the mountain peak. It was Qin Feiyang, Hua Yi, and Wu Changtian. Jiang Haotian? The disciples coming and going immediately stopped and looked at Qin Feiyang. Didn't this person leave Nine Heaven Palace? Why did he come back? Qin Feiyang's true identity was only known by a few people. For example, Shengguan Fenglan, Shengguan Qiu, First Elder, Vice Pavilion Master, even the Second Elder and the other big shots didn't know. Move aside. Wu Changtian looked at the disciples on the stairway and shouted. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Is he also from Nine Heaven Palace? But why isn't he wearing our Nine Heaven Palace's uniform? The disciples looked at Wu Changtian suspiciously. Wu Changtian's aura was very strong, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat to the side. Let's go. Wu Changtian looked at Qin Feiyang and said coldly. Qin Feiyang laughed. We're already here, do you think I'll run away? Don't talk nonsense. Wu Changtian frowned. Fine. Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped onto the stairway. However, unexpectedly, the stairway didn't react at all. It was very calm. What's going on? There was no warning. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hua Yi was also surprised. Suddenly, he slapped his head and said, how could I forget that the master of the stairway is my master? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Do you still remember that every disciple has to drip a drop of blood on the stairway before entering Nine Heaven Palace? Hua Yi said. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the blood is absorbed by the stairway, only my master can remove it. And my master has never returned to Nine Heaven Palace, so your blood is still in the stairway. That's why the stairway didn't alert you. Hua Yi laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, so, I'm still considered a member of the Nine Heavens Palace? Yes. Hua Yi nodded. All right. When your master returns, remember to ask him to erase it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked up and walked up the stairway to heaven. What? Jiang Haotian came to Nine Heavens Palace? Lotus Lake. Shengguan Fenglan suddenly stood up and looked at Wang Yun, who was standing respectfully in front of her. Her face was full of surprise. Yes. It's not just Jiang Haotian. There's also Hua Yi. Wu Changtian is here too. Wang Yun said. How could this be? Didn't you say that the Vice Pavilion Master has personally gone to stop Wu Changtian? Shengguan Fenglan muttered to herself. The Vice Pavilion Master was stronger than Wu Changtian, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have failed. What was going on? Hall Master, Jiang Haotian has already been captured. I think it's best if you don't interfere in this matter. Wang Yun said. You don't understand. Shengguan Fenglan sighed. When Wang Yun heard this, a trace of suspicion appeared in her eyes. Was there something else? Shengguan Fenglan pondered for a moment and asked, is Hua Yi here too? Yes. Wang Yun nodded. If Hua Yi is here, there shouldn't be a problem. Shengguan Fenglan muttered, then shook her head and muttered, no, I have to go and see for myself. After saying this, she rushed out of the pavilion. Hall Master, calm down. You will completely anger the first elder. Wang Yun hurriedly chased after her. Jiang Haotian? He has already left Nine Heavens Palace. Why is he still here? Could it be that he can't survive outside, so he shamelessly came back? The moment Qin Feiyang entered Nine Heavens Palace, the entire Nine Heavens Palace was in an uproar. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already arrived in the sky above the inner court, and they could clearly see the 10 Saint Peaks. Wu Changtian had been monitoring Qin Feiyang the entire time, not daring to let his guard down. Are you really going to meet the first elder? Hua Yi secretly asked. Why would I run to meet him for no reason? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then why did you come to Nine Heavens Palace? Hua Yi was suspicious. Of course it's to snatch the soul vein. Although the initial plan was to let you come, if I can do it personally, Nine Heavens Palace will definitely hate me even more. Qin Feiyang said. Truly a lunatic who isn't afraid of death. Hua Yi glared at him. Don't I have you? What am I afraid of? Are you ready? Qin Feiyang secretly said. I can make my move anytime. Hua Yi secretly laughed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wu Changtian, his eyes flashing as he took out the divine moon jade pendant. He couldn't see through Wu Changtian's strength, but judging from the aura he emitted, he had already surpassed the Paragon God realm. In other words, Wu Changtian was a Nine Heavens realm expert. Against a Nine Heavens realm expert, the hidden soul stone was useless. Therefore, he needed the heavenly domain God stone. And the divine moon jade pendant that Elder Yun gave him was made of heavenly domain divine stone. Taking out the divine moon jade pendant, Qin Feiyang grabbed half of it and glanced at Hua Yi, saying, Hurry up and grab the other half. Why do I feel like a thief? Hua Yi muttered. I am a thief to begin with. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Hua Yi smiled bitterly and glanced at Wu Changtian, reaching out to grab the other half of the divine moon jade pendant. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the concealment art. Swish. At that moment, the two living people disappeared from Wu Zhangtian's sight. Wu Changtian hurriedly stopped, his divine sense rolled out, and his expression froze. No one? No spatial divine item? This, he looked around at the void, unable to regain his senses for a long time. The disciples below also looked at the place where Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi disappeared in astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the Saint Peak. Wu Changtian quivered and hurriedly looked over. The crowd of disciples also cast their gazes over, and immediately turned pale with fright. The 10 Saint Peaks rose from the ground on their own. What's going on? The disciples of the Saint Peaks all ran out, and when they saw this scene, they were all shocked. Crack! In the next moment, the ground cracked, and ravines appeared everywhere. 10 dragon-like spirit veins quickly broke out of the ground. What the hell happened? Not only did the 10 Saint Peaks rise from the ground, but even the 10 spirit veins ran out on their own? Everyone was bewildered. Swish! Before they could react, the 10 spirit veins disappeared into thin air. Countless disciples fell into a daze. Even Wu Changtian was dumbfounded. Wait! Could it be them? Suddenly, Wu Changtian shuddered, and immediately burned with anger, roaring to the sky, Damn it! Boom! A monstrous aura erupted, rolling towards the place where the 10 Saint Peaks were. At the same time, the 10 Saint Peaks that were suspended in the air seemed to have lost their balance and crashed down. The powerful impact caused the ground to shake violently. The 10 Saint Peaks also broke into pieces on the spot, crazily collapsing. The disciples looked at each other. The Saint Peaks were destroyed just like that? Wu Changtian, thank you for bringing us into Jiutian Palace, see you next time. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. Wu Changtian suddenly turned around and glanced at the void above the outer sect. His face was filled with disbelief. The voice came from above the outer sect. Isn't that Qin Feiyang's voice? Wasn't he still here just now? How did he run to the outer sect so quickly? The disciples were also shocked. And this was what made Wu Changtian feel incredulous. How could a half-step divine lord and a perfect battle god be so fast? Tell the great elder, I'll take these 10 spirit veins without hesitation, and don't trouble me in the future, otherwise, there will be more fun waiting for you. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. This time, it was close to the sky stairway. Fuck. So he came to Jiutian Palace to snatch the spirit veins under the St. Peaks. This guy is too daring. The disciples of Jiutian Palace heard Qin Feiyang's words and their jaws almost fell off. Damn it. None of you can escape. Old Wei, seal the sky stairway. Wu Changtian was furious as he chased after them crazily. So they were using him to sneak into Jiutian Palace to snatch the spirit veins. How dare they scheme against him, they can't be forgiven. What's going on? Whoosh. A woman in a light purple dress descended above the St. Peak. Looking at the destroyed St. Peak, her expression immediately turned sluggish. This person was Shengguan Fenglan. Wang Yun followed behind her and saw the current state of the St. Peaks. Her jaw dropped. Palace Master, it's Jiang Haotian and Hui Yi. Not only did they destroy the 10 St. Peaks, they also snatched the spirit veins. Now, they have escaped to the sky stairway. These two have no respect for the law. Palace Master, we must catch them and punish them severely. The disciples of the St. Peaks roared angrily. This was their cave residence that was destroyed, how could they not be angry? Snatched the spirit veins, Shengguan Fenglan was stunned. Following that, in his heart, a flame of fury was ignited. What nonsense! With a shout, she teleported and rushed toward the sky stairway. Back to Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. At this moment, the two of them were rushing down the sky stairway. How's my speed? Hui Yi was not nervous at all. Instead, he smiled proudly at Qin Feiyang. Amazing. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up. This guy's speed was many times faster than Wu Changtian's. He even suspected that Hui Yi was a powerhouse at the imperishable realm. Hui Yi chuckled and said, snatching 10 spirit veins at once, the great elder will definitely be angered to death this time. If he really is angered to death, to be honest, I won't sympathize at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If it was someone else, such as Shengguan Fenglan, he would naturally treat it differently. But he really didn't dare to compliment the great elder. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened as he looked at the bottom of the sky stairway. The white-haired old man had already stood up and stood in front of the sky stairway. His terrifying aura was like a huge wave, crazily surging. And in front of him, there was a divine barrier that blocked the entrance of the sky stairway. It's over, it's over. I forgot that there was this old man. Hui Yi's face also changed color. Although they were still invisible and still holding the divine moon jade pendant in their hands, it was not a simple matter to pass through the divine barrier. Moreover, once they passed through the divine barrier, their whereabouts would be exposed. Chapter 22-24. At the same time, the white-haired old man scanned the heaven stairway with a rare cold light in his eyes. Although he could not see Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi, nor could he capture their auras, he could faintly feel that the two of them were rushing towards him. Qin Feiyang thought, can we break through? Hui Yi sent a sound transmission. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Nonsense. Of course it's the truth. Qin Feiyang stared at him angrily. Hui Yi thought, the truth is, this old man is even stronger than the great elder. Stronger than the great elder? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He knew that this old man's strength was definitely not ordinary, but he never thought that he would be strong to this extent. Hui Yi sighed, be prepared to fight. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. It seemed like he could only take the risk. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were almost at the entrance of the heaven stairway. Elder Wei, move aside. But suddenly, a dignified voice rang out in the white-haired old man's mind. The white-haired old man was slightly stunned, and then a trace of respect appeared on his face. Following that, with a wave of his hand, the divine barrier disappeared. Seeing this sudden scene, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi were both stunned. Why did the divine barrier suddenly disappear? What was going on? But now, they couldn't care less. The two of them rushed down the heaven stairway and flew past the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man acted as if he really didn't see them and let them leave. Sigh. The white-haired old man sighed secretly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes again. Not long later, Wu Changtian chased after him, glancing at the empty space, frowned. Elder Wei, where are they? I don't know. The white-haired old man shook his head. You don't know? Wu Changtian was stunned, and immediately roared in exasperation. Didn't I tell you to seal the heaven stairway? Swish. The white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes, two cold lights bursting out of them. Wu Changtian's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now, please forgive me. The white-haired old man did not say anything and closed his eyes again. Wu Changtian heaved a long sigh. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. Whoosh! At this moment, another woman flew down from the stairway to heaven. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Where is he? Shangguan Fenglan asked Wu Changtian. Ask your master. Wu Changtian replied with a helpless look on his face. Master? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. She turned to look at the white-haired old man, but before she could speak, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She knew the old man's character too well. If he refused to speak, even the first elder wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Boom! Whoever wants to come will come. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the great elder walked down the stairway step by step. Not good. Shangguan Fenglan muttered. Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi's actions had clearly enraged the great elder. Greetings, Grand Elder. When the great elder walked down the stairway to heaven, Shangguan Fenglan and Wu Changtian immediately bowed. But the great elder did not care about the two of them. He looked at the white-haired old man and said angrily, Old Fart Wei, what are you trying to do? What do you mean, what am I trying to do? The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked at the great elder suspiciously. When I opened my eye of heavenly constellation, I saw with my own eyes that you removed the seal. Why did you let them go? The great elder shouted. The white-haired old man said indifferently, Hui Yi is the disciple of the Vice Palace Master. I don't dare to make things difficult for him. In the past, you even dared to teach the Vice Palace Master a lesson. Now you're telling me that you don't dare to make things difficult for his disciple? Do you think I'm an idiot? The great elder was furious. I don't want to argue with you. This is the truth. Believe it or not. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. You're an old bastard. The great elder was about to go crazy. But the white-haired old man acted as if he did not hear anything. Great elder, please calm down. The most important thing now is to find them as soon as possible. Shangguan Fenglan comforted him. Find them? The northern region is so big, and they're all cunning old foxes. Where are we going to find them? As long as they escape from the Nine Heaven Palace, we won't be able to find them. The great elder blew his beard and glared at the white-haired old man. Even if we can't find them, we still have to find them. Otherwise, our Nine Heaven Palace will really become a joke this time. Wu Changtian sighed. Destroying the Saint Peak and snatching the soul vein would be a great humiliation to the Nine Heaven Palace. Let me see if they're in the Sky Dragon Mountain range. The great elder said gloomily. He waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky above the mountain peak. The scene in the image kept flashing. The great elder, Shangguan Fenglan, and Wu Changtian all stared at the image. A moment later, the great elder sighed and said, seems like they've left the Sky Dragon mountain range. Wu Changtian frowned and looked at the Great Elder. Great Elder, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. The Great Elder said. I'm starting to doubt Huiyi's identity. If he's really the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, why would he follow Qin Feiyang and mess around like this? Wu Changtian said. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly said, Wu Changtian, you can't say such things, the Palace Master token can't be forged. The Palace Master token can't be forged, but we can't rule out the possibility that the Vice Palace Master lost the Palace Master token and was accidentally picked up by Huiyi. Wu Changtian said. This, Shangguan Fenglan frowned her beautiful brows. Don't doubt Huiyi's identity. Suddenly, the white-haired old man said. N? The three of them looked at the white-haired old man. Master, if you really know something, can you not hide it from us? Shangguan Fenglan said. I don't know. The white-haired old man shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he didn't open his eyes. You old bastard, are you forcing me to be rough? The Great Elder was furious in his heart. Not saying anything halfway, wasn't it obvious that he was keeping him in suspense? But the white-haired old man turned a deaf ear and didn't say another word. The Great Elder clenched his fists tightly. Great Elder, calm down, calm down. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly smiled and comforted him. Humph. Even if Huiyi is the Vice Palace Master's disciple, we can't let him off easily this time. Immediately give the order, put up a bounty of 2 legendary-level artifacts, arrest them. The Great Elder shouted. What? 2 legendary-level artifacts. Great Elder, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Shangguan Fenglan was shocked and hurriedly said. Do as this old man says. The Great Elder said angrily. Yes. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes trembled as she bowed and replied. In addition, announce to the public that Huiyi has officially been expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace. The Great Elder said. All right. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. At the same time. Sky Dragon City. Have you heard, after half a year, Jiang Haotian appeared again? Yes, yes, yes. My cousin just sent me a message, talking about Jiang Haotian. Your cousin? I remember, he seems to be an inner disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace? Yes, yes, yes. Then what did your cousin say? My cousin said that after Jiang Haotian and Huiyi entered the Nine Heavens Palace, they destroyed the Saint Mountain without saying a word and even snatched 10 5th-level soul veins. What? Destroyed the Saint Mountain? Snatched the soul veins? These two guys are too crazy. Those are the soul veins of the Nine Heavens Palace, they dare to snatch it? In less than a moment. In the major districts of Sky Dragon City, the streets and alleys, restaurants and tea houses, it had already spread like wildfire. On a street leading to the treasure pavilion, 2 young men in black walked side by side. Listening to the discussions around them, both of them had a trace of a smile on their faces. Brother Qin, the effect you wanted has been achieved. The 2 of them were Qin Feiyang and Huiyi. However, at this moment, both of them had changed their appearances. Their skin was slightly tanned. He wasn't very tall, only about 1.7 meters. Their appearance was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. In short. Now, when they walked on the street, no one would take a second look at them. The effect now has not reached my expectations. Let's wait for the arrest warrant to come out and see. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Then now, should we go directly to the treasure pavilion? Huiyi secretly asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then what are you going to do? Huiyi was suspicious. Simple. Destroy the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. Huiyi was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. This scene was really realistic. A moment later. The 2 finally arrived at the treasure pavilion, but they did not enter and stopped outside the door. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Don't block the door, we want to go in. Several young men and women who wanted to enter the treasure pavilion looked at Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi, who were blocking in front of them, and said with dissatisfaction. The two guards outside the door also looked at Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi suspiciously. The corner of Hua Yi's mouth lifted, turned to look at the young men and women, and said with a smile, "You'd better not go in." "Why?" Several people looked at him, puzzled. "Because something big is about to happen here," Hua Yi said with a smile. "Crazy." Several people looked at Hua Yi with disdain, pushed Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi aside, and went straight into the treasure pavilion. What a joke. This was the treasure pavilion. Who dared to cause trouble here? Their lives were too long. The two guards also heard Hua Yi's words. The two looked at each other, and a trace of anger flashed in their eyes. One of the guards immediately walked towards Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi, and shouted, "If you have nothing to do, get out of here, don't block the way." Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into their mouths. The guard stopped and looked at the two suspiciously. Gradually, the two guards were dumbfounded. It was actually them. "Look, it's Jiang Haotian and Hua Yi." Suddenly, a scream sounded. At that moment, the pedestrians on the street and the people in the treasure pavilion all looked at Qin Feiyang and Hua Yi. It's really them. They just caused a ruckus in the Nine Heavens Palace, and now they're coming to the treasure pavilion. This is too ostentatious. The scene suddenly became noisy. "So it's young Master Jiang, young Master Hua, sorry for the disrespect." The two guards came back to their senses and hurriedly stepped forward to salute. "We can't afford such a big gift." Hua Yi smiled meaningfully. "I'm kindly advising you to leave immediately," Qin Feiyang said, and directly soared into the sky, landing right above the treasure pavilion. Hua Yi also followed closely behind. What do they want to do? The people below all looked up at the two suspiciously.